marketing and its influence on the environment from Rima Post. Fourth, stock performance and analysis from Dewi Kurniawati, Prof. Roy Sembel, and Melinda. Fifth, managing human resource from Muhammad Zia, Abdullah, and Maria. Six, evaluate the impact of online grocery from Roy Sembel and Fanny Karyadi. Seven, digital bank performance review and marketing strategy from Ira Fakira and Duhaing Lee. 8. Challenge faced to online education and learning in Pakistan from Mr. Zohaib Hassan. And 9. Evaluation of anti-money laundering from Dr. Gulnara. Set up your presentation in 10 minutes and 5 minutes for discussion. All right. So, Alvina, Kristanti, and team, time is yours.
Yes, sure. Can anyone hear my voice quite well?
Buka video.
Oh, good. Okay, let me share. Sorry, Dr. Melinda. Actually, the host still disabled the participant screen sharing.
Okay. Mr. Karim. Co-host in CEO Congress. Hello, Mr. Alfred. Mr. Karim. Still can, Alvina, to share screen?
Yes, Dr. Melinda, actually still disabled, so I need
Okay.
the host to enable. Yep,
wait a
sure.
minute.
Thank you.
Hello, good morning. We give permission to screen share to all participants.
Yep, Now it's all good. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Mr.
So let me share my
You are
screen.
welcome.
Yep. So good morning. I'll just start. So good morning and good afternoon to everyone who attends the 17th session. So again, as Dr. Melinda has been mentioning, our topic is basically about the moderating role of brand image on the relationship between customer experience and actual use of digital health applications using an extended technology acceptance model or TAM approach. So the agenda will be as follows. So there will be introduction, literature review, methodology, finding and discussion, and also conclusion and recommendations. So first of all, I think it's important to recognize that the significant growth of consumer-centric digital health market in Asia, which mainly focus on telemedicine, followed by e-pharmacies. This data is based on McKinsey 2022. And we can see basically in the figure 1 there, basically in 2025, the numbers expected to reach $100 billion US dollars. That's the fact. That's the first fact. And the second one, if we go deep dive to Indonesia itself, basically it is mentioned that Indonesia has the most download monthly visit digital health applications if we compare it to the other major Asian countries. So if we look at the second figure or the figure 2 there, basically we can see that the numbers of Halo Dokter and Halo Doc has a peak compared to the other sort of like Asian countries in the populations. So again, go deep dive into the Indonesian populations with over 270 million populations in 2022, the digital health industry growth rate is expected to have about 60% CAGR. And that's why it is expected to be the next wave of digital disruption and also the tech unicorn. And what's about the digital health landscape in Indonesia? So if we look at the figure 4 here as well, we can see the 3 big major sort of like digital health applications in Indonesia, including Halodoc. That's the first one. The second one is Halo Dokter, and the third one is Silik Dokter. And go specifically into the investment being fund that it is fund in 2022. Halodoc basically received about 145 million US dollars. So if we compare it to sort of like health application in Singapore, they only raised $6.8 million, and in Vietnam they receive about 96.8 million US dollars. So we can see that there is a large investment in this sort of like digital health applications in Indonesia. So despite all those numbers, the large investment, the large populations, and also the expected to be the next wave of tech unicorn, and also the big giant industry. So it's the problem. So if you look at specifically to Halodoc as the market leader in Indonesia, the number of penetration is relatively low. So we can see there is only 8.9% penetration of Halodoc in Indonesia versus all those internet users in Indonesia. And again, there are several contributor factors to this low penetrations, mentioning such as ease of use, technology literacy, customer experience, including the satisfaction and also trust, and also the favorable brand perception. And basically, what I want to highlight here is basically there are many research conducted on the intention of use of digital health applications using the TAM model. However, research that investigates the influence of brand image on the customer experience and thus lead to the actual use of digital health applications is basically relatively limited. And therefore, there's a potential rich novelty here. So if you look at specifically to all those literature review that has been conducted, the first one is again definitely the definition of the digital health application itself. So if we call digital health applications or telehealth, is basically the one that provides online doctor consultations, drug delivery, and also on-demand laboratory tests. So regardless in Indonesia, if you look at again specifically, regardless of many digital health applications available, the number of penetration is relatively low. And therefore, basically, we need to study the behavior of using digital health applications to evaluate the system improvements and also the customer experience. So I won't say much about the technology acceptance model because I'm really, I think everyone already know this. So this is basically established in 1988 and it's all about presuming the perceived usefulness as the mediating role between the system attributes and possible system utilizations. However, it is suggested by the recent research to modify the technology acceptance model adapted to research object by adding social elements. And therefore, basically the author, we use brand image as the moderating role and also customer experience as the mediating role in this subject. So again, looking specifically, if we go deep dive towards the technology acceptance model and talking about the perceived ease of use, the one that I want to highlight from this slide is basically perceived ease of use has been found to be significantly impact in positive attitude. So everyone who really believe that the user perceive that certain technology are easy to use, they are more likely to accept an applications. And likewise for the perceived usefulness, basically it is the last point that the individual attitudes toward digital health application are really positively impacted by useful perception, as there are more benefits that are perceived, which leads, this is the one that we want to highlight about the continuous use of digital health applications. This is about the customer experience. So it is found from previous research that positive customer experience definitely related to the satisfaction, trust, revisit intention, repurchase intention, and also loyalty. And meanwhile, for about the actual use of digital health applications, the findings from previous research on HaloDoc in 2022 highlighted also the perceived ease of use and perceived usefulness has significant impact on the user satisfaction and also the actual usage of HaloDoc during COVID-19. And again, I want to highlight the research on about the effect of the perceived ease of use and also perceived usefulness on the customer experience. So both of them, as highly mentioned before, it has significant effect on the customer satisfaction. So for example, the research on 2017 by Gojek app user in Denpasar stated that the more convenience felt by the user of the application, the higher the satisfaction, and lead to the actual use of digital health. So again, the last point here, basically, the patient satisfaction really has a strong influence on continuous usage intention to use mobile teleconsultation applications. And this is the one that actually I put as the moderating role of the brand image. The second and the last column, basically, it has the significant impact towards on the firm develops. And therefore, also brand image I believe as one indicators that influence the customer satisfaction and also the customer experience. All in all, basically, brand image significantly influences the purchase decision of certain brand. So the methodology basically is combining multiple studies from journals, reviews, and chapter books. So this is about the hypothesis development. So from the previous research, there are 4 hypothesis development that been developed. The first one, definitely that the perceived ease of use has effect on customer experience to use digital health application in Jabodetabek, Indonesia. The second one is the perceived usefulness has the effect on customer experience to use digital health application in Jabodetabek, Indonesia. And the third one, again, based on the previous research that has been conducted, basically the proposed hypothesis is the customer experience has effect on the actual use of digital health applications. And the last one is the effect of customer experience on actual use of digital health application will be stronger when brand image is high in Jabodetabek. So this is basically a conceptual model that illustrating the interrelationship among the concepts. So we can see that how customer experience impacts to the actual use of digital health application and how brand image can be the moderating role on this relationship and how actually the perceived ease of use and perceived usefulness impacting on the customer experience. This is just also the model to illustrating the concept. And the conclusion and recommendation, basically, there are 3 points that I want to highlight to conclude this session. The first one, definitely, the extended technology acceptance model has considerably advanced our understanding on the intention to use digital health applications. However, brand image definitely can be treated as a moderating role between the customer experience and also the actual use of digital health application. However, again, as this study is primarily based on the literature investigation and also literature review, definitely a steady stream of future empirical studies using quantitative is, believe is required to further enrich the study and also connect its development environment with the industry context. I think that's it from me. Thank you so much for your attention. Please feel free for any discussion and also question and answer. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Alvina and team. Give applause. Okay. Good morning, Dr. Zia.
Good morning, Dr. Melinda. How are you? Hope you're fine.
Fine, Doctor.
I joined the other session and from there I shifted here.
Okay, Dr. Zia.
Thank you very much. And I was just listening to the presentation. Alvina, fantastic, very well done, within time, crisp, to the point. I appreciate your presentation, the moderating role of what was that brand
Yep.
image, and related to customer experience and the actual use of digital health application. I'm really interested. There's no question from my side, but just out of curiosity, just a simple question, not question, a statement, because this is the forum. This is the third day. Maybe some of the people would be tired, but still, this is the opportunity to learn.
Yeah.
So the digital health applications like Doctor Online, I mean, Doctor for You and all that stuff, how much they are reliable? I mean, what do you say? Because, it's like your physical, biological health, and you want to see the doctor physically and maybe touching, checking out and all that stuff, and then the doctor prescribes. But if there is an application, you can just get the appointment. That's fine. But I'm talking about the further prescriptions and all that stuff. What do you say about that?
So again, Dr. Zia, thank you so much for the question. I think it's also important to notice that because from the research that has been done, definitely there are some unfavorable sort of like perception towards the digital health applications. One of it, as you mentioned, is all about, there's no sort of like touching, physical interaction between the doctors and also the patients, which is basically what the patients requires from, doctor consultation. But again, the rise of the digital health applications definitely inevitably has been raised because of COVID-19. So all those, shifting behaviors, they have no choice, right? That's the first one. Why this is happening? Because definitely the first one is they have no choice. So definitely there's a rise in this using of digital health applications, definitely during COVID-19 and up until today. But if you ask me how they feel and stuff, definitely there's something to be follow up to the future research. And I guess this is something because the research has been conducted. This is something about the unfavorable.
Why I made this comment?
Yep.
Because I had got few experiences. Most of the times I stay in London, and we have health services, health, representative, and we are every person is strongly recommended that you have to have one specific family doctor, and that doctor knows a complete history of yours. Okay.
Yep.
So, and then the person is, incapable, sort of having ability to recommend you better. I'm not saying this is not the question on your research. Your research is fantastic. I'm saying about these apps, because, without knowing the history of the human, I mean, the patient or the person, it becomes very difficult, no matter the number one doctor in the world, but maybe he would prescribe you the best medicine you don't require. Sometimes it happens. Anyways.
Yep,
Thank you.
indeed. Thank you. I think, yeah, it's been really interesting, though. Definitely, there are future research that can be conducted based on this one research,
Yeah, and maybe your
been a really
future
interesting
research
one.
should be, instead of searching doctor application online, searching the right medicine by yourself. You are the doctor of your own.
Exactly. I mean, this is something that the industry also can improve, Hopefully this can bring a novelty to this, industry, and they can do something about it as well. Definitely.
And Dr. Malinda would agree with me. Maybe in future there won't be any physicians or maybe MBBS doctors except PhD doctors.
Yeah. Anyway, thank you, Dr. Zia, for the question.
Right.
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Zia. Any question from the audience? Okay. Okay, thank you so much, Alvina and team.
Thank you, Dr. Melinda.
And Dr. Malinda, we have in this session, there are 9 presenters. One has already presented, and the remaining would be presenting as per the schedule, I hope so, and they are there. Let's see.
Oh, okay, Dr. Zia.
Yeah.
Okay, the second is digital entrepreneurial intention among business students in Jakarta from Muhammad
Yes.
Rido, Miss Lisa Agustinello, and Miss Jud Sharifah. Okay, time is yours.
digital entrepreneurial intention among business students in Jakarta. Yes, please. Are you there? Please, time is yours. You can share your slides and go ahead.
Okay, good afternoon. Can you hear my voice?
Yes, we can hear
Yes,
your
Miss
voice,
Lisa.
but share the slides.
All right, so I'm gonna share my slide. Is it visible and audible now?
Yes, you are visible, and I mean, your slides are visible and you are audible. And Dr. Kareem Kardal, Assalamu alaikum and good morning.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, and good afternoon, especially from Indonesia. My name is Miss Lisa. I will present about my students' research about digital entrepreneurial intention among business students in Jakarta. So Muhammad Ridho Hafiz is the first author, me is the second author, and Ibu Jud Syarifa is the third author. We are from IPMI International Business School. So this is our agenda for today. As we all know that we will start with the introduction, literature review, the research framework, the methodology, and also we will describe the results, and the last will be the conclusion. So here's the introduction. So basically, we will start to focus on the entrepreneurship education, whereby the academic institution can provide the entrepreneurship environment to the business school students. Also with the digital entrepreneurship, whereby all of the people, including the younger people, are really considered about the digital entrepreneurship nowadays. So digital activity is growing rapidly, and this could be one of the important factors to promote entrepreneurship, especially to promote the students to become an entrepreneur in digital sites. As we know that we have targeted from the Minister of Cooperative and SMEs Indonesia that we have targeted to achieve 4% of the number of entrepreneurs in our country among all of 260 millions of our population. But in 2002, the number of the entrepreneurs is only at 3.34%. So we need to continue our numbers by the end of 2024. Now, for the literature review, mostly we have three, like entrepreneurial education environment, digital competencies, and entrepreneurial attitude. So it has been derived from theory of planned behavior. Entrepreneurial education is how the courses, lectures, extracurricular activities that provide students with knowledge, skills, and attitudes. For digital competencies, is the individual competencies of like the digital one is the ability to confidently and critically integrate the technology and digital into the society and support work, day-to-day activities, and the communication. For the entrepreneurial attitude, it is like the judgment, like the psychological process of the students to become the entrepreneur. So here's the research framework. Entrepreneurial education and environment simultaneously will affect the simultaneously with the digital competencies will affect the entrepreneurial attitude, and then entrepreneurial attitude will affect the intention of the students to become an entrepreneur in digital side, or it is called the digital entrepreneurial intention. So here are the methodologies. The research approach would be like the quantitative and explanatory, because we would like to confirm or reconfirm the theories. However, the digital competencies will be one of the novelties, because the variable has not been tested often in the academic publications. For the sampling, we have the non-probability sampling for the purposive sampling among 100 students, 100 business school students in Jakarta area, including at IPMI, but not all. We have from Prasetya Mulia, we have from BINUS and other universities around Jakarta. Then the primary data, we have like the online survey, yeah, because Ridho as the first author has developed the survey and then distributed the questionnaires to his friends and to his fellowship. And then the secondary data is the statistic graphs and figures. For the data analysis technique, we use inner and outer model of structural equation modeling, PLS. So we use SAM PLS because we knew that digital competencies is not really that confirmed like we use, for example, AMOS or other very significant statistical SAM model. Now, for the results we have here, yeah, all the reliabilities, validities are achieved, yeah, because the validity and also the reliability and also the outer model saying that it has been confirmed, then can be continued to the inner model, or it is called like the simultaneous model, the structural model of this research framework. So it has been proved that entrepreneurial education environment is significant because the t-values is 6.120. However, the digital competencies like the individual ability of the students is not significant, surprisingly. Then entrepreneurial attitude, just like the theory of planned behavior, is consistently significant to affect the digital entrepreneurial intentions. So it can be proved that theory of planned behavior is still to be confirmed, yeah, in this study. However, for the digital competencies is, yeah, it needs to be developed over time, or maybe like the number of samples, yeah, like 100 might be increased up to 500 or 1,000. So this is like the detail of the findings and discussions. So there are 3 hypotheses over here that we have proposed, but 2 are accepted, but 1 is not accepted in accordance to the sample. Yeah, in accordance to the samples, because the value of the T statistics is below 1.96 or maybe below 2. Okay, so this is the conclusion and recommendation. Okay, digital competencies, yeah, digital competencies is not significant and could be like the newest or the novelty of this study. And this study also provide information to the government, policymakers, and how to enabling them to continue improving the effects of entrepreneurial attitude and its effect toward digital entrepreneurial intention among business students in Jakarta. So this is this study is, yeah, again to provoke the business schools, the university, to enhance the students to become an entrepreneur, especially for the digital entrepreneurial intention. Future research could investigate other potential digital entrepreneurs related drivers of business students in Jakarta. So maybe not only about their digital competencies, but also about the social mood, for example, like the networking of entrepreneurship could be one of the significant factors to influence how the students to become an entrepreneur in the future. Okay. I think that's it from me. Thank you for your kind attention. So this is, yeah, these are my contacts that if you wish to contact and to discuss more about my about our research. Thank you very much. My name is Lisa Nello, and I will close this presentation with the Q&A session. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Miss Lisa and team.
Thank you.
Now we continue to the next presentation. Social marketing and its influence.
Dr. Melinda, maybe some
Yes.
people have some questions. Let's ask
Oh.
them first. Yeah.
Okay.
Let's not miss this opportunity. If anybody is having any questions, please. Now the forum is open for question and Q&A, please.
Any question from the audience?
Because this study is really very interesting study. And when I was looking at the title, I was thinking that perhaps they are talking about digital entrepreneurial intention as independent variable. Lisa, so this is a really very, very interesting study. I was thinking that perhaps you're taking entrepreneurial intention as an independent variable, but you are taking as a dependent variable, which is very good. Means you are trying to conduct a study to create entrepreneurial intention. Am I right?
Yes, that's correct.
Yes. So just here it's fine, but in future I would recommend that you can just maybe you can do like these factors that contribute towards creation of entrepreneurial intention among the students. That would be much more appropriate. And
Okay.
that's really good. I appreciate. Thank you very much. And you're using Smart PLS. That is really fantastic. So I hope so you are well hands-on experience on Smart PLS.
Yes, most of my studies use the Smart PLS. Even though in our country, a Smart PLS is just like non-parametric tool. Yeah, so some believe that some PRLs could be like the non-parametric compared to MOS or LISREL. That should be like the parametric one. So more valid lah, things like that.
Okay, okay, but I appreciate this really good. So keep it up. Best of luck. Thank you very much.
All right.
Dr.
Thank you very
Melinda,
much, Dr. Zia and Dr. Melinda.
Okay, thank you, Miss Lisa.
Okay.
Okay. Now we continue to the next presentation,
Yes.
social marketing and its influence on the environment from Rima Bose.
Yes,
Are
social
you here, Rima?
marketing and its influence on environment, please. And Dr. Melinda, let me also share with you that the article number 5, article number 5, when I did my keynote speech, so I already touched upon that and discussed that, so that can be skipped. So then we would be having just 8 articles for this. I mean 9 as well, because that was already discussed in keynote speech. If anybody would be having any question or anything, I would be here to just answer or elaborate upon the concepts. Okay, thank you. Over to you now. Time
Hello.
is yours and screen is yours. Go ahead, please.
Thank you, sir.
Rima
Hello.
Boss. Yes, now we got the
Yes,
boss, Rima Boss. Please go ahead.
Good morning. Thank you, sir. Thank you, ma'am. So here I am, Rima Bose, myself. I'm from India, West Bengal. So today my topic is social marketing influence on environment. So how social marketing is influencing the environment. So this is my topic for today. So my agenda is to explain the introduction, then literature review, then the another literature review. There has been given the campaigns and some social real life experience, social real life campaigns, then findings, and then the conclusions. So my introduction is that how social marketing is approaching the people's behavior and it's benefiting the individuals as well as the society as a whole. So we know that marketing has been played a vital role in our life as well as the social life too. But how the social marketing is influencing the people's behavior. So this is what the today's topic is about, and also it's depicting on the environment too. So social marketing model identified the 5 steps. So first one is the planning, which we we do need for our daily life. So that the planning has to be there. Then the theory. So what we are doing, what we want to do, so that the theory has to be finalized. Then the communication analysis, through which we are communicating, the medium, the message, that one. Then implementing, and then the evaluation. So what we are evaluating, what is the final research, what we get. Then the social marketing actually word, it's a desirable ideas like family planning, family welfare, pulse polio campaign, then HIV then AIDS campaign, which are the successful social marketing program in India. Social marketing is globally, it's a phenomenon which going on from years after years or decades after decades. But we now been in a social term, so now we are more exposure to the social world. So that's why we are getting into the social marketing. But it was there in before many years ago. Then major causes of the social marketing which are used, like first one is environmental causes, which is like anti-deforestation, anti-litterings, then health and safety issues. So there are some issues like anti-drug, anti-smoking. There are many advertisements which are going on for the anti-drug, anti-smoking. So there are some campaigns like cognitive campaign that some advertisement are there for the nutrition value, that why will drink that or why we will eat that because of some nutrition value in that product. So through which we are getting some social impact too, that for the society we are eating this one or drinking this one. Then behavioral campaign is also an important issues or an important phenomenon in this society, like drugs, smokes, all these things. Then value. So we are like now we are having campaigns on women rights, women education. These are all under value campaigns. That why we need the child to be educated, why there should be a stop in child labor. So these come under the value campaigns. Then the action campaigns. Action campaigns are like immunization. We should go protest something. We should know our rights. So these are some campaigns through which we can get from the social marketing. So some real life social marketing campaigns. Here is a picture of I been associated by in the Rotary International, which we all know it's an NGO type charity organization all through full world. In the full world, it's an international. So we being work through full month or full year. I being the president. So it's a real picture which I usually do every day or every Saturday Sunday. So this is that how feeding is important. How see we eat every day, but if we can feed from our 1% also, that children or that child will get some nutrition thing. So here I have given some social marketing, real life marketing campaign. First is that feeding people or feeding small child. Organization is Rotary International. Product is like encouraging food donation from me. Another will go and do that same initiative. Another will take an initiative. So there should be someone to take the initiative as well. Then the places, the street children. Then the price. Price is nothing, just a donation. Then the promotion. Promotion is if I am promoting my picture, then the other will also come. Okay, let me donate something. So this is what about hungry. This is another most important which the campaign is going on in our country as well, that plastic bag kills. The picture only will explain everything, that that one plastic is destroying and or extending one animal life. That we are not holding the plastic bag, we are holding the animal, the the animal which is going into extinction. So this is an organization, it's an ad agency where they have explained about this. Then the product is that we should use the reusable thing. Then price is that if we are stopping and reusing this one, then I think that we if one is doing, the another will also be able to do. So price is nothing like that. A conclusion is that the campaign should go on and we should get some message through this real life picture. This is another most important phenomenon in whole world, I will rather say. This that safe pages or safe paper, save the planet. The picture only depicts that the more we are using the paper, the earth is going into black portion. Greenery is going on, greenery is going away. So this picture is also a real life picture, that as we are using more paper, we are using more resources of natural resources of our earth. So what was the finding? That social marketing planning process, that where are where we are standing? We should determine the program focuses, that what program we should do to implement these ideas. Then we should identify the campaign, the campaign which I have shown you earlier. So what the campaign should be. Then we should analyze the SWOT analysis, that what is our strength, what is our weakness. We can do this one and review the past, that past what had been done. So what we can do now. Next is where do we are to go? What is our target? Where we are going? So we should target some. See, we will not target everyone. We will target a amount of people. So for that reason, it's an audience. Then our objective and goals. Then the select target audience. Next is how we will get together, create and manage to choose the media. So through which media we will go and do the campaign, or through which we will do our social marketing. Then they design the marketing offering, which market to offer. Then what cost of the behavior to change. Then what the product are available to do the campaign or do the social marketing. Next is how we will go or stay on our courses. We should see our budget. See, if we are doing something for the society, we have to see our budget. Otherwise, we can't do. So we have to see our budget. We have to see our what funding is coming on. We can see the some sponsors and all these things. Then we have to complete our implementation plan, and then we have to develop a plan for the near future or to monitoring the thing. So my conclusion from this thing is that the social marketing will be success and will be actual successful if we come together, if we do something for the society, for the environment, then everything is possible in this earth. So thank you for this, your kind attention, and thank you everyone who have listened to my presentation. So over to you, sir or ma'am.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much. Yes, thank you for your presentation. I really appreciate Rima Boss, and I'm also surprised a little bit that how come you identify and can conduct such sort of practical research, which is the need of the hour. You know, in the whole presentation, like 429 articles and abstracts I've gone through, I found all of them are very good. Academic, theoretical, maybe practical, but realistic, very few. So one of, the realistic and practical research is of yours. So, you know, this is the need of the hour. We need to move further on this research and through this research. The point you are mentioning that social marketing and its influence on the behavior. I also personally conducted a research long ago, like 5-6 years ago, that how social media marketing or social marketing influences the behavior of the children. So that was really interesting. I published only one, but almost perhaps 20 times I was interviewed. So media
Wow.
people came, other people came, and all this stuff. So it is really interesting topic. But the point, let me just being experienced and spend a lot of time. So that's important point to share with you. Be careful, Rima, that you need to focus on social marketing. The behavior, the action of social marketing and its influence on the behavior of the people instead of social marketing of the products and then impact on the behavior so that people start purchasing that. So there's a thin line, but that thin line, if missed, then it would be totally opposite. Then it would be totally commercial. You would be marketing the products. But if you just little bit take care, then you would be serving the society and humanity. I appreciate. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
If there is any question, please. If there is any question to Rima Boss, she is here. If no question, Dr. Melinda, let's move to next, please.
Melinda, dear Melinda, we do not hear you.
Yeah, we cannot hear you. Anyways, Dr. Belinda, you can manage your microphone, please. Let
1,
me
2,
assist
3.
you. Yeah,
Okay.
that is
Yes.
the fourth one. Stock
Okay.
performance and analysis of market capitalization and fundamental factors of socially responsible companies in Indonesia. Wow, that is really good. Miss Devi, yes, I can see you are already here. So, socially responsible organizations, very good. Let's hear from Miss Devi. Go ahead.
Yeah, thank you, Dr. Zia. Let me share my screen. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear
Yes,
you.
Devi.
Okay, so let me, first of all, actually I want to say that I rechanged a little bit on my title here. So the title become the impact of COVID-19 as the moderating variable on the analysis of fundamental factors on stock return.
You
So it's,
shifted or what?
Pardon?
You changed, you shifted or what?
No, it's the same thing, but just like the same research, Dr. Zia. Yeah.
Okay, how it could be same, you know, one is market capitalization and socially responsible organization.
It's inside the
Okay, go ahead, no problem.
Let me continue. So first, the agenda is about introduction, literature review, methodology, pending discussion, and conclusion. So actually, like, this is about the fundamental factors and COVID-19, and from the Sri Kehati Index, which is actually like socially responsible index in Indonesia for period like 1st October until September 2022. So first, actually, I want to start with like how actually social responsible investment, or SRI, this deal with the ethical investment have grown significantly over the last 40 years. So this is based on the Dust and Rao publication in 2013. And of course, like the ESG index, Indonesia actually by June 2009, Sri Kehati Index was born and claimed as the first ESG Indonesia in ASEAN. So the index is very strong and outperformance of Jakarta Composite Index based on the Journal of Salvatore in 2020. And of course, like there's a positive correlation between ESG equity investing versus the higher return by Gunawan et al. In 2022. However, several scholars as well investigate that the socially responsible stock reaction produce a reaction in the capital market as well. So first is about like high ESG rating actually equal with the higher stock return and trading volume. This is a journal by Albuquerque et al. And then in 2020, and the next is about like Sri Kehati perform better than other stock in Indonesia Stock Exchange. It's a journal by Robianto. And the next is when the COVID come. So actually the event demonstrate the importance of having like another fund by Cowen, but this is another like journal by Yulia. There's a Sri Kehati more appealing to the investor during the pandemic. So here like some novelty or phenomenon at the beginning of 2021 that Sri Kehati index value below the IDX composite. And then I think the biggest one in mid of 2021. So another research, contradictive research gap in Sri Kehati before and after COVID. Then this by Nuraini and Fakrunas, COVID-19 actually give the impact to the performance of ESG stock index in Southeast Asia. Next is the COVID-19 actually have no impact to the stock performance in the company that are listed in Sri Kehati by Krishnawati in 2022. So based on this research gap here, so my research is about like the study about focus on the impact of market capitalization and fundamental factor with moderating variable COVID-19 pandemic on stock return companies that constantly listed in the Sri Kehati index using secondary report data from 1st October 2017 until 31st September 2022. So this is all the listed company that under review on this research. Next is about literature review. Then I'm using the grant theory from Markowicz and the capital asset pricing model, which is the risk-return framework developed from the Markowicz portfolio theory. And then it's like from the Journal Secretary 2017. And Markowicz actually like devised a theory about stock return under certain presumption. Okay, next is this is the formula that actually built for this theory, for this research. Is from market capitalization, firm size. On the right side is usually like the reference by the journal, and then free cash flow, dividend payout ratio, interest rate, market return, and the last one actually like COVID-19 as the independent variable and acting as the moderating variable as well here. So this is the methodology. Actually, this is all the hypotheses that are created for this research from H1 until H13. So the market, starting from market capitalization, have positive effect on stock return until the COVID-19 moderates the effect of market return on stock return. So this is the research framework for this thesis. So this is the research methodology. I'm using the panel regression data here, using the Tobin Q for stock return as the as a dependent variable here. So this is the finding and the discussion for this research. So this is the result of the descriptive analysis result, starting from the mean until the standard deviation here. So for the observation is 315 data. And then dependent variable is stock return. Independent variable is from market capitalization, firm size, free cash flow, dividend payout, interest rate, market return, and independent and moderating variable is COVID-19. So this is the result from the research. Normality test result is actually normal here. There is no multi-coronary test on this study. And the panel data model selection result is the common effect model. So this is the result from this study, which is if like you see on the yellow color, actually like the firm size and interest rate and market return usually give the effect to the stock return. And let me go to the research summary, which is here from all the hypotheses, 13 hypotheses, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, actually like 7 accepted on the hypothesis. So let's go to the conclusion and limitation, implication and recommendation. Based on the study, so the question about to examine and the effect of market capitalization and fundamental factors on stock return. So I'm using the illustration here, like how like stock return actually got the effect from size marginally actually, and then interest rate, market return, and COVID-19. However, for market capitalization, free cash flow, and dividend policy, there's no such the significant effect to stock return. And using the COVID-19 as the moderating variable here, so COVID-19 actually give the effect to dividend payout ratio, interest rate, free cash flow, and market capitalization, but not for the market return and firm size. This is the limitation of the study. So it's only study only for the companies that listed in Sri Kahati index and not include the effect of fundamental factors on return.
Let's conclude, Devi. Let's conclude. Yes. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay.
Yeah.
So this is this is the recommendation. They conclude that for additional study, actually like can be done for another companies, another index, and then that future study collected over longer observation. Thank you. This is my.
Yeah. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Devi. It was a nice presentation. Although you tested our, research as well, showing something else and presenting a little bit different, and you said it is something inside the same. Anyways, we trusted you. It is same. So to some extent, I understood what you were doing, but I don't know what about the participants. So let's ask them if they have any questions. If they understood, they would be having maybe questions. If they, I don't know, let's see. So now the forum is open for question answer. If there is any question, please. And let me tell you, my dear participants and the professors and the scientists, there is a quotation, there is a sort of, people say that only three things can happen if you don't ask question. It means you have understood totally, or you
Yes,
have
sir.
understood nothing. Third thing, if you ask question, it means you understood something, and it can never happen that you understood everything or you understood nothing. So what we perceive out of no questioning, I don't know. Anyways, Dr. Melinda is there to manage. Your voice is again, there is problem. Anyways, let me assist you. You can check out your mic. There
Okay,
is some problem.
Dr.
Yeah,
Zia.
now it's fine.
Yes.
Now it's fine. please. Now
Yes. Good topic research, Dewi. Thank you for your presentation, and you
Yeah, thank you and good. Very
explained the
good.
novelty of this research. Okay. Any question from the audience about this research? No?
Now, there are no questions actually. It recalls me recalls me a film from India, Three Idiots. Everything understood.
Okay, doctor. Dr. Zia, sorry to ask, so presentation number 5 regarding managing human resource strategical
Yeah,
is
it
not
was
presented in
actually,
this.
it was in my keynote speech. I had already discussed this, but still, if anybody is having any questions, I'm here, and my co-authors can also explain. There's no issue. I had already discussed and presented in my keynote speech, but still,
Okay.
I would love to answer, explain, and exemplify if there is any question related to this. That was actually about managing human resource strategically, the role of supply chain towards flexible contingencies and organizational fit. It talked about the personal fit, the psychological environment, the cognitive fit, the demographic ones, and how the employees as well as organizations get into one fit, so that the human resource management can be done in a longer term. Strategy means longer term, 5 years, 10 years, 20 years ahead. So that was all about that. If there is any question, I'm here to answer that. There's no problem. Okay.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Zia.
Yes, please. If there are questions, you can wait for me. If there are no questions, Dr. Melinda, you can go for the next. There's no
Okay. Okay, doctor. Now we continue to the next presentation. Evaluate the impact of online grocery trend from to the PT Supra Boga Lestari Tbk from financial perspective by Prof. Roy Sembel and Fani Karyadi. Okay,
Yeah.
Fani, time is yours.
Okay, but
Yes.
this is
Impact
not
of online
my-
grocery trend. Wow, online
Okay.
grocery trend. That's really very good. I lost a lot of money on online grocery. Anyways, let's learn.
Okay. Hello, good morning and good afternoon from Indonesia. All the participants, Dr. Zia, Dr. Melinda, thank you for the opportunity. So my name is Fani Karyadi. I'm from IPMI International Business School. I'm going to share about the impact of online grocery trends to PT Supra Boga Lestari from financial perspective. So this is the agenda for today: introduction, literature review, methodology, as well as the assumed conclusion and recommendations. So high penetration of the internet as well as the outbreak of COVID-19 pandemic have triggered changes to the consumers' consumption behavior, while the customers encouraged to shop their needs online, including for the groceries. So many e-grocery players, startups showing up to meet the consumers' needs and demand. So this study would like to see the impact of e-grocery trends to the conventional retail grocery company. This is a bit of the background for the grocery market share in Indonesia. So from a research, Indonesia is predicted to be the one of the largest grocery market in the world and in Asia as well. In fact, Indonesia is predicted to be the fourth biggest grocery market in Asia, and the online grocery segment also increasing from 2019 to the second Q 2020. And another research also estimated that the penetration of online grocery shopping will increase from 0.2% to 0.7%, or in fact, it can be to 3% of the grocery market size in Indonesia. So, and another research also strongly back up the previous research that 60% of the consumers started ordering groceries online when the COVID-19 pandemic started, as well as the consumers, they say that would like to stay using the online channel to shop their grocery needs in the post-COVID era as well. So this is the I obtained the data for the online grocery players in Southeast Asia, and the one in the box is the online grocery players in Indonesia specifically. So we can see that many online grocery players for now. And a bit overview about PT Supraboga Lestari. So this company is a modern retail trade company established in 1997 and had been listed on the stock market in 2012 with the stock code range. So the company operated several stores under different brands, Range Market and the Gourmet. The stores basically targeted the upper class customers, while the Farmers Market and Farmers Family targeted the middle low customers, and Day-to-Day market targeted for the customers in apartments and office area. So by end of 2021, basically the company operated 70 stores, and these stores basically are mainly located in the shopping malls. So when the government imposed the mobility restriction to control the outbreak of COVID-19 virus, the policy will surely impact the company's operational activity. And so this is from the advancement of technology, increasing numbers of the e-grocery players, as well as the COVID-19 that shaped the changes in the consumer shopping pattern. So we would like to see whether this online trend affected the financial performance of Range, a conventional modern retail trade company. And based on review, there are limited studies for now to discuss about the impact of e-grocery trends to the conventional retail groceries company, especially looking for from the financial perspective. This is the research objective and research questions. The research questions, we would like to see whether there is significant difference on the liquidity ratio, leverage ratio, activity effectiveness, as well as the profitability of Range before and after emergence of online grocery trends. And next is the literature review. There are quite a lot of review about the financial analysis. So this is some reviews I take. the financial statement analysis is needed to see the company's financial health, because by doing the analysis, the company can evaluate their strategy and policy to increase the company's financial performance, and to detect early potential bankruptcy. Also, it could be analyzed using the financial ratio. And the next literature review explaining about some ratio analysis that is commonly performed: liquidity ratio, leverage ratio, profitability, and efficiency ratio. This is the research hypothesis. So for this, I assume that the emergence of online grocery trends resulted in significant difference in the liquidity ratio, leverage, activity effectiveness, as well as the profitability. The methodology for the research, going to use quantitative research method with the sample data is the secondary data. I'm using quarterly financial statements of the company from the first Q 2017 to second Q 2022, or 22 quarterly reports, and will be tested using t-test by Excel. And I will compare the financial ratio before emergence of e-grocery trends. I use first Q 2017 until fourth Q 2019 as the before emergence of e-grocery trends, and first Q of 2020 to second Q 2022 considered as the after emergence of e-grocery trends. I'm using 22 as the basis for the start of emergence of e-grocery trends, mainly due to the outbreak of the COVID-19 that had been explained in the earlier presentations, that the pandemic has accelerated the adoption of online shopping, including the grocery shopping. The estimated conclusions for this discussion proposed assume that there is emergence of e-grocery trend resulted to the significant difference on the company's liquidity, leverage, activity effectiveness, as well as profitability. So should the assumptions are proven, the conventional retail grocery companies need to aware on the risk of the emergence of online grocery trend to their operational activity, and they should consider whether they need to take initiative to adopt and develop online channel to as one of the sales channel to reach their customers. Okay, I think that's all from me. Thank you.
All
Okay.
right, thank you very much. Yes, Dr. Melinda, please go ahead.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Zia. Thank you, Fanny, for
Thank
your
you, Dr.
presentation. Good topic, Fanny.
Thank you.
Any question from audience?
No,
Any
and
question?
no from my side as well.
No.
Good. Yes.
Thank you, Dr. Zia.
Let's move to the next, please.
Next, Dr. Zia.
Yes, the next, that is digital bank performance. Digital bank performance review and marketing strategy proposal.
Yes,
Ira Farja, are you there?
yeah, this is my thesis.
Oh, it seems to be.
Yeah.
Go ahead. Please
Okay.
do not present. It's a humble, very innocent request. Please do not
Okay.
present the thesis. Just present in 10 minutes, short to the point. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Okay, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see your screen,
okay.
and you are very much audible. You have 10
Okay.
minutes to go. Go ahead.
Okay. First of all, I would like to inform about my topic because I changed my subject, my study topic, because previous topic was too wide and general. So I changed my topic to consumer awareness survey on Indonesian digital banks and case study LINE Bank or PT Bank, KB Hana Indonesia.
Okay,
And
go ahead.
Yeah, and let's start my presentation. Yeah. This is agenda.
Lee,
Yeah.
Can you click slideshow?
Okay.
Dr. Melinda, sometimes I feel that they should not click slideshow because as we can see how many slides are there.
Okay, Dr. Zia.
Anyways, slideshow is better anyways. I was just, kidding.
Okay, this is introduction. The digital transformation of Indonesian economy is happening fast. Indonesian digital economy hit $77 billion in 2022 and is on course to reach $130 billion by 2025, driven primarily by e-commerce. And banking penetration in Indonesia is relatively low because of large number of islands and lack of infrastructure, etc. Nevertheless, acceptance of digital financing, such as digital wallet and digital payment, is relatively high. This is one evidence of the high potential of digital banking in Indonesia. And also, Indonesian Financial Authority OJK is also focusing on digitalizing the banking industry, such as announcing the blueprint for digital transformation in 2021. Along with this background, digital banks have emerged in Indonesia. The digital bank is a new type of bank that provides most of its service online. There are no offline channels, or only a few offline channels are operated. Digital bank is also called internet-only bank, online bank, virtual bank, neobank, etc. My research problem is first one is what about consumer awareness for digital bank in Indonesia? Second one is what about customer awareness for the LINE Bank launched by PT Hana Bank? Last one is there a structural causal relationship between the features and security of digital banking apps, effective marketing, consumer awareness, and market penetration? A digital bank in Indonesia. Currently, there are several digital banks operating in Indonesia, such as Genius, Jago, Blue, and LINE Bank. I would like to skip this page because of time limitation. And conceptual framework. The conceptual framework for this study is as follows. However, I would like to inform that this presentation, unlike the overall composition of the thesis, is structured around the consumer awareness survey on digital bank. According to the research by Cho, merely 13 out of 250 digital banks in the world are profitable. Only 1 out of 3 digital banks in South Korea, including Kakao Bank, and 4 out of 16 digital banks in China, including WeBank, are successful. Of some 250 digital banks worldwide, 20% are in Asia-Pacific countries, and only about 5% have so far crossed the line into profitability. Therefore, players need to strong knowledge of consumer and customers, possess the ability to navigate complex regulatory landscape as well as perceivers. There are already 12 digital banks in Indonesia, or they are going digital. The Indonesian banking industry has made significant progress in digital transformation. However, it is difficult to find research on Indonesian country's awareness of digital bank and marketing strategy. Therefore, the results of this study can help managers in the banking industry in Indonesia understand consumer awareness of digital bank to create marketing strategy and identify opportunity to maximize customer satisfaction. This is methodology. This study used a questionnaire survey research methodology to analyze Indonesian consumers' awareness and penetration of digital banks. Okay, the survey is divided into 3 sections and consists of the total of 21 questions and was conducted for about a month in November 2022 with 121 Indonesian bank consumers. The first section asks 7 common questions about the bank our survey respondents currently use. The second section is about consumer awareness and usage of digital bank in Indonesia and consists of 10 questions. The last section is about customer awareness and usage of LINE Bank Indonesia and consists of 4 questions. The Democrat.
Mr. Lee,
Yeah.
let me interrupt you with apology. Let's skip this survey because we know
Okay.
that you use the questionnaire and also
Okay.
skip the literature review. Just go to
Okay.
your analysis and
Okay.
results.
Okay.
Thank you. Your analysis and results, please.
Okay. This is my research model and problem. The following 5 problems were established based on the prediction that digital banks penetration into the Indonesian banking market would have a structural causal relationship between advancement of banking app technology and security function, effective marketing activity, and the consequence increase in customer awareness. And the finding and discussion. This is the key survey result, but because of time limitation, I would like to skip this part. Okay, this is the research problem verification. As a result of analyzing the survey on awareness of Indonesian banking consumer, it was judged that there is a structural causal relationship between the 5 problems and the research model set earlier. It was found that the functionality and security of digital banking apps are key factors in bank consumer awareness and bank selection. In addition, the main marketing method of digital banks, such as social media and content, are receiving good response from consumer, and it can be concluded that the positive marketing environment has been created for digital bank to increase customer awareness and penetrate the market. Nonetheless, the study identified challenges as well as opportunity for digital bank. Bank consumers are generally highly satisfied with their current bank and show a prudent tendency not to change bank. Also, consumers still value offline branches and ATMs. In addition to this, existing banks are also pushing for digitalization, such as upgrading mobile banking apps and developing digital pay. So it will still be a big challenge for digital banks. Okay, last one is conclusion and recommendation. This study demonstrates that there is a structural causal relationship between the marketing activity of digital banks and the functionality and security of banking apps, between consumer awareness and market penetration in the Indonesian banking industry. And the conclusion of this study can help managers of digital bank in Indonesia find better digital marketing strategy based on bank customer awareness. However, since the conclusion of this study was obtained through a survey of customers, and there is a restriction that it has not been subjected to statistical tests, it is hoped that more empirical study will be developed. Okay, thank you for your kind attention. That's all from my presentation.
Okay, all right. Good topic research, Lee.
Yeah.
Digital bank performance review and marketing strategy proposal to help manager in the banking industry in Indonesia understand consumer awareness of digital banks. Any question?
Thank you very much. It was good. Actually, the banks are the industry or the area, they are the only industry going very good. You know, based on interest, based on everything, they're doing very good. And please help them to increase their performance further. Anyways, very good. Very good. No question from my side and from the participants. Yes, Madam Daryanto.
Piwi.
Yes, please.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zia and Dr. Melinda. I would like to raise questions to Mr. Du Heng Lee
Yeah.
regarding your recommendation of number 2, yeah? Yeah, you suggest to the management of the bank to improve the strategy, yeah? So how is it, yeah? Because we understand that Indonesia is the number 4 population in the world, yeah, with 270 millions, and the area from the west and to the east, and the people also heterogeneous in educational level. Therefore, how is it the strategy, since maybe there are many people in the rural still illiterate in the IT system? That's my questions.
Yeah. Okay. I think the Indonesia has a lot of difficulty to penetrate the banking industry because of a lot of island and the lack of infrastructure and something like. But for digital bank has good opportunity because using digital bank we can make new account by using the digital banking app. This is the big point of the banking industry in Indonesia, because a lot of people cannot go to the offline branch because of the long distance and the lack of branches, something like. But if we use the digital banking app, we can make the new account and we can pay everything, and we can make the saving account, something like. So if the digital bank penetrate a lot in Indonesian banking industry, maybe a lot of people can use it and enjoy it.
Okay, thank you very much. That
Yeah.
was a good response to some extent. Any other question from any other participant and audience, please?
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Welcome. I think there are no other questions. Then Dr. Melinda, let's move to the next presenter.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Wiwi and Dr. Zia, Du Heng Lee. Thank you. Now we continue to the next presentation. Challenge faced
is-
online education
Yes.
and learning in Pakistan during COVID-19 pandemic by Mr. Zohaib Hassan Sain. Okay, Mr.
Challenges,
Zohaib,
yes.
time is
Challenges
yours.
faced. Challenges faced to online education and learning in Pakistan. Dr. Melinda, and the presenter is Mr. Zohaib. Somebody told me that in Pakistan we call it Mr. Zohaib Sain. Correct me if I'm wrong.
Yes, sir. You are correct, Zohaib Hassan Sain. Exactly.
Sain. Okay, so Sain, how are you? Hope you're fine.
Alhamdulillah, sir. Alhamdulillah.
So it's a very big respected caste in Pakistan, I think so.
Yes, exactly. Usually in Sindhis.
Sindhis. Okay, so Sain, it's your turn.
Thank
Go
you,
ahead.
sir.
You have 10 minutes to go, please. Manage
Sure,
your
sir.
time.
In order to ensure that students are not left without a way to learn and to stop the virus from spreading, the authorities suggested adopting alternatives to traditional learning techniques in situation after the sudden closure of educational facilities due to the appearance of COVID-19. E-learning is the name given to the formal educational system that uses electronic resources. The use of computer technology and the internet is the essential element of e-learning, but teaching can take place inside or outside of the classrooms. When the COVID-19 virus emerged, the conventional educational approaches were replaced with online learning, since social meetings at educational institutions are thought to represent opportunities for the virus to spread. Meanwhile, the use of technology in educational settings has long been a subject of debate on a global scale. Similar to this, using ICT in Pakistan is advised to get the best outcomes because it improves teachers' pedagogical skills and encourages students to engage in active learning. The Higher Education Commission urged university administrators to start offering online courses. The Higher Education Commission in Pakistan overcame several obstacles and deserves praise for maintaining pragmatism during the crisis by providing technical support to colleges and developing a number of online education policy guidelines. In a significant worldwide interactive learning experiment, schools and institutions all around the world have abundant in-person instruction in favor of online learning. Professionals use the tools of the internet and current software and technology to think outside the traditional conceptions of education in order to excel in their careers. This study tries to uncover issues that online education and learning in Pakistan during the COVID-19 pandemic encountered. The focus 6 universities of Lahore City's management, faculty, and students made up the research population. Teachers and administration received 2 different sorts of questionnaires, while students receive a polling survey to complete using Google Form. The statistical study of the outcome uses the descriptive approach. We have obtained encouraging discoveries through the evaluation of the data that highlight some of the difficulties and offer recommendations. Statement of the problem. This research is aimed at identifying the challenges faced in online education and learning in Pakistan during the COVID-19 pandemic. And the research questions are: what challenges have students and teachers faced in online education and learning during the COVID-19 pandemic in Pakistan? What recommendations can be suggested in order to overcome the challenges faced in online education and learning in Pakistan during the COVID-19 pandemic? As you can see, the theoretical framework in front of you showing the dependent variables, showing the independent variables and a dependent variable. These are the research hypotheses evolved from the theoretical structure H1, H2, H3, H4, and H5. Methodology. The research has followed an exploratory methodology. This strategy is being used to determine the difficulties encountered in online education and learning in Pakistan during the COVID-19 pandemic. 6 universities were chosen as a sample because they had the trait of being public institutions authorized by the same provincial government. The selection of this sample is justified by its similar environment resilience on a similar exceptional ministry, location, and natural setting. The students and faculty of the 6 institutions that were the subject of the study completed 99 questionnaires for each university. In order to carry the reliability and validity of the data for results, the researcher employed triangulation. Therefore, the researcher used questionnaire for the teachers, interviews with the management, and polling survey for the students to conduct this triangulation. As you can see, the categorization of students, teachers, and management of the focus 6 universities in the form of table 1.1. Findings. Findings based on the students' viewpoint. According to the students, multimedia forms of the scientific method are one of the most important ways that e-learning is used. The students concurred that online education and learning is beneficial, that it enhances their academic standards, and that it keeps them secure. According to the students, the main obstacle to the implementation of e-learning is the poor quality of internet services. They also showed that there are drawbacks to e-learning, with the one being that it puts more pressure on students while lessening the workload for teachers. The students concurred that time management is no doubt a success factor, but it was a big challenge during the COVID-19 pandemic. According to the students, the main obstacle to the implementation of online education and learning is the lack of training of staff. Findings based on teaching staff viewpoint. According to the teaching staff, one of the most important advantage of e-learning is that it fosters students' technological proficiency. All members of the teaching staff concur that e-learning is widely used and that faculty members' access to email and other e-services is its most important application. The teaching staff acknowledges that there are challenges in implementing e-learning, with one of the biggest challenges being the high expense. The teaching staff acknowledges that e-learning has drawbacks, with the one being that it, in comparison to traditional learning, it necessitates financial support. All members of the teaching staff also concurred that preparing the staff for various technological applications presented difficulties. They also acknowledges that the low quality of internet services is the biggest obstacle to the deployment of online education and learning. Conclusion. Online education and learning have a real chance to turn a new leaf and use the opportunity to shift towards a better future as Pakistan moves through the deadliest day of the coronavirus outbreak. To achieve this, it will be necessary to think outside the box and apply creative, proactive, and constructive tactics throughout the entire industry. More generally, the pandemic has been significantly influenced by online education and learning. Despite the numerous barriers, there are approaches to increase accessibility and cost effectiveness of education and learning. Online education and learning is currently poised to transform the educational landscape in Pakistan and around the globe. However, in order to benefit from progress in this field, a significant change in pedagogy will be required. Technology can be used to improve classroom talks, not to completely replace them. Recommendations. In the era of the COVID-19 pandemic, when face-to-face teaching and learning were severely lacking in the educational system, this study helps one to develop a practical dread of online teaching techniques and problems. This study offers strategies for faculty members to better incorporate technology into their pedagogical practices and provide an effective replacement for face-to-face instruction. According to the study's findings, people did not show much interest in or engagement in coordinated lessons. As a result, it is advised that teachers use interactive communication-based tools and activities to stimulate students' attention and encourage engagement in order to support their e-learning. To provide a suitable working environment, parents and institutional leaders should assist their students. The Higher Education Commission should develop a policy to enable internet access for learning purposes, and the institution should establish an IT support section for teachers and students to provide technical support. Additionally, a suitable channel should be established to oversee how well teachers are doing in achieving the best results. Management authorities should use a well-designed learning management system appropriately for this purpose while assessing remote teaching and learning. To deal with unforeseen occurrences that may arise in education and learning, a contingency plan should be developed. These are the references. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, all right. Thank you, Zain, for your
Thank you.
presentation. Challenge faced to online education and learning in Pakistan during COVID-19 pandemic. The teacher used interactive communication tools and activities to stimulate students' attention.
Yes, thank you very much. It was really nice presentation from Zohaib Sai. I
you,
appreciate your presentation.
Thank
And keep it up, keep it up, keep up the good work.
Inshallah.
Let's move. If there is any other, if there is any question from the participants, let's open it up. Maybe Madam Daryanto or any other person, if there are any questions, please. Or any comments or any suggestion. If so, the floor is open. If not, then we'll move towards the last presenter. I think Dr. Melinda, we don't have any questions, so let's move to the last presenter.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you,
welcome.
Zain. Okay,
Yeah,
Dr.
yeah.
Zia,
Let's. Yeah. Thank you very much. Let's give him a good
give
applause.
applause.
Yeah, he's waiting for that actually.
Okay, now we continue to the next presentation, last presentation. Evaluation of anti-money laundering in Azerbaijan from Dr. Gulnara.
Oh my God, anti-money laundering is a big problem there. I was thinking that this is big problem in Indo-Pak subcontinent or some area. Okay, let's listen to him. I mean to her. Go ahead. We cannot
Still
hear you.
mute?
Yes, now it's
Gulnara.
now it's fine. Gulnara, please go ahead, doctor.
Okay. Yes, now you are listening to me. Okay. Hello, hello everyone. Thank you for being here, for listening to me. I am from Azerbaijan. I want to speak about evaluation of anti-money laundering in Azerbaijan. You know, money laundering is a very financial crime, not in Azerbaijan, in the world, in every country. Just I will give a brief information how to get this information anti-money laundering in Azerbaijan and how it is evaluated by international organizations in Azerbaijan. Introduction here in the concepts of money laundering and terrorist financing are explained based on the sources, and general information is given about the stages, methods of money laundering. Since money laundering is the main problem of the world's countries cooperate, and various international organizations are established to prevent money laundering and terrorist financing. In this context, information is given about international organizations operating and the main on money laundering regulations, legal basis applied around the world are shown. Then Azerbaijan is the main subject of our research. It is examined in terms of money laundering, and the evaluations notice are given here. In our introduction, first I will speak about black money and money laundering crime, status of money laundering and money laundering in Azerbaijan, and the global evaluation of Azerbaijan in terms of anti-money laundering. Actually, it is a very wide, very large topic. I just want to mention about the concepts here. So we understand when we say black money is that there are many regulations about it. Just I included here the main concepts about black money. Black money is any property derived from or obtained directly or indirectly through the commission of an offense. Or we can say any property derived from or obtained directly or indirectly through the commission of an offense. Again, any economic advantage derived directly or indirectly from a criminal offense. It may consist of any form of property and includes any subsequent investment of or transformation of direct proceeds or any valuable benefits. Any property derived from or obtained, retained directly or indirectly through some form of unlawful activity, including the gross receipts of such activity. Financial Action Task Force, it is an organization, it is an international organization. This organization was established in 1989 to prevent money laundering. It was founded by the G7 countries within the composition of OECD. It has currently it has 36 members, and including 4 countries and 2 regional organizations. Azerbaijan is a member of course, Azerbaijan is a member of this organization. And what is the purpose of this organization? The organization prepares legislations and recommendations. It has 4 recommendations especially, and these recommendations are about anti-money laundering in the world, and the members of this organization should follow these regulations, and they should report yearly about statistics about their country to this organization.
Madam
Here,
Gulnara, I'm sorry to interrupt you. Let's come to the point and your research, and then move ahead. I think so. We understand the background and FATF and the money laundering. We understand, and we appreciate your enlightening on that. But just come to your research, analysis, and conclusion. Thank you.
Okay, just here, I won't tell you just status of money laundering, but just briefly I will tell. There are 3 main stages: placement stage, layering stage, and integration stage. The placement stage that money is not in the financial system. People try to include this money in the financial system. In the layering system, at this stage, money is still not the legal order, but you can get this money from the illicit source. In the integration stage, your money is already legal. It is the money laundering. It is the stage of money laundering. Azerbaijan, in terms of money laundering, Azerbaijan. Azerbaijan, in Azerbaijan, a new phase in stage has begun in the fight against money laundering in 2019, especially after the law on combating money laundering and financing of terrorism in Azerbaijan was accepted. The Coordination Council was established by the decision of the Cabinet of the Ministers of the Republic of Azerbaijan in 1920. Now it is very serious it is very serious controlled by the Azerbaijan government, especially after establishing the Coordination Council. And here, the main purpose of it is a council is that to understand the risk of combating money laundering, terrorist financing, and to provide the requirements asked by FTF. Here, Azerbaijan's cooperation. So Azerbaijan worked with several international organizations of money laundering. I just mentioned their names here: Council of Europe, Committee of Experts on the Evaluation of Money Laundering and Terrorist Financing Measures, Financial Action Task Force, Egmont Group, United Nations, the World Bank, and the International Monetary Fund. Here, evaluation and the last section I just included a global evaluation of Azerbaijan in terms of money laundering, and first evaluation in terms of FTF. FTF, the main findings of the report of Azerbaijan at the sixth panel of FTF in 2014 are as follows. Azerbaijan's strategic location is attractive to criminals, organized crimes groups, which is reinforced by the current transport infrastructure. While Azerbaijan has taken steps to address the recommendations made in the third report on criminalizing money laundering, but there are still some requirements to do. Criminal liability for money laundering and terrorist financing also didn't cover legal persons. Anti-money laundering control over the operations of post offices is insufficient. Especially post offices are the places to start money laundering. When we evaluate Azerbaijan in terms of corruption, we can get this result. Transparency International, the Global Coalition Against Corruption, is a global organization to end corruption justice in more than 100 countries. Its primary mission is to stop corruption and promote transparency in all sectors. Azerbaijan degree is as follows. It is evaluated by this organization. Azerbaijan degree as of 2021 is 128. Of 180, Azerbaijan score is 30 as of 100. And Azerbaijan Global Corporation Barometer for Azerbaijan in 2021 is 15%. But when Azerbaijan is evaluated in terms of bribery, the bribery evaluation of the countries of the world is carried out by TRACER, anti-bribery compliance solutions. Overall risk score of Azerbaijan by TRACE is 56. Azerbaijan's overall risk level by TRACE is very high. It is evaluated by this organization, and this score is composed of the four area scores discussed below. Business interactions with government. Azerbaijan scores a medium score of 42 in this area based on moderate government interaction, high anticipation of bribery, very low regulatory application. Anti-bribery practice. Azerbaijan scores an average of 60 in this area. It has medium quality, anti-bribery, low quality practice. Government and public service transfers. Azerbaijan scores an average of 61 in this area due to level of bribery, transparency, and here civil society oversight capacity. Azerbaijan scores very low in this sector. Also, it is 79 in this area, as it is based on very low media freedom. Total points, Azerbaijan is 56, opportunity 42, deterrence is 60, transparency is 61, and surveillance is 75. Here, conclusion, I included conclusion here. As a result, the general situation of money laundering and terrorist financing in Azerbaijan has been characterized by international organizations as follows. Illegal drug trafficking through Azerbaijan is a cause for concern, which is further considered by the country's location on the main drug trafficking routes from Afghanistan, Iran, and Iran to Europe and Russia. And the second reason for corruption for money laundering is that Azerbaijan's present a potential money laundering and terrorist financing because as a high-risk country due to geographical location, especially to be closer to Iran. And that's all. It is. Thank you for your attention. Yes, I just included scores evaluated by the international organizations here, and the money special reasons for anti-money laundering in Azerbaijan, and we established an organization to fight against the money laundering in Azerbaijan, and we work on it with prepare reports to the main organizations here. That's all.
Okay, Gulnara, thank you very much. It was nice presentation. Thanks a lot.
You.
Now the forum is open for any questions, please. Now forum is open for Q&A. If there are any questions, please.
Prof. Iwi, please.
Yes, Dr. Daryanto, please. Professor
Yeah,
Daryanto, go ahead.
Yeah, thank you very much. I want to ask Gulnara, is there any consequences if someone do the money laundering in your country?
Is any consequences about my country? Is it your question?
If someone known made money laundering.
Okay, thank you for your questions. I mean, you mean that any figure, any figure known for money laundering in Azerbaijan, right?
Yeah, because for example, there is also happened last time that someone actually did corruption, but some of the money was used to build a school like that. Is that considered as money laundering, right? But if someone knows that actually the person do that, is that any legal consequences in your country?
Actually, it is not illegal in Azerbaijan, and yes, you can find some people that get bribery in Azerbaijan. There is corruption still. Our government works to stop corruption in Azerbaijan, but it is not. We cannot say that it is done in Azerbaijan. It is not. We cannot see it it doesn't happen in front of us, but it could happen, just we don't feel it. If something happens, they say that, or they ask money, corruption. Yes, it could happen, but I don't know any person that especially the name. I don't know the name that that person was jailed in terms of bribery or corruption. Maybe it happened, but but I didn't see that person on media.
Yeah, of course, it is difficult to prove it, yeah, but this is the money generated from the corruption, yeah. Thank you for
Yes, but it is still continuous. Unfortunately, we cannot say that Azerbaijan, there is not corruption in Azerbaijan 100%. We don't, everybody says that, oh yes, we don't have, but it could happen, just that they don't ask this money, like black money, directly. But I can tell that until now, nobody asked me corruption. Nobody asked me right now. But everybody says that, oh, Gulnara, yes, there is a
Okay,
step Azerbaijan.
that's fine, Ms. Gulnara. Thank you very much. And Professor Daryanto, thank you very much for your very, very good and relevant question. Here, let me take 1 minute, Dr. Melinda. You know, it recalled me once I was there in some other country, and there was a person presenting on anti-money laundering. And the person, he was presenting that what is black money and what is money laundering and how people convert black money into white money and how they do that. He presented a lot of strategies. And later on, I found that many people took note, and they found that these are good ways how to turn black money into white money. So they got the tools and techniques. So they learned how to turn the black money into white money. So sometimes it happens. And one of the persons said, okay, I need to purchase this presentation or download this article. I want to read. I said, why? And he said that I belong to some political party.
Yes, thank you for your comment. Also, I work at the bank, and I work at in the compliance department in the bank, and we we work just on the legalization anti-money laundering. Yes, I wanted to include this status here also, this procedures, but I thought that it could be very long, my presentation, but I will speak about them when I publish this article. And there are a lot of ways that, when you read, I am sure that you will get interested, like how it happened. Yes,
we'll do. And Gulnara, be in contact through email with me or whatever. I would be also sharing some experience and some work I have done.
Great.
You know, I'll share with you. Okay.
Okay. Thank you. Thanks so much.
My pleasure. Over to Dr. Melinda. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Zia. Thank you, Gulnara, Dr. Gulnara, for your presentation. Very interesting.
Thank you.
Thank you. Any other question from audience or suggest?
I think so. There are no questions. So we just thank to all the presenters of this session, all the 9 presenters of this session, and the host, the moderator, Dr. Melinda as well, and especially very good questions from Dr. Daryanto, Professor Daryanto. Thank you very much. So let's conclude, Dr. Melinda.
Okay, so in 7 sessions, 9 teams have presented their research very well. Thank you so much. Thank you, Dr. Zia. Thank you, Prof. Wiwi, Mr. Karim, and all participants. Now we are going to take a picture.
Yes,
Dr.
good applause
Zia?
for Gulnara. Yes, good applause for Gulnara. Very
okay.
Good.
Thank you. Thanks so much. Thank you.
Over to Dr. Karim Kardal.
I think we have finished all paper presentations in this session. Thank you very much, all presenters, and especially Dr. Zia and Melinda for your great moderation. We have time left from this session. We can give a brief break before new session.
Yes, please. I think so. 10 minutes break we can have, 10 to 15 minutes.
Okay.
All right.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you all.
Thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Bagimu negeri jiwa raga
Indonesia is the most beautiful land in the universe. The land where we were born, the nation where we grew up. So many colors that live together in peace. With a million timeless treasures. With an abundance of natural wealth. Indonesia is not just wonderful. Indonesia is a wonderland.
Kota baru gunungnya Bamega Manapur di Samangkaram Manapur di Samangkaram Batamu lawanlah Adinda iman di dadara Semalayang iman di dadara Semalayang Sayang si patokaan matego gorokan sayang si patokaan matego gorokan sayang sajojo yumadam komi sabapare samuna keke samuna keke Soleram, anak yang manis, janganlah dicium, sayang kalau dicium, merah pipinya. Kampunan jauh di Mato, Kunwangsan sebaku Liliang, takkan aja kawan lamu, sangke basur yang surya. Anakku sing ayu
kebangsaan dan lain-lain diselenggarakan dengan cara seksama dan dalam tempo yang sesingkat-singkatnya. Jakarta, 17 Agustus 1945, atas nama bangsa Indonesia, Soekarno, Hatta.
Hello, dear all. Dear Vivek,
Yes.
you are a moderator of this session.
Yes.
And I want to inform you about the two papers. You already know that. Analysis of bilateral investment agreement and their impact on cooperational relations between Indonesia and Timor-Leste, which is already presented yesterday night, you know.
Yeah, I know.
And also gender and strategic political opportunities and challenges for women and youth in political parties in East Nusa Tenggara, Indonesia. And also this paper also presented yesterday night. Diana Santabun has presented this paper because we had time yesterday and we give chance to present to them.
Yeah.
These two papers are presented. I contacted Cemil Yıldızhan. He is trying to reconnect to the session.
Thank you.
Research scholar Maud Yunis Mir is already here. And the other three papers are from your side. You already know them. If you want, we can start the session.
Thank you very much, Dr. Karim. So,
You're welcome.
good afternoon and good day in Turkey. Today I have a session for moderating this number 18 sessions. Yeah. Okay. So we have 7 actually listed in the list, but 2 of the papers has already presented last night. Therefore, we would like to start with number 2. Yeah. Okay. Welcome also to Mr. Samuel Yildiksan. Yeah. Mr. Samuel Yildiksan, maybe you are here now.
I want to help you about pronunciation. He's from Turkey.
I'm very sorry.
Cemil Yıldızhan, hocam, are you here?
Cemil Yildiksan. Cemil Yildiksan. Okay.
Cemil Yıldızhan is here. Yes.
Okay.
Cemil Yıldızhan, can you open your voice, please?
Okay, he is the single author with a title of Social and Solidarity Economy as a bottom-up strategy to overcome challenges in the times of uncertainty. Yes, sir, you are given 10 minutes to present and will be followed by 5 minutes of question and answer. Now the time is yours, please.
I'm so sorry. I'm trying to settle the background. Can you give me a minute, if it's possible?
Of course, take your time.
Yeah. Okay, so while waiting him, the next paper should be in line. Role of NGOs in rural development in India as an analytical study. Research scholar Mr. Muhammad Yunus Mir. Is Mr. Muhammad is here, yeah, later on. But how is it, Mr. Jamil? Are you ready?
I'm still cannot doing my background, but I can my presentation as this if it's possible, if it's not problem for you. Or can you can postpone my presentation a bit later.
We can take you Yunus Mir if you want. Firstly, dear Vivek.
Oh yeah, Mr. Yunus Mir is here. Mr. Muhammad Yunus Mir is here already.
He is here. Yunus Mir, if you can talk, we will hear your voice.
Yunus Mir is here, but perhaps he has some audio problem. Dr. Karim, Dr. Daldal, are we starting? Which session we are starting here now?
18. We are starting 18.
18. Session 18.
Okay, so can you share, the latest program with me? Maybe some of the presenters would be. I need to check.
Yeah, so maybe I will check. Miss Mita Vidya is here.
Yes, Prof.
Okay, so you can start to present your paper with the title of The Effect of Direct to Consumers, a Business Model to Consumer Satisfaction and its Impact to Repurchase Intention in Fashion Industry. Okay, please, you are given 10 minutes to present and followed by 5 minutes for question and answer. Please, the time is yours.
Okay, Prof. So I'm not sharing my screen yet, Prof. Is it Mr. Muhammad Yunus now presenting the presentation?
How is it, Dr. Karim?
Yunus Mir, you shared your screen, but we could not hear your voice. Your voice is open from Zoom. I think there is some problem with your computer. Can you? Yes, it's open from Zoom. Do you want to use headphone, Yunus Mir? I think you should use. Can you talk, Yunus Mir?
Yes, yes.
Yes, we hear you now. Yes, we hear you now. You can share your screen. Yes.
Am I audible?
You are audible. Please share your presentation again and start.
Yeah.
Yes, great.
Yeah, thank you very much.
May I start?
Yeah, I'm sorry, Mita. So you will be the next turns.
Okay, Prof.
Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Hello.
Yes, I can hear you.
Okay. Am I audible, ma'am?
Yes, please, you may start.
Okay, ma'am. My name is Muhammad Yunus Mir. I am from India, Jammu and Kashmir, and I am pursuing PhD in Public Administration at Lovely Professional University, India.
And today I would like to present my topic, that is role of NGOs in rural development in India. This is my agenda. In first part, I will discuss about the introduction and role of NGOs in rural development. And in the second part, I will discuss about the objectives of the study. And in third, I will discuss about the research methodology. And fourth, I will discuss about the challenge. And at the last, I will discuss about the conclusions and recommendation. First, the term non-governmental organization was first coined in 1945 when the United Nations was created. It's an independent voluntary association of people working for a common purpose without having a profit motive and are organized on the local, national, and international levels. The limitations of the government are fulfilled by non-governmental organizations because the government is not available everywhere all the time. Different NGOs are organized on different specific issues such as human rights, environment, health, and developmental work. They help in monitoring and implementing national and international agreements. The Central Statistical Organization of India states that there are around 4 NGOs for 1,000 people in urban areas and 2.3 NGOs for every 1,000 rural population. Objectives of the study are to examine the role of non-governmental organizations in the development of rural areas. And second one is to analyze the challenges faced by the rural people and NGOs in the development of rural areas. There are different types of NGOs, and the first one is grassroots NGOs. These are in direct connection with the rural people and are engaged in providing facilities for education, health, roads, drinking water, work for infrastructural development of the rural areas, provides technological and monetary support to the farmers to yield more and more with minimum efforts. These NGOs work for the socio-economic development of rural poor people. These NGOs are making people aware of their rights, protecting human rights, etc. And second one is support NGOs. They provide services to strengthen grassroots NGOs and other agencies like Panchayati Raj institutions and cooperatives for rural development, preparing project proposals, providing training, disseminating information through publications, conducting research, and making evaluation studies. Occasionally, they provide financial support to grassroots NGOs. Some examples of such NGOs are Participatory Research in Asia, the Voluntary Health Association of India. Third one is support NGOs through funding. Most of the funding agencies provide grants and financial support to the NGOs at the grassroots level who work for social causes, welfare programs, etc. Such NGOs are Ablis Foundation, APART, CARE, NABARD, etc. What's the role of NGOs in rural development? They raise concerns on social issues and help in highlighting such issues such as child marriage, poverty, illiteracy, and unemployment. They encourage people to speak on social issues and resolve such issues at their level. Second one, they encourage empowerment. They work for the empowerment of women, SCs, and STs in rural areas. Women in rural areas face constraints in engaging in rural economic activities because of gender-based discrimination. With this, NGOs provide aid in creating self-help groups for women and adult education. Monitoring of work executed by the government. NGOs act as the facilitator between the government and the rural people. They monitor the works that are being executed by the government in the rural areas and ensure that the money granted by the government on the specific scheme is utilized or not. The fourth one, infrastructural development. In fact, infrastructure is the backbone of any country. NGOs plays an important role in the development of rural areas, such as in building roads, dams, canal works for irrigation and drainage, etc. Fifth one, disaster management. NGOs in disaster management are involved in rescue operations, arranging temporary shelters, organizing health camps, and developing communication facilities. Now, the role of NGOs started changing from providing post-disaster relief to strengthen pre-disaster preparedness through awareness camps, workshops, etc. Methodology. The present study is based on reviewing secondary sources of data such as official reports, previous articles, as well as book chapters, keeping in view the following two views: to examine the role of NGOs in the development of rural areas, as well as to analyze the challenges faced by the rural people and NGOs in the development of rural areas. And what are the challenges that are being faced by the NGOs in rural areas? First one is lack of financial resources. Most NGOs suffer from a serious shortage of funds. They have to depend on public corporations or sponsorships, which makes them very difficult to mobilize financial resources. Lack of trained staff. The volunteers of the NGOs are not fully trained in handling problems and causing hindrances to the effective implementation of the program or scheme. Third one, mismanagement of funds. It is noted that NGOs misappropriate the funds because of a lack of accountability and transparency. Fourth one, limited capacity. NGOs lack the technical and organizational capacity to implement and fulfill their objectives, and few are willing or able to invest in training for capacity building. Weak capacity affects various aspects such as fundraising, governance, leadership, and technical areas. On conclusions and recommendation. NGOs plays an important role in promoting and implementing different developmental activities. NGOs make rural people aware of the programs and schemes of the government meant for their development. They assist communities to seek solutions for the problems that are found at the grassroots level. NGOs are the only organization that could make the development of rural areas without having any personal or commercial interest in it. Now, the recommendations are: NGOs need to be financially secure. Staff members who work for NGOs need to undergo through training and retraining. There should be a system in place to guarantee accountability and openness. Licenses granted to fraudulent NGOs should be revoked. Thank you for your kind attention.
Yes. Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Yunis Mir. And now the time for questions. Any of you here, please raise questions. If not, then I would like to raise questions. Mr. Yunis, since the NGO has limited financing, what do you think your recommendation in the future, to raise the financial ability?
As per my view, as per my perception, there should be some finances regarding NGOs in budgets. Okay, the budgets that are being prepared by the government during the financial year, there should be some monetary support for NGOs as well.
Yeah, but what is the sources of fund, Mr. Yunis?
For NGOs, ma'am?
Yeah.
They got from corporations, ma'am.
From cooperation?
Yes, corporations, ma'am.
From the internal country or the outside countries?
Ma'am, it depends upon the NGO. If it is working at the national level, then it will be definitely from the national perspective. And if it is having broad vision, and it will get the funds from the outside countries as well, ma'am. It depends upon the nature of the NGO.
Yeah, because I watch here that the NGO has so many activities should be done, right? As you
Yes,
mentioned. Therefore, the consequences, it needs a lot of money, yeah, to do
yes,
that. Okay.
yes, ma'am. But there should be some transparency, accountability in it. There should be a proper mechanism to ensure transparency and accountability.
Oh yeah, of course, yeah.
Like
Thank you.
social management.
Yeah. So this is a nice topic to be discussed.
Thank you so much,
Okay.
ma'am.
Yeah. How about the audience? Any questions regarding NGOs activities and so on? If not, then I will thank you so much for your presentation, Mr.
Thank you, ma'am.
Yunifir, and
Thank you.
give him applause.
Thank you. Thank you.
And who should be the next?
Me, Prof.
You, yeah? Okay. Yeah, Mita. Please share your screen. Okay, yeah, Mita.
Yes.
Mita Noventa Vidya
Yes.
would
Prof.
like to present the effect of direct to customer D2C business model to consumer satisfaction and its impact to repurchase intention in fashion industry.
Yes, thank you, Prof. Wiwik. Thank you, everyone. So my name is Mita from IPMI. So today I will present my proposal journal with the topic of the effect of direct-to-consumer business model to consumer satisfaction and its impact to repurchase intention in fashion industry. Oops, sorry. So this is today's agenda. I will give the introduction, literature review, methodology, and last is the estimate finding and recommendation. So I will start with the introduction with the background. So during COVID-19, during pandemic, people tend to buy product online. So the online shopping trend increased, and it is as the opportunity for the business owner or the company has made many companies realize to not rely on their partners to grow the business, but do the direct sales to consumer to reach wider coverage. So from the previous, from the traditional model, there is a company manufacturer, and then they sell the product through wholesaler, distributor, retailer, and then goes to the consumer. And with the direct to consumer model, business model, the middleman is cut, and then the manufacturer will goes through directly to their own website and goes to the consumer. So this is also based on the supporting data that the COVID-19 pandemic is impacted on the online purchase behavior among the consumer in Indonesia. Next. So this is also the Indonesia D2C online retail market background. It is change in lifestyle and increasing the e-commerce penetration and customer inclination toward trying new brands. So this is also one of the example of the brands in Indonesia that using the D2C business model. So from that survey, it is shown that 78% of respondents shop online since they did not need to go anywhere. So, and also for fashion and apparel industry remain the dominant category in the market in terms of the revenue in D2C market in Indonesia. And the e-commerce apparel market also generated around 14.8 billion US dollars in revenue. And the D2C business model also driven by the high smartphone and internet penetration in Indonesia, and it's changed the lifestyle of the consumer. And after India and China, the third largest G20 nation, Indonesia is also projected to see an increase in competition in the D2C market in the future years as the result of the rise of Industry 4.0. Next. So this is the previous research about D2C and also customer satisfaction to the repurchase intention. However, there are limited studies that discuss about D2C business model to the consumer satisfaction and repurchase intention that focus on the fashion industry. Therefore, D2C model should be explored further to see if it's the right model to maintain consumer satisfaction and customer repurchase the products. So this is the research question and objective. So I picked from the sub-factor of the D2C model, which consists of technology, product valuation, social media engagement, and customer service. And how does the impact to the consumer satisfaction in fashion industry? And last is the consumer satisfaction effect to the repurchase intention in fashion industry. So now we go to part 2 for the literature review about the D2C direct-to-consumer definition. It is a business model, a customer-centric approach where the company's products are made available directly to the end consumer by Grassman and Frankenberg and Chase in 2013. The model goals is to improve the consumer journey, adapt to change in customer needs and behavior, and differentiate the experience for the customer. And also direct-to-customer strategies allow established consumer goods manufacturer to bypass the intermediaries in the current market environment and sell directly to the consumer through online brand store. Next. So this is the D2C business model online experience. As I mentioned before, there are sub-factors that from the D2C business model. The first factor is technology. It is to ensure the practical technology solution offer easy, convenient, innovative system for consumer to use. And the second one is product valuation. This is the relationship between the product's price and quality influence the consumer perceived value of the brand. And also social media engagement, online channel where brands and consumer interact in two ways communication exchange. And last is the customer service, online channel where brands and consumer interact in two-way communication exchange as well. And this is the consumer satisfaction defined as a person's feelings of pleasure and disappointment resulting from comparing a product's perceived performance in relation to his or her expectation by Kotler. So I also picked from the manifest variable here several supporting factors for the customer satisfaction. And this is for the repurchase intention. Repurchase intention occurs when consumer have done the purchasing of products or service before. And this is the desire in the action of consumer to repurchase a product because there is satisfaction on what consumer requires from a product. Next is the methodology. So this is my proposal framework. So from the D2C business model, as I mentioned, there are 4 factors that I will be used as the independent variable, and how the correlation between D2C business model to the consumer satisfaction as the mediating variable, and then the repurchase intention as dependent variable. And here is the hypothesis. There are from the D2C business model to the consumer satisfaction first, and then how the consumer satisfaction to the repurchase intention. So it is the indirect correlation between the D2C business model to the repurchase intention. So this is the proposal methodology research. Later on, I will use the associative type of research with the quantitative method and with the population of the consumer of apparel fashion brand using D2C model business model in Jakarta with the non-probability sampling with a survey questionnaire, and I will use path analysis and SPSS, and the individual consumer as the unit analysis and cross-sectional for the time horizon. So I will collect the questionnaire, the data collection for the all gender using questionnaire. The respondent will get the questionnaire based on the sub-factor of each variable. Then we'll fill out the questionnaire, assess their satisfaction and repurchase intention towards the D2C business model. And it will be a Likert scale 1 to 5, and the path analysis will be used using the validity, reliability test, and normality test, and then the subchapter 1 and subchapter 2. So I will use the path analysis here, regression statistical analysis. And this is the estimated conclusion and recommendation. So for this discussion, it is assumed that the direct consumer business model experience result to significant difference on consumer satisfaction and intention, and should be assumption are proven. The conventional apparel company need to consider to adopt online channel to sell the product directly to the consumer, and for the D2C apparel company that has implemented the D2C business model should aware on their on the innovation of the web-owned company performance to reach customer satisfaction and repurchase intention. So that's all from my presentation. Thank you, Prof. Wiwi and everyone.
Thank you very much, Ms. Mita, for your presentation. Now I would like to invite the questions from the floor, please. No questions? Okay, Mita, since since this is still a proposal, yeah. So when you will do this one? When will you carry out the research for this?
So this one will be used for the extended abstract, Prof. Wiwi. So that's why it's still estimated and the proposal.
Yeah, but what is your planning?
My thesis will be next year, actually, Prof. Wiwi.
Okay, so you still have
schedule.
time.
Yes.
So you have time, then you can still improve for this, yeah?
Yes, yes.
Yeah, good luck and thank you very much for your proposal, yeah?
Thank you, Prof.
And now I would like to invite the next. The next will be, I want to ask first, Mr. Jamil, are you ready?
Yeah, I'm ready.
Okay, please share your screen, then I can read the title and etc.
Yeah, first I'm very sorry for technical problems I've been had. I would like to discuss the presence and potential of the social and solidarity economies in a climate of uncertainty created by interrelated crises, economic, political, social, health, even moral crisis. And this last one seems to have gained importance perhaps more than any other in recent years, I think. I propose quite simply to evaluate this social and solidarity initiatives as bottom-up responses to the neoliberal crisis. So our first question is, what is the social and solidarity economy? It's a broad concept which refers to a large number of economic practices in use around the world that do not conform to the dominant economic logic of private companies which compete in markets to maximize profits. And for SSE, profits and special interests tend to be secondary compared to broader concerns such as ecological limits, equity, solidarity, etc. And these initiatives aims to produce outcomes that are beneficial to both society and its environment, or with other words, to their biophysical and social environments. And these practices can be organized through different organizational forms such as cooperatives, associations, etc. But they can also be organized in a completely informal way. And I believe that the two main sources of the current re-emergence of social and solidarity economies are first the crisis of neoliberalism, and the second, the lessons learned from this crisis. The main impact of global financial crisis from 2008 and after pandemic is that the principles of neoliberalism have lost their fundamental legitimacy, if not their decisive weight in practice. And some scholars define this phenomenon as the intellectual death of neoliberalism, and argue that if neoliberalism is not completely dead, we are most likely experiencing the zombie form of it. I don't want to give a very detailed definition of neoliberalism in my point of view, but if we would like to start from a minimal definition of the concept, I think neoliberalism can be seen as a social configuration in which market mechanisms are the main means of social cohesion. In a long and conflictual process, states have been discharged from their social roles and privatized at different rates according to their socio-political context and class struggles. And we all witnessed, firstly during the 2008 global financial crisis and then during the pandemic, that neoliberal markets and states were clearly insufficient to ensure the social cohesion. In particular, after the financial crisis, the imposed austerity measures generated a deep sense of injustice. And some scholars point out that this constitutes an important break in political and ideological forms of protest against neoliberalism. It's basically this, in contrast to the first wave anti-neoliberal protest, the new political opposition, while demanding social protections, puts a very explicit emphasis on the injustice of the capitalist systems and call for moral protection against immoral capitalism. And since this crisis, this new politicization has generated many major examples, such as the Occupy protests, the anti-austerity protests in Greece, the Indignados movement in Spain, the Gezi Park protests, etc. in Turkey. And these protests have a continuity among themselves on three levels. In terms of community building, revealing collective emotions, and creating new participatory strategies. And they offer strong experiences to reflect on special and performative aspects of political actions. And these examples can be seen as a prefigurative action of desired social life rather than demanding it from the state. It is the breaking point with the other social movement, I think. And if we look at the solidarity economies and new types of cooperatives in Turkey today, we can see that most of them, including those in the agri-food sector, were created after and in reference to the wave of demonstration which began in Turkey on second half of 2013. Many important examples of solidarity economies are organic continuations of the neighborhood solidarities establishing during this period. And global political analysts described the COVID-19 pandemic crisis as the worst crisis of the last century. No doubt this catastrophic discourse was, on the one hand, an apologetic explanations for the inefficiency of neoliberal policies, but on the other hand, whatever the reason, it has caused many suffering and shocks which are highly unevenly geographically distributed. And one of the areas where the crisis was felt most intensely was the agri-food sector. And its consequences still affect all social classes today. The problem of access to healthy and sufficient food, food inflation, stock shortage, and which much more serious repercussion on the countries of the global south, such as hunger, etc. It's obvious. And first, it explicitly exposed the vulnerabilities of food systems to shocks. The main consequences of the pandemic was that, I think, in particular with regard to the complex value and supply chains of consumption and production, which based on a purely market-based economic rationality that pays no attention to environmental, social, and ecological concerns. And the second results of the pandemic is that the pandemic has shown that food is not a product like any other. The simple fact has repoliticized certain relations naturalized by neoliberal logics before. And if we talk to Turkish case, the food crisis in Turkey is essentially, or a food problem in Turkey is essentially a distribution-related problem. But during the pandemic, new problems appeared on both the supply and demand sides, caused mostly by uncertainty. And in addition, given that the Turkey is not self-sufficient in many agricultural products, the need for foreign currency, especially for imported products, makes the agri-food system and its actors much more vulnerable to crisis. And so how social and solidarity economies become more important. On the one hand, the crisis has also pushed people to look for new and more direct sources of provisioning for their food, and communities are coming together to fill gaps in food systems to build social resilience in their localities. And due to inability of states and capitalist markets to cope with the uncertainties of this crisis, the crisis in the crisis, the fulfillment of the local people's need increasingly depends on the capacity and competence of communities and local initiatives to mobilize their economic, human, cultural, and natural capital. And in addition, international and supranational institutions have also affirmed that community-based initiatives are vital importance for social resilience. And last year, UN Commission for Social Development formally accepted social and solidarity economy as an alternative development model for social and environmental resilience. It was really important progress.
I'm sorry, Mr. Jamil, to interrupt you. Okay. Yeah, would you please to give this short recommendation and conclusion?
Okay, thanks. I think with just a few sentences, I can say social and solidarity economy have most advantages to in the face of uncertainty because they have their territorial and community embeddedness, and they have a really flexible forms, and they support the logic of short circuits and local economy. They are all vital for social resilience and for the process to create social resilience from bottom up. And maybe I can say for the last sentence, the relationships that seems to be between things are in fact relationships between humans economy. The pandemic has shown us that the economy is a social system characterized by strong interdependence, and this particular efforts of social and solidarity economy democratize and diversify the economy, and there are most strong support from bottom up to create more resilient and socially equitable communities. Thanks for your attention, and sorry for my technical problems again.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Jamil. Any question from the audience? If not, then I will move to the next presenter. Thank you very much.
Dr. Vivek.
Yeah.
Mr. Jamil, thank you very much for your presentation. An effective topic was chosen and presented in a well-organized way. Uncertainty has become the subject of our age. Because of this reason, your topic is very interesting and impressive. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Indeed,
you're welcome. Actually, Vivek, Professor Vivek, I think a presentation from Poland has to be made in this session too. You can decide now or after the session, we can take them to present their presentation.
What do you mean? Pardon? So this is, I think we still have Gilang.
Two papers.
Yeah, we still have two papers.
Yes, after that or before that, we can call Poland.
Yeah. Oh, okay. So now, Mr.
Okay, we can.
Mhm.
Okay, we can take two presentation of this session. After that, we can call Poland presenters.
Yes. So I can. So now I call Gilang, and the next will be Frederick. Yeah, Mr. Frederick. Is that
Yes.
Is it
yes.
my voice is clear?
Yeah, for Mr. Gilang Kencana, the title is Long-Term User Behavior Model to Understand the Beneficial Implementation of QR Code Payment or QRIS in Indonesia Sharia Banking, a structural equation modeling approach. Okay, please, the time is yours, Mr. Gilang Heru Kencana.
Okay, thank you, Professor Wiwi. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon, everyone. In this section, I would like to present about my research regarding to the long-term user behavior model to understand the beneficial implementation of QRIS in Indonesia. So in today's agenda, there are 5 points in introduction, then literature review, methodology, and 4 is finding and discussions, and the last is conclusions and recommendations. Okay, we're starting with in introduction. At the first, the implementation of QRIS payment system blueprint in 2025 is already implemented right now by Bank Indonesia, and the beneficial institution as service provider or PGSP of QRIS can more likely like a bank and a fintech company. Then the customer, we call it issuer, and the merchant, we call it as acquire behavior. We bring it to the UTIOT 2 framework. And the fourth is the long-term user strategy approach. And then the last, the new strategy to gaining the user satisfaction in QRIS payment system. Then we know that digital payment system in this area in Indonesia is a regulatory approach from Bank Indonesia and ASPI within their journey of navigating the national payment system in digital era. So I will next. This is the physical or the picture of the QRIS payment system. This is relevant to the MSME market or merchant, and then we know that already implemented. Then in Indonesia, the QRIS service provider or PGSP is could be as a bank or could be as a fintech, because it's already existing starting between the 1st January 2020. So the current situation is the before 2019. In the merchant business, a lot of PGSP or a lot of QRIS system is attempting the static QR code within the merchant. In our merchant is more than 2 or 3 acquire, but right now is just only one standardized of the QRIS payment system. So the QRIS payment system method is already in the function. First is merchant presented mode, second is customer presented mode, and the third is cash withdrawal and transfer and deposit. And then the last is about the cross-border transaction for the Malaysia, Thailand, Singapore, Philippines, and Japan transaction. This research we will bring it to the user behavior between UTIOT models. And the next, the literature review is the mobile payment system and QRIS itself, and then UTIOT 2 user behavior. The mobile payment system is defined as the use of a mobile device to complete an economic transactions, and the QRIS system are standardized QR payment system in Indonesia. we know that it's developed by Bank Indonesia and Indonesia Payment System Association, or we call it ASPI. So the next is about the UTAU2, or Unified Theory of Acceptance and Use of Technology. This theoretical or this conceptual framework is coming from the Venkatesh, and I use it for the second his research conceptual framework. There are nine variable, and it dependent to the indicator itself by the questionnaire. The first is performance expectancy, the second is effort expectancy, and the third is social influence, the fourth is facilitating indicator condition, and the fifth is hedonic motivation, the sixth is price value, the seventh is habit, the eighth is behavior intention, and the last is user behavior. So maybe I will skip this slide. So in this research, there are 8 hypotheses based on the same variable. Then next to the methodology. So in the research design, I used a quantitative approach between the population of the customer issuer and customer merchant, and within SPSS and Smart PLS. Next, this is the validity result of the SPSS software. The study used SPSS software to test the validity and reliability of the questionnaires, and the following the result is in the table. Then we have the reliability result. The reliability result is level of the trust and reliability, consistency, or stability of measurement and the result. The reliability is one of the characteristics of the measuring instrument code. The main idea is concept reliability is intent to which we can believe the result of. So I use it with Smart PLS version 4. And then this is the result from the UTAU2 theoretical approach. So the next section is finding and discussions. We get that the outer model in order to meet the convergent validity, it is also necessary to produce an FEA value that should be more than 0.5, and the result of FEA, the test presented between table 5 and the age of the variable already in above of 0.5, meaning that the variable are valid. Then the second is about the inner model. The R-square model is approach to this finding. Then the value of behavior intention construct and influenced by 68% by performance expectancy, effort expectancy, social influence, facilitating condition, hedonic motivation, price value, and habit. In comparison, the remaining 32% is influenced by the other factors. For the user behavior constructions, the value is around 89% by behavior intention, facilitating condition, habit, and habit. In comparing, the remaining 11% is influenced by the other factors. Last is the path coefficient finding. We got that 4 variables are supportive between each other. There are behavior intention, use behavior, facilitating condition, and then habit, and the last is performance expectancy. So we're gonna move to the conclusion, and then in this study, the R-square value obtained from the result of processing data from using Smart PLS 4.0 obtain the value of or around 89%, which can be interpreted that the result model explains 89% of the construct variation in critical factor study in adoption of curious system service of use by PGSP Bank APC. Bank APC, and this is Bank Syariah in Indonesia. I use alias name because I bring it to my final project, and this is a confidential level. And then the 11% in influence by other factors that not used described to this study. The conclusion is based on this test and result, the positive influence on behavior intention are coming from the effort expectancy, hedonic motivation, stress value, social influence, and did not have a positive and significant influence on behavior intention. The second is the path coefficient analysis and the performance expectation and facilitating condition, habit, and behavioral intention have positive and statistically significant in effect on use behavior. And the last is the last conclusion is the habit variable has magnitude influence for around 44.4% on behavioral intention, and habit has the largest magnitude influence of 39.2% of the use behavior. Next is the recommendation. There are two recommendations for the Bank APC as the PGSP of CRIS in Indonesia. Based on the influence testing and the path conference and the path analysis, there are performance expectancy, facilitating condition, and habit significantly positive influence to the behavior intention. Meaning that the fourth recommendation, I would like to say to the Bank APC to bring the performance expectancy within develop a new infrastructure and functional of curious technology of advancement. The customer and merchant have the impression of technology can assist them to enhancing their work performance, and Bank APC serve user who believe in this performance expectancy. The second recommendation is considering the influence generated by the facilitating condition is the maximum assistance for the technical and transactional in operational, meaning that in this area for the operation and maintenance approach, the queries in Bank APC supposed to be known, the customer and merchant supposed to be known the engineering and organizational infrastructure available to support this system itself. And the last recommendation is considering the impact of habit. The Bank APC should be provide the merchant and customer with workshop or product instruction on how to use the Bank APC curious system. The Bank APC can be used the media to provide the usage of product instruction related to the information. Customer and merchant can adapt with the new habit of cashless society in Indonesia with mobile banking or merchant apps system using the curious service system of Bank APC in Indonesia. Maybe that's all from my presentation. Anything you can ask for the questions. Thank you.
Very much, Mr. Gilang Kencana from School of Business and Management ITB Indonesia. Okay, now we would like to invite questions from the floor. Please kindly raise questions. Any questions? Okay, Mr. Gilang Kencana, I would like to know why in your title you use the terms long term, okay, versus the short term.
Okay, can I answer your question, Prof. Vivi?
Yeah, please. Yeah,
Okay.
please.
Yes. Because this is the conceptual framework from the user behavior. We know that the banking industry is so strict in the procedure, meaning that if this policy is regulatory approach, meaning this approach should be bring it to the long-term user behavior. And this is the scope of the merchant business in Indonesia, and I'm working for the Sharia banking in this level. That's why I think it's supposed to be long-term user behavior, because the technological advancement in digital payment system in Indonesia should be adapt with a new advancement technology itself.
Okay, so what do you mean by long term? How many years?
We regarding to the Bank Indonesia itself, they publish their publication for the navigating of digital payment system. The blueprint is already published in 2019 and will be achieved in 2025, meaning that all the initiation of digitalization supposed to be implemented in 5 until 10 years.
5 to 10 years, yeah.
Yes.
Fully implemented in the country. So we need to learn, and also a long time learning about this, yeah. Thank you very much, Mr.
Yes, Prof.
Gilang.
Thank you, Prof.
Yeah, maybe any other questions? Yeah, thank you very much. Now I want to invite the number 7 paper, the influence of market-based asset and marketing capability towards sustainable competitive advantage and its effect on companies' performance at Recycle Plastic Indonesia, written by Frederick Ramadhani Samanta Saman, myself, Wiwi Mardavia Daryanto, and also Roy Sembel. Okay, now the time is given to you, Frederick, Mr. Frederick.
Good day, everyone. Hello, good day, everyone. Good day, Prof. Wiwi.
Yeah, good day. Nice to meet you.
Yeah. Thank you for the opportunity. Can you see my screen and if my voice is okay?
Unfortunately, not yet. I cannot see it.
Oh, the screen cannot. Yeah. Okay.
I cannot see your screen. Oh, now I can.
Oh, this one cannot see, Prof. Wiwi?
This one, I can see this one now.
Okay, the presentation, right?
Yeah, the PowerPoint.
Okay, thank you. Yeah. Okay, so the title, as Prof. Wiwi mentioned, the influence of market-based asset and marketing capability towards sustainable competitive advantage and its effect on companies' performance in the recycled plastic industry in Indonesia. Yeah, thank you for this opportunity, CEO Congress. My name is Frederick. I'm coming from IPMI International Business School. So the agenda will be first introduction, the second literature review, and we will discuss about the variable within it, and then methodology. And if you want to see the references, well, it's like 100 references, so I think we just skip the references, right? Okay, the introduction. The company success in the company's success in building a competitive advantage must be analyzed from a sustainability point of view, while achieving and implementing sustainable competitive advantage, or we might abbreviate to SGA, is becoming increasingly difficult due to changes in the business environment that can occur at any time. Therefore, there is two categories of competitive advantage: the short-term and sustainable. According to data from Central Agency of Statistics, there is 269 million Indonesian for the year 2020. So these numbers makes Indonesia very attractive for business, either from domestic and foreign companies. And the competition is tight in Indonesia, almost in every sector. And in order to win the competition, Holt's competitive advantage is mandatory for each company. And the Morgan also concluded that the company's performance will increase significantly if marketing input occurs in every strategy formation process. Okay. And the next is research gap and novelty. Author can't find any research related to the influence of base asset, abbreviate to MBA, and marketing capabilities, abbreviate MCA, towards SGA, and effects on companies' performance in the recycled plastics industry in Indonesia. So that is to analyze the influence of MBA and MCA towards SGA and its effects performance in the recycled plastic industry in Indonesia. The first question: how is the influence MBA to SGA in the recycled plastic industry in Indonesia? How is the influence of MCA to SGA in the recycled plastic industry in Indonesia? The next is how is the influence of MBA and MCA collectively to SGA in the recycled plastic industry in Indonesia? And the last one research question is how is the influence of SCA to companies' performance in the recycled plastic industry in Indonesia? The scope research limited to the context of the influence of SCA on SCA with the unit of analysis of companies in the recycled plastic industry in Indonesia. And then the next one is its context is the influence of MCA SGA with the unit of analysis of companies in the recycled plastic industry in Indonesia. And the next one also the influence of MBA and MCA together on SCA with the unit analysis of companies in the recycled plastic industry in Indonesia. And the last one is the context of the impact of SCA on company performance with the unit of analysis of companies in the recycled plastic industry in Indonesia. The literature review. So this should be, there is diagram in this slide. So it's disappear. Okay. Okay. So the grand theory is RA theory of competition, sourced by Shelby, Hahn, and Morgan. So in this grand theory, Hahn stated that every company in an industry had at least some unique resources, and that unique resources can generate competitive advantage in resources and bring the company to a position of competitive advantage in the industry. Some of these resources cannot be easily owned or imitated by competitors, so these resources can be a source of long-term competitive advantage. And then when a company has a competitive advantage in resources, they will gain a competitive advantage position in one or several market segments. This position of competitive advantage will result in superior financial performance. And conversely, when companies have competitive disadvantage in resources, they will achieve a competitive disadvantage position in one or several market segments, which in turn will result in inferior financial performance. Then companies in an industry will compete with each other to produce a competitive advantage in order to gain a competitive advantage position. So, so they can produce superior financial performance. Okay, the market-based asset variable coming from Morgan defines marketing resources as asset available to marketers within the company, which if transformed through the company's marketing capabilities will create valuable resource. Sri Stava in 1998 said market-based assets are intangible and market-specific resources, which can be increased to generate competitive advantage. Market-based resources can be divided into two categories: relational asset and intellectual asset. Relationship assets are the result of a company relationship with a key stakeholder. Intellectual assets are the knowledge a company has about its environment. Professor J. Barney in 1991 says market-based asset can be physical, organizational, or human resources, which allow companies to improve effectiveness and efficiency in the market. Market-based assets include brands, customer relationships, sales channel relationships, and partner relationships. Doyle in year 2000 categorizes market-based asset into categories: marketing knowledge, branding, customer loyalty, and strategic relationships. Holly et al. At 2001 define marketing asset as companies' resources that come from or build up from time to time and can be used to reach competitive advantage in the market. This asset could be tangible or intangible, but the intangible is the most difficult to imitate. Marketing assets are below: customer-based asset, distribution or supply chain asset, internal asset, and alliance-based asset. So the marketing capabilities variable, George Day in 1994 defines marketing capabilities as an integrative process of utilizing company resources to identify specific needs of customers, present product differentiation, and realize superior brand equity. There are three types of marketing capabilities: outside-in capabilities, the company's capability to understand the change that occur in the market, and with it also strive to operate more effectively in the market. The inside-out capabilities, the company's capability to use available resources within the company to meet market needs, competitive challenges, and external opportunities. And spanning out capabilities. Basically, the spanning out capabilities is the combination of above two. Capabilities to integrate the two previous capabilities. This capability requires an understanding of the market and the company's internal environment. Voorhees and Morgan in 2005 identified 8 dimensions of marketing capability. There is product development, price, distribution channel management, marketing communication, sale, market information management, marketing planning, and marketing implementation. And for the SGA, Professor J. Barney and Estrell in 2015 said that a company has a competitive advantage when it is able to produce better economic value than its competitor. Economic value is the difference between the perceived benefits that customers receive when buying a company's product and services and the economic cost incurred from these products and services. Then the measure of a company's competitive advantage is the difference in the economic value that the company can produce with the economic value that competitors can produce. And a company's competitive advantage can be temporary or sustainable. Temporary competitive advantage is a competitive advantage that only lasts for a short period of time, while the sustainable ones is the opposite, for a longer duration. To define and identify companies' resources and capabilities as source of competitive disadvantage, competitive parity, temporary competitive advantage, or sustainable competitive advantage, Professor J. Barney created TRIO framework. Basically, this is for question: to evaluate companies' resources and capabilities. The first one is valuable. Is it creating value for customers and produce competitive advantage? Rareness, only one competitor or no competitor hold the competencies as companies does. Imitability, competitor have the capacity to imitate company's competency, and organization, company can be organized to exploiting the resources. Okay, for the company's performance, there is statement from 2005 measure company's performance with 3 variables: customer satisfaction, effectiveness in the market, profit forecast. And then Harris and Okburma measure company performance from 5 variables: customer satisfaction, increase in sales, increase in market share, competitive advantage, and sales volume. Mormon and Rush, the dimension is company financial performance, customer relationship performance, new product success, which is assessed through perceived financial performance, speed and creativity and developing new products or services. Sarkis et al. 2010, the dimension is revenue, profits, customer satisfaction, and new product launches. Triono in 2017, the dimension of company's performance is new product, product improvement, revenue increase, profitability enhancement, and cost down. So this is the previous research. There is 5 at least previous research about market-based asset, marketing capabilities. There is coming from India, China and England, India, and United States of America also. The methodology, yeah, this is the research framework and hypothesis. So there's two research based on marketing capability. So hypothesis one, market-based asset have positive influence to SCA. Hypothesis 2, marketing capability or MCA have positive influence to SCA. Hypothesis 3, market-based asset and marketing capability collectively have positive influence to SCA. Then the last hypothesis is sustainable competitive advantage have positive influence to company's performance. Okay, the way I conduct the research will be pre-test first with validity test and reliability test, and after that there is main test. Main test, the first one will be normality test, and you can read the definition or the rules here in the screen. And then the main test, hypothesis testing, I'll use the coefficient of determination or R2 and hypothesis test T. This is also the rules for the test. Okay. So yeah, and coming to references, this is all the references. Okay. Okay, yeah, I think that's all from my side. Thank you, Prof. Vivi.
Mr. Frederick, very good. Okay. I want to invite the questions from the audience. Kindly, please. If not, then I would like to ask you, because I'm interested in your object, yeah, because you mentioned here is at the recycle plastic industry. Can you estimate how long that you can you have a security of the raw materials of the product, since in the long term all the company have to comply with the SDGs, yeah, not to use plastic.
In Indonesia context itself, there is hype to not to use virgin plastic. Virgin plastic is the feedstock from virgin plastic, and companies is endorsed to use the recycled plastic. But the hype it's not get into all companies because there is cost differences probably using virgin plastic and the recycled plastic. So and not companies use the recycled plastic because of that, because of the cost wise, and cost will affect in their pricing, right, and in the competition itself. So not all companies using recycled plastic, and there is no sanction yet from the government for the companies using the recycled plastic. But the hype is there, and from my personal observation, there is trend for the millennial for sure to use more secure, more green products, and it comes also to recycled plastic.
Okay. Thank you for the elaboration and to answer the questions. Any more?
Thank you, Prof. Iwi, for the collaboration.
Yeah. Any more questions? If not, in the chat room, there is a Poland presenter that could not make a presentation yesterday. But I'm sure I don't know the name. Any of you from Poland?
Yes, I am from Poland. Yes, I have a presentation.
Miss Justyna. Yeah.
Yes, my name is Justyna Żlińska, and I have presentation in English. But if not problem, I speak in Poland. Okay.
You speak in Poland. Any of you can
Yes, I have presentation in English.
Okay.
You
But
see?
Oh yes, I can see.
Yes. Yes. Tematem mojego wystąpienia jest handel ludźmi w kontekście handlu kobietami, które są wykorzystywane seksualnie. Handel ludźmi jest poważnym przestępstwem, które w dramatyczny sposób narusza podstawowe prawa człowieka i godność człowieka. Od wielu lat dotyczy to szeroko pojętego wykorzystania kobiet w prostytucji do usług seksualnych i pornografii. I sytuacja ta powoduje konieczność nadania priorytetu profilaktyce i zwalczania tego procesu. Podejmowane są obecnie w Polsce działania, które mają na celu ochronę i wsparcie ofiar handlu ludźmi.
Okay, so I can continue read the English for the first page.
Handel ludźmi jest to przestępczy proceder, który dotyka całą społeczność międzynarodową, nie tylko Polsce. Jest on współczesną formą niewolnictwa. Początkowo pod tym pojęciem...
Miss Justyna,
yes?
After you explain in Poland language, may I continue with the English version to read?
I read.
Okay, so I will help you to read this one. So the title here is Trafficking in Women.
Okay.
Trafficking in Women for Sexual Exploitation, an outline of the issues, yeah? Initially, this term was understood only as trafficking in women forced into prostitution, but now this phenomenon includes all activities aimed at the exploitation of people, regardless of gender and age, violating the right to decide for themselves. This is a type of criminal activity undergoing dynamic changes, the intensification of which was observed in Poland in the early 90s. Currently, Poland is not only the country of origin of victims, but also a transit country through which the victims are transferred from Eastern Europe to Western Europe, and a country of destination for victims exploited mainly in prostitution and forced labor. Okay, you may continue the next slide.
Handel ludźmi jest to przestępstwo o zasięgu światowym, które dotyczy wykorzystywania mężczyzn, kobiet, ale także dzieci do pracy przymusowej, do prostytucji, do innych usług seksualnych, pornografii dziecięcej, żebractwa, nielegalnej adopcji czy działalności przestępczej. Zjawisko to jest efektem pewnych zjawisk społecznych, ubóstwa, przemocy wobec kobiet, konfliktów zbrojnych, ale także bezrobocia, braku dostępu do edukacji. Ale w dużej mierze, tak jak już powiedziałam, to zjawisko dotyczy wykorzystywania kobiet.
Human trafficking is a global crime. It concerns the exploitation of women and men, as well as children, most often for forced labor, prostitution, and other sexual services, child pornography, begging, illegal adoption, and criminal activities. It is a complex phenomenon. It cannot be treated only in terms of an ordinary crime. This phenomenon is undoubtedly the result of certain social phenomena, such as poverty, gender inequality, violence against women, armed conflicts, but also post-conflict situation, social exclusion, unemployment, lack of access to education, ignorance of right, as well as discrimination and many other disturbing social processes occurring in the modern world. For many years, we have observed a regularity that the phenomenon of trafficking in human beings to a large extent concern the exploitation of women, in particular for prostitution, other sexual services, or pornography. This is confirmed by published statistical studies. Next, please.
Oficjalne dane dotyczące liczby postępowań, które zostały wszczęte właśnie w zakresie handlu kobietami w celu wykorzystywania seksualnego, nie oddają skali tego procederu. Z wielu przyczyn ofiary nie decydują się na złożenie zawiadomienia o popełnieniu przestępstwa. Źródłem tego jest wiele przyczyn. Konsekwencje wynikają nie tylko z tego, że kobiety nie chcą przypominać sobie o zdarzeniu, ale chcą uniknąć też zjawiska tak zwanej wiktymizacji wtórnej, boją się też zemsty ze strony ofiary. Ogólnie przyczyny te możemy podzielić na psychologiczne, społeczne, instytucjonalne i informacyjne.
Dear Vivek, I want to go on. You are a bit tired. Trafficking in women for sexual exploitation and outline of the issue. Official data on the number of initiated proceedings regarding trafficking in women for sexual exploitation do not reflect the scale of this practice. Its victims, for many reasons, do not decide to submit a notification of the crime or a statement of evidence. There are many reasons for this state of affairs. The consequences that affect the victim do not only result directly from the crime, but also from the reaction and treatment of the environment in the broad sense of the word. Their source is often the reaction of the victim's family and friends to the victim's harm, the way they are treated by the institutions that provide help and support, the activities of the procedural bodies that accept the notification of a crime or carry out evidence activities with the victim's participation, and finally the statements of the media reporting the course of crimes. In one of La Strada's publications, the Foundation Against Trafficking in Women, which for respecting human rights, combating trafficking in human beings, slavery, and forced labor, and counteracting the exploitation of prostitution, the main reason for resistance to testifying by victims of trafficking in human beings were classified into psychological, social, institutional information.
Dążąc do zapewnienia pomocy i wsparcia kobietom, udziela się tutaj wszechstronnej pomocy. Między innymi konieczne jest zapewnienie ofiarom informacji, które dotyczą toczących się postępowań karnych przeciwko sprawcy tego procederu, informacji dotyczących zabezpieczenia odpowiednich warunków, odpowiedniego zakwaterowania, pomocy medycznej, pomocy psychologicznej, materialnej. Także udzielane jest wsparcie i pomoc w zakresie zatrudnienia, kształcenia i szkolenia.
Striving to provide support to women who have become victims of human trafficking, exploited for prostitution, other sexual services, or pornography, states should provide victims with multifaceted assistance. Form of these types of assistance include information, adequate accommodation, assistance to enable views and concerns, providing medical, psychological, and material assistance, employment, education, and training.
Ta problematyka też stanowi materię, która jest unormowana w przepisach unijnych i tam również mowa jest o tym, że państwa powinny zapewnić ofiarom odpowiednie warunki, które zapewniają egzystencję, powinny zapewnić też pomoc tłumacza w odpowiednich sytuacjach, poradnictwo, informacje, również dostęp do pomocy medycznej i do pomocy socjalnej.
Analyzed issues are regulated by the Council of Europe Convention on Actions Against Trafficking in Human Beings, drawn up in Warsaw. The problematic is written below: living conditions, assistance of an interpreter, assistance to enable you to present and consider your rights and interests at the appropriate state, access to the education of the children, general access to medical assistance, lay down the principles under which victims who are legally resident in territory are entitled to access to the labor market.
Obecnie w Polsce, podsumowując, obserwuje się intensyfikację tego procederu. Oczywiście odpowiednie instytucje podejmują się czynności, które mają na celu zwalczanie, ale też zapobieganie temu procederowi, jak również pomoc i wsparcie ofiarom przestępstw i ogólnie system ten można ocenić jako dobrze funkcjonujący.
Final page, unfortunately, they are currently observing an increase in trafficking in human beings, including the exploitation of women, in particular for prostitution, other sexual services, or pornography also in Poland. Yes.
Thank you for your help.
You are welcome.
I prepare an article and there is more information. Thank you.
You are welcome.
Thank you very much, Ms. Justina, for your interesting topic, and also thank you very much for Dr. Karim to help translate for the paper. Okay, I would like to invite questions from the audience, please. I think this is very interesting subject, and I'm sure that not only in Poland but everywhere, yeah, this trafficking in human for sexual exploitation is incurred, yeah, not only in Poland but everywhere, yeah. But the problem is how to minimize this issue, yeah.
May I, Prof. Willy?
Oh yeah, good, yeah. From
Okay.
Mr. Taman.
Yeah, thank you, Prof. Willy. So, my current company, it's Plastic Bank. We are social enterprise, and mostly our member, the collector, with the waste collector, they are the marginalized, and then with that sense also the women's or the children, female children, it's also one of the, I think, one of the category of the subject of the topic. So in that sense, I think how we as community to help them, to educate them with the sexual education, how to help them to, so that they can provide their basic needs. I think that's essential. Thank you. That's all.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Frederick. So we have to also understand about the Maslow theory of hierarchy of needs. Yeah. Mrs. Justina, do you understand what Mr. Frederick input?
Yes, I understood. Yes, in my article, I write about this.
Yeah, so this is an example from his company that his company using recycled plastic and how to collect the plastic. So the company asked the children and also the women from the marginal society to increase the better life. Yeah, therefore,
yes, this problem.
Yeah, at least this trafficking in women can be avoided or can be minimized. Yeah. Okay. Any more? Thank you for the question and also input, Mr. Frederick.
Thank you.
Okay, I think give applause to her for the presentation. And Dr. Karim, there is anyone from Poland that would like to present from yesterday?
I think she also presented. Is there anyone from Poland who haven't chance to present his or her paper?
Hello.
Okay, we can close the session then, dear.
Yeah, thank you very much to all the presenters and also the audience here. So we close this session, and also thank you very much, Dr. Karim, to help the sessions going on nicely. Okay, all thank you very much and see you in the next.
Thank you, Prof. Wiwi. Thank you, Dr. Karim. Thank you, everyone. Have a nice day. Bye.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you, Professor Wiwi. Karim.
Thank you very much.
Dr. Karim, what time we will start the next session? I think also my turn, yeah,
Yes, we can start it now if you are okay.
Yes, okay.
Okay. I want to control who are here and who are not. Giovanni Sahanti Elizabeth, are you here? Yes, she is here. Okay. Okay. Tiarna Uli Sidaurnuk, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Great. Yes. Mr. Zohaib Hassan Sain, are you here?
Yes, sir, I'm here.
Great. Radan Asfin Rahadi and Rachmadi Osi Mohammed, are you here? Radan Asfin.
Each other, the other Congress.
Radan Asfin, are you here?
You're welcome.
Radan
Yes.
Asfir or okay, if you are here, great. Radan. Lecturer Dr. Ebru Kasnak, are you here?
Yes, I'm here now.
Great.
Hi, everyone.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Dear Vivek, all presenters are here. We can start whenever you want.
Yes, I can start. Okay. In here, you are still good morning in Turkey and also good evening, good day in Jakarta. Okay, I'm from Jakarta. My name is Vivi M. Daryanto. I want to do as a moderator for this session, yeah, the session 19 sessions. The rule of the game for this presentation, all of you are given 10 minutes to present and followed by question and answer in 5 minutes. Now I would like to invite the first presenter, Miss Giovanni Santi Elizabeth, who would like to present the role of culture in market acceptance for new product in ice cream industry. Yeah. Okay, the time is yours.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Vivi. For the very first, I apologize for my sore throat. Is my voice clearly heard, Prof. Vivi, and all the college?
Yes, I can hear you clearly.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Vivi. Okay, good afternoon from Indonesia, from Jakarta. My name is Giovanni. I'm the representative from IPMI Business School. Today, I would like to share about the proposal of the case study. The title of the case is The Role of Consumer Culture in Market Acceptance for New Products in Ice Cream Industry. For today's agenda, we already have 5 chapters here. The first chapter is introduction. Second chapter is literature review. The third is methodology, and fourth findings and discussion. And the last is conclusion and recommendations. I would like to start from the introduction. As a background from this case, as we know, Indonesia is a tropical country with a population of 275 million, yeah, by data DPS, and it's a very huge mass and very huge business potential in Indonesia. And regarding the data that we collected from William and Marshall, Indonesia ice cream market was valued at 575 million in 2022, and the market is projected to grow at a CAGR of more than 6% during the forecast period. And in addition, we already capture here from the several player in ice cream industry in Indonesia. Indonesia ice cream market trend growth significantly, almost 70% versus last 5 years, and the consumption rate also increased 2 times in 8 years. So this is the very fundamental of this study, that we capture a very high potentials in ice cream industry in Indonesia. And as additional variable in this case, we related to the new product launching or new product success rate with the consumer culture. Based on the product life cycle, new product launch must be very intense to attract the intention from market. And what is the consumer culture itself? Consumer culture can be broadly defined as a culture where social status, values, and activities are centered on the purchase and consumption of goods and services. And so this trend of the consumer culture is evolving and renew years after year. So the objective of this study is what we want to capture, what happened in the updated market that related to consumer culture in terms of the ice cream category. Okay, moving to the problem statement of the case study, I have 3 statements here. The first statement is Indonesian ice cream industry potentially increased, that I already mentioned in the introduction before, and a few of research related to new product launch and consumer culture as external variable. The second statement is product life cycle in ice cream must be short, in average only 3 years for decorative ice cream product. This period must be intense to the marketing practitioner to create a strategy to achieve high market acceptance through the customer culture impact. And the third statement here, therefore, in the research, the variable of consumer culture, market acceptance, and new product success rate can be defined into the relationship as mediating variable model. And moving into the research questions and research objective of the study. The research question, we already capture here 3 questions. The first question, how does consumer culture affect market acceptance? And the second, how does consumer culture affect new product success rate through market acceptance? And the third, how does consumer culture affect new product success itself with the direct impact? And the research objectives of this study is, the first is to analyze the effect of consumer culture to new product success. And second is to analyze market strategy through market acceptance impacted by consumer culture. And the last is to find out practical recommendation to marketing practitioner when doing preparation strategy of new product launch in ice cream category. Okay, the next chapter I would like to bring is the literature review. This is the summary capturing by the previous research, and this become the gap research and the novelty of the study. There are many previous research discuss about the culture and marketing strategy discussions, but few of them related to the ice cream industry. So this has become the gap research from the previous and the novelty of this study. Okay, for the literature review for the next is, in this case, we are using for the mediating variables for design essential to intervention design of affect behavior. So in this chart, we see that the market acceptance is become the mediating variable, and we use approaching for the single mediator model. Okay, this is the literature per variable, the 3 variable, the consumer culture, market acceptance, and new product success rate. And I'm moving into the next design research framework. Based on the literature review, we capture the 3 hypotheses that we are using for the mediating variable. The first hypothesis is impact consumer culture to market acceptance directly. And the second hypothesis is impact consumer culture to new product success rate through market acceptance. And the last is impact consumer culture to product success rate. The research framework, the grand framework for this research, we are already in the research design, and this is this study is like a proposal for the whole research. So my step is already in here, research designs, and we are moving into the next step if we want to complete this study. Okay, for the next chapter I would like to bring is methodology. Okay, this is the summary that the methodology that I approach for this case. The method I'm using is quantitative, and the population is we are choosing Indonesian ice cream consumer, and sampling we are using purposive sampling with the sample size until 100 respondent. With the data collection tools that we are using is survey questionnaire, and the analysis tool we are using SmartPLS. For the reliability, we are approaching the measurement model or SAM, and the validity, we are using construct validity on convergent discriminant. Okay, this is the estimated conclusion and recommendation. This study aims to find the best practice regarding consumer culture variable to contribute marketing practitioner in terms of new product launching strategies. And the consumer culture variable relate to its industry and its customer environment that impact market acceptance. Okay, that's all about my presentation, Prof. Wiwi, regarding this topic. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Giovanni Santi, for the interesting topic. Now I would like to invite the question from the audience. Any questions?
Yeah, I have a question for Giovanni.
Yeah.
Giovanni, yes, how do you see your research will give a beneficial for the company that have a similarity with the product like ice cream? Yes.
Okay. Okay, I just like to answer directly, Prof. Wiwik, or?
Please, yeah.
Yeah. Okay, thank you, Pak Rahmat Tauhid, for the questions. Your question is how I contribute with this case to the related company as a best recommendation.
Yes.
As the previous study, we see that the consumer culture and marketing strategy is a very have a similar previous research, but few of them is implemented in the ice cream industry. As we know, customer culture is evolving years by years, and it's changing by the environment also. And the objectives of this study is updated what happened in the market, especially for the ice cream industry, related to the customer culture. What is like the consumer need right now, especially we are moving into the new era, like after post-pandemic. So this is this results of this case hopefully can make a contribute to the company, especially ice cream company in Indonesia. I think that's all for my answer, Pak Rahmat. I hope answer your question. Thank you.
Yes, indeed. Thank you very much, Giovanni.
Yeah. Thank you, Pak Rahmat Tauhid, for the questions and also the answer from Giovanni. Anything else? Okay, if not, then please give applause to her for the presentation. And now I would like to invite the next presenter, namely Miss Uli Sidauru, Miss Tiarma Uli Sidauru, with the title of Analysis of Kaizen based on Three Sigma application to reduce cost of production and in PTXIZ. Yeah, the time is yours, please.
Thank you, Prof. Wiwik. Hello, everyone. My name Tiarma. My journal theme is analysis of Kaizen based on Three Sigma application to reduce cost of production in PTXYZ. My journal supervisor is Professor Wiwik Mardianto Daryanto. This is my agenda for my journal. The introduction is doing continuous improvement in manufacturing industry, making company sustainable. Continuous improvement in PTXYZ using Kaizen philosophy. The main purpose is cost reduction and production increase by the elimination of losses. The yield rate are affected by man, machine, material, method, and jig. For M1G has impact to increase yield, and yield could be impact cost of good manufacturing. Using Three Sigma calculation to determine minimum yield for each lot. Lot analysis if yield below the limit. PDCA cycle to improve the production yield. The problem statement is in manufacturing industry, there is a lot of waste that mainly impact and increase in cost Number of product demands is the one of main factor affecting high cost of manufacturing, since it affecting material need, manpower, freight expense, and repair costs, which automatically will increase. That's why reduce the number of damaged product is the main reason to keep the company sustainable. But will the increase of production yield always reduce cost of production? How significant manpower, freight, and repair costs contribute to increase of cost of production? This is the literature which is I'm using for making my journal. Kaizen by Masaaki Imai, which is Kai means change and Zen means for the better. This concept refers to the process of continuous improvement. Based on Masaaki Imai, Kaizen is umbrella concept which is consists of various techniques including Kanban, zero defect, total predictive maintenance, automation, just-in-time, productivity improvement, etc. Since its meaning is continuous improvement, therefore it can be applied to any area that needs improvement. And zero defect strategy, a review of do it better each time. Strategy is conscious and committed effort to reduce process variation. PTXYZ using 3 Sigma as one of strategy. Therefore, lower no good product produced means that the process is improved or higher yield. And the lower labor cost per unit means that production is more efficient and defect is fewer. Inefficiency or waste of material, such as material defect, repetitive order, will result in higher freight cost. Lower repair cost, which represented in cost of good manufacturing. Therefore, it can be interpreted as Kaizen target costing planning will result to improvement of cost of production, which in our model will be represented by cost of production Y as on of the objective of Kaizen. This is research framework. Cost is X. There is a 4X, yield, employee, freight, import and repair, and the result is Y. It's a cost of production. Based on literature comparing by PTXYZ, Kaizen implementation, result or Y is production cost, cost X, X1 is a yield, X2 is labor cost per unit, X3 import freight cost, X4 is repair fee. The general theory method, this study is conducting by using the quantitative approach in collecting and analyzing data population using secondary data of PTXYZ from 2019 to 2021. Analyzing of variables correlation with cost of production are using multiple linear regression method to study the correlation between them. The model will be future analyzing using F-test, T-test, and p-value. The test for T-test, F-test, and p-value will also be analyzed through ANOVA table and performed using analytical data tools of Microsoft Excel. Calculation of 3 Sigma. The 3 Sigma is statistic calculation which the data is in 3 deviation standard from average. In business application, 3 Sigma refer to process operate efficiency and produce high quality item. 3 Sigma used to configure upper and lower limit in static quality control graphic. This is 3 Sigma calculation using production monthly data record. 3 Sigma calculation from production yield data. This is there is a 3 Sigma standard, 2 Sigma standard, and 1 Sigma standard. Based on 3 Sigma model above, PTXYZ will focus to improve condition in 3 Sigma And when it's solved, the 3 sigma model will change to higher standard and it will be recalculated every time. 3 sigma has been improved, which represent Kaizen principle is continuous improvement. This is the methodological, which is I'm using for my journal. There's a multiple linear regression, the test hypothesis, and this is the flowchart of data processing. This is for sampling method. We are adjustment sampling using the last 3 years data available to analyze the population and empirical model. Finding and discussion. Based on ANOVA regression result, since the significant F-test result is 0.01 or below 5% indicated that reliable to be used, based on the model result, p-value of import freight costs and repair costs are below indicated that they are significantly correlated with cost of good manufacturing, with positive. Meanwhile, yield and manpower are not significantly correlated with cost of good manufacturing since their p-value result is below 5%. The conclusion is this study have added valuable information to PTXYZ management related to Kaizen and its implication to cost of good manufacturing. However, analysis still can be improved in the future by adding more specific independent variables and or more per year sample since Kaizen means continuous improvement. Thank you for your attention.
Okay, thank you very much, Ms. Tiarma, for your presentation. Now I would like to invite the question from the audience.
I have a question, Professor Vivek, to Tiarma, Ms. Tiarma. Actually, Ms. Tiarma, as I understood from your paper, Kaizen means improving the procedures, improving the work, and make it better. I think it's great to learn from your paper, but I wonder your point of view about, as you know, in Islam, wasting anything, wasting time, wasting labor, wasting money is not good. And we learned Kaizen from Japanese, as we learned from your paper. And I wonder why we teach Kaizen to the whole world, why we learn from Japanese. What do you think about this?
Okay, thank you for question. I'm already about 30 years working in Japan company. They think everything like a god, such as they looking the beautiful river, they think that is God. If they're looking the beautiful mountain, they think that is God. If they're looking the bigger tree, they think that is God. So they will never break out the God. So that they keep everything. Same with the machine. If they're looking the machine, they think that is God. So they're not making that machine broken. They're not making waste the material, such as the water, such as even we think waste, they think they can use it. That's for my point.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, Dr. Karim, for the question and also insight for her. And any more from the audience to raise questions? Okay, so I want to ask you,
Yes, Prof.
Okay, since cost of good manufacture, of course, this is originated from all the resources. Yeah, actually, in the Western theory, there are 6 M's resources: man, machine, materials, methods. Minutes means time that is concerned by Dr. Karim, and one more is money. What is JIC here?
JIC here, such as the tool for helping the people to work.
Oh, tools.
Yeah, if the tool no good, make it waste.
Oh, I see. So what is the difference between the machine and the JIC?
The machine is special, belongs to the operation process. The tool is such as a screwdriver.
Oh, I see.
Yeah, if the screwdriver not so good, the bolt will be broken, becomes waste.
Okay, understand. Therefore, the time should be considered, yeah, because we have to work efficiently, right?
Yes, Prof.
And also money, right? Money, because there is cost of money, or we call it WACC, a weighted average cost of capital.
Yes, Prof.
Yeah.
I will add.
Yeah. Thank you very much.
You're welcome, Prof. And you're welcome, Dr. Karim.
Okay, thank you very much. Give her applause for the presentation. And now I want to invite the next presenter, Mr. Zohaib. Yeah, Mr. Zohaib Hassan Sain. Yeah, with a paper titled Challenges in Quality of Education in Higher Education Institution of Pakistan. Okay, the time is yours. Please present.
Thank you so much for providing me opportunity to present my paper. Challenges in quality of education in higher education institutions of Pakistan. Introduction. What does quality mean in the context of education? Many definitions of quality in education exist, testifying to the complexity and multifaceted nature of the concept. Considerable consensus exists around the basic dimensions of quality education today. Quality education includes learners who are healthy, well-nourished, and ready to participate and learn, and supported in learning by their families and communities. Environment that is healthy, safe, protective, and gender sensitive, and provide adequate resources and facilities. In Pakistan, the education system is categorized into 5 levels. These are primary level from class 1 to 5, middle level class 6 to 8, secondary level class 9 to 10, intermediate level class 11 to 12, and university level from class 13 to PhD. After focusing on levels of education system, if we talk about schools, colleges, and universities, they are also categorized into 3 types. These are government institutions, private institutions, and madrasas. Quality of education in higher education institutions of Pakistan is really having a bad configuration at the moment. There is no doubt in accepting the fact that education stands the backbone for the development of nations. Pakistan is still struggling with the lowest literacy rate, 60% in the world, even after 75 years of its existence. This study attempts to analyze the various challenges in quality of education in higher education institutions of Pakistan. Challenges in quality of education in educational sectors is the basic research problem. In Pakistan, the quality of education has a declining trend. Previous researches provided only short-term solutions of the problems and information related to public sector higher education institutions. In this research, most important challenges are discussed along with the recommendations. This research will be helpful to students, researchers, managers, policymakers, trainers, target population, and general public. Statement of the problem. This research is aimed at identifying the factors affecting quality of education in higher education institutions of Pakistan. And the research questions are: what are the challenges in quality of education in higher education institutions of Pakistan? What solutions can be proposed in order to improve the quality of education in higher education institutions of Pakistan? As you can see, the theoretical framework in front of you indicating the independent variables and a dependent variable. These are the research hypotheses evolved from the theoretical structure H1, H2, H3, H4, and H5. Methodology. An exploratory approach has been adopted for this research. The reason for using this approach is to identify the challenges in quality of education in higher education institutions of Pakistan. A sample of 5 universities was selected on the basis of commonality, such that all institutions were from the public sector and chartered by the same provincial government. Similar environment dependency on same superior ministry, locality, and nature justifies selection of the sample. A total of 100 questionnaires for each university were filled by the students and teachers of the Focus 5 universities. The researcher used triangulation in order to carry the reliability and validity of the data for results. So to conduct this triangulation, the researcher used polling survey for the students, questionnaire for the teachers, and interviews of the management. As you can see, the categorization of students, teachers, and management of the Focus 5 universities in the form of table 1.1. Data analysis. This is a summary of the students' feedback of the Focus 5 universities in the form of table 1.2. This is the summary of the teachers' feedback of the Focus 5 universities in the form of table 1.3. And interviews in the form of transcription. Conclusion. This paper concludes that education develops people in all domains of life, such as social, moral, spiritual, political, and economic. With effective educational system, many countries are playing a leadership role in the Committee of Nations. The quality of education system in Pakistan has not been able to play its role effectively in nation building. This factor has contributed towards development of frustration among the Pakistani society. Finally, this study concludes that there is an urgent need to reform the system of quality of education in Pakistan, and for this purpose, the study presents the following recommendations. Recommendation 1. Curriculum should be evaluated on annual basis. In this regard, a vast survey could be conducted to seek options of teachers, parents, and community regarding their expectations and observations. In this slide, the expert recommendations of the education researchers, the curriculum goals should be redefined. Recommendation 2. In the view of importance of education, the government should take solid steps towards implementation, and instead of projecting policies like forming an evaluation team that could take control of the quality of education. In this regard, government should establish more training institutions for better and continuous feature of quality of education in Pakistan. Recommendation 3. The system of accountability must be strengthened, and all the professionals associated with the system of education should be educated to own their responsibilities on individual and collective basis. This helps in creating a sense of ownership of the system and its functions. Recommendation 4. Government should conduct workshops and training programs, making teachers aware about their behavior towards students. Recommendation 5. The culture of research should be promoted within educational institutions. For this purpose, the pace of research-oriented programs in teaching and learning should be accelerated in educational institutions around the country, especially at higher levels. Government should increase the volume of funding to Higher Education Commission for this purpose. These are the references. Thank you for your kind attention.
Yeah, thank you very much, Mr. Zohaib, for your presentation. Very good title and topic. Now I would like to invite a question from the audience here. Yeah, this is a very interesting subject about education in Pakistan. Any questions? If not, I want to raise question regarding the objective of the education. Yeah, as I understand, there are 3 objectives for education. Number 1 is attitude, skill, and knowledge. Yeah, 1, 2, 3. But I think among the 3, the attitude is the most important.
Yes.
And my question is, in your country, Pakistan, what type of lesson or learning program to develop attitude since the childhood?
Actually, in most of the universities, the attitude of teachers is better. But in higher education institutions, I can mainly consider as the public institutions. In that institutions, because students want to enhance their knowledge and students have the habit of asking questions again and again. So teachers think that they are making fun of our lecture. So they also give punishments regarding that why are you asking this question again and again? I have explained you in my lecture, again and again you are asking. But students want to enhance their knowledge. So this is the attitude that must be corrected.
Okay, because there is a company in Indonesia, Astra company, a big company, okay, for the recruitment of the employee. So the company focus on the attitude first, yeah, rather
Yes,
than
exactly.
knowledge and skill. Yeah, do you agree with this? Yeah.
Even though in industries, I have seen that we correct the attitude of workers by giving them trainings. So proper trainings are not given to workers in industrial sector, if we see. So that is the lacking problem, which I have observed till now.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much. And I think I would like to add for the recommendation, yeah, because not only education, but also the healthy condition of the human being, yeah, therefore should be the focus of the government as well. Healthy and also education.
Yes, very right.
Yeah, thank you very much for
Thank
your
you.
presentation. Give applause to
Thank
her.
you.
And now the last presenter will be from Dr. Ebru Kasnak. Dr. Ebru Kasnak is here.
Yes, I'm here.
Oh,
Okay.
I'm sorry. Yeah, so you will present the paper with the title of Change Management Approach for Digital Transformation in the Healthcare Organization. Okay, now the time is yours.
Just a second. Hi, dear colleagues. My name is Ebru Kasnak. I'm joining from Turkey, Afyonkarahisar Health Science University, and my subject is change management approach.
Dear Ebru, I'm sorry for disturbing you.
Yeah,
I don't see your screen share.
Okay. Okay. Can you see right now?
Yes, we can see.
Okay. Okay. Let's start one more time. Hi, everyone. My name is Ebru Kasnak. I'm joining from Turkey, Afyonkarahisar Health Science University. And my study subject is change management approach for digital transformation in the healthcare organizations. And here is my agenda. And the introduction part, we will start. Today's competitive and innovative conditions lead industries and business organizations to continuous change, and the way to adapt to new processes and technologies and to realize them successfully is to manage change effectively. So especially in the last period with the COVID-19 pandemic. The digital transformation process has accelerated in the healthcare sector as in other sectors, you know. In the process, the unexpectedly increasing demand for diagnosis and treatment has forced healthcare managers to reevaluate their working methods and take advantage of innovative digital technologies. And digital transformation process is not easy process to implement, as it requires a serious change in the fields of operation, culture, strategy, and technology and personal management also. In order for healthcare institutions to successfully integrate digital innovations into their process, it's very important for healthcare institutions managers to adopt a change management approach. Within the scope of this study, it's aimed to evaluate the studies on the related subject by reviewing the existing literature and to determine factors that should be considered in order to successfully implement change management in healthcare institutions throughout the organization. With this aspect, the study will provide a perspective for the managers of healthcare institutions to apply this change. And the literature review part, there's some definitions. For example, change is an ever-present reality of organizational life in the operational and strategic fields, and therefore companies should have the ability to determine what level they should be in the future within the framework of strategic management and how they will manage the necessary change process to reach that level also. In summary, organizational change and organizational strategy cannot be separated from each other. And the change management is defined as the process of constantly renewing the direction, structure, and capabilities of organization to meet changing needs of internal and external customers over time. And in order to overcome obstacles such as resistance to change and more important obstacles nowadays, within the scope of digital transformation in healthcare institutions, managers and information technology experts need to produce new knowledge, not only about technological structuring, but also about new business models, its effect on the organization, and how to handle behavioral changes. In this way, the stakeholders of the healthcare ecosystem can be convinced of change created by the technological elements. The healthcare industry is a multi-stakeholder and complex environment also. And so the adoption of digital technologies requires an effective and well-designed change management process. Healthcare services are increasingly dependent on digital technologies in terms of treatment efficiency, diagnostic optimization, and communication between these stakeholders. So change management is gaining importance in this field. Therefore, change planning, management, and evaluation is very important.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt you, Dr. Kasnak.
Okay.
Your PowerPoint is not moving. Is it?
The presentation not moving?
Yeah. Stuck in the first page.
Okay. What's the problem? I can't understand right now, but
okay, you just put
maybe.
Oh yeah, this one.
You can see right now.
Yeah, right now is findings and discussion.
Okay, okay. Maybe in presentation slide is not looking in the slideshow. So I keep with this part. You can see right now?
Yes, yes, we see.
Okay, okay. I'm going on. And
now,
findings and
Now it's page,
discussion.
page 10. PowerPoint.
Sorry?
Now is a PowerPoint number 10.
Okay, okay. I'm going on the presentation. And let's talk about findings and discussion part. When the studies in the literature were examined, some of the following results were obtained, and participation in previous technology projects or disseminating their practices have proven to be useful actions in preparation for organizational change. It has been seen that these practices play an important role in encouraging the personnel about the project and in creating an atmosphere of trust and interest in the project units. The design of an effective digital transformation process in healthcare should include a mindset change that enables employees and organizations to understand the importance of the process and the benefits of adopting new digital technologies and align their vision and goals with it. In this context, it's essential to listen to stakeholders, patients, health professionals, health managers also, and involve them in the transformation process according to the logic of user-oriented and open innovation. Determining the procedures to be implemented in a collaborative and participatory manner with the entire project team is an approach that reduces the risk of resistance to change. In this way, the common purpose of the project can be shared by all team members and their roles within the team can be determined. Also, the design of the coordination process between the different units in the organization and the clarification of information and data flows between them contribute to intra-organizational cooperation. And Nikolai and Revitalis study also found that a clear innovation strategy within the scope of change management is a strong factor for successful implementation of digital transformation. With a clear innovation strategy, different digital technologies can be better applied in accordance with the needs of healthcare institutions and environmental factors. And also, according to the study of Gospodkova et al., the main methods to be followed for successful and sustainable change management in the healthcare sector are as follows: a clearly defined and widely communicated vision, early involvement of all stakeholders, clearly defined rules, adaptation to the local context and culture, providing a technical base, and step-by-step implementation with a strong feedback.
It has 5 different heating modes.
And the last part, conclusion and recommendations. At conclusion, the study, the findings revealed that for the successful implementation of digital technologies in the healthcare sector, a clear determination of goals, objectives, and tasks, a clear innovation strategy, a collaborative and participatory approach, user-oriented and open innovation, the spread of applications to wide environments. In all contexts, a change of vision and mentality is required. And as a result of the examination made within the scope of the study, a few studies in the literature that deal with the digital transformation in the field of healthcare from the perspective of change management, also most of which are studies done in the last 2 years. As the applications of digital transformation in the field of health become widespread, it's thought that the change management approach in this field will come to the forefront. And thank you for listening to me.
Thank you very much, Dr. Brooke Kasnak. I would like to invite questions from the audience. please.
Okay.
Hello. No questions regarding the change management and healthcare company? Okay, if not, then I would like to continue, but before that, I would like to ask kindly Dr. Ebru Kasnak, since your name is also mentioned in the list of the moderator.
Okay.
Could you please also moderate the last paper from Raden Aswin Rahadi and Rahmadiosi Muhammad?
Okay.
Do you want to be a moderator for the last session?
Okay.
Okay, so please, I give the time to.
Raden
Actually, before it, Professor Dr. Vivek,
yeah,
I think Radan Aswin Rahadi,
yeah,
and Rachama Mohammed will present in this session, 19th session. We skip them.
Oh, so actually,
Are they here?
Oh, after
Yes, I'm here.
will be, but Rahmadiosi is here.
Yes, sir.
Yes, they are here, and we skip them. They are fourth paper presenters of this session.
Oh, so Mr.
So we
Rahmadiosi,
cancel it.
I'm sorry, say it again, please, Dr. Karim. Should he move to the session number 20?
No, not yet. Radan Aswin Rahadi, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Rahmadiosi Muhammad.
Yes, Mohammed.
Yeah.
You are fourth presentation holder.
Yes, according to the schedule.
Financial performance analysis and financial distress prediction of Indonesia state-owned enterprise in the construction industry listed on IDX before and during the economic crisis in the COVID-19 pandemic era.
Yes.
You can present your presentation, Mr. Radan and Mr. Mohammed. The floor is yours.
Yes.
After your presentation, we will skip to a new session.
Could you see my screen?
Yes, we can see it.
Okay. Good morning, good afternoon, and good evening, everyone. My name is Rahmadiosi Muhammad. I'm from School of Business and Management, Bandung Institute of Technology, Indonesia. In this opportunity, I would like to present my research with the title of Financial Performance Analysis and Financial Distress Prediction of Indonesia State-Owned Enterprises in the Construction Industry listed on IDX before and during economic crisis in the COVID-19 pandemic era. This is my today's presentation agenda, similar to the previous presenters. The first agenda is introduction. The COVID-19 pandemic has had a negative impact on the Indonesian economy, where Indonesia officially went into recession in the third quarter of 2020 after recording 2 consecutive negative GDP growth in the second and third quarter of 2020. The construction industry in Indonesia became one of the most negatively impacted industry by the COVID-19 pandemic. In general, Indonesia's construction sector experienced an 87.94% decline in revenue during the first year of the pandemic. PT Adikarya or ADI, PTPP, WSKT, and Wika, as the four largest construction service companies in Indonesia, faced a similar issue during 2019 to 2021, where the revenue decreased quite significantly in the first year of the pandemic, but improved slightly in 2021, except for WSKT. It is majorly caused by the large-scale social restriction policy in Indonesia, because this policy hampers the completion of the ongoing projects. And the second is because the country's expenditure and budget allocation to deal with the COVID-19 pandemic. This prevents the construction companies to sign new construction projects. Looking at the condition, it will be useful to measure the financial performance and the financial health condition of construction service companies in Indonesia. And additionally, because the profitability of these companies worsened off during the pandemic era, it is also important to measure the bankruptcy potential of these companies as a supplementary predictive analysis to see their financial condition more deeply. The second agenda is literature review. The first is financial performance, which is an attainment obtained by a company in certain period. And the financial performance can be measured by several analytical tools, one of which is through financial ratio analysis. And then financial distress is a condition where the company's operating cash flow is insufficient to meet its obligation to creditors, which can be caused by internal factors and external factors. In this particular research, the driving factors that cause financial distress is because of the external factors, which is the COVID-19 pandemic. And then this is the formula of the Altman-Z-score model, which is the model to predict the bankruptcy potential of these companies. This is the formula. In short, how to interpret the Z-score is that if the score is above 2.6, it is considered the company is not experiencing bankruptcy or safe zone. If the Z-score between 1.10 to 2.60, the company is in difficulties but still can be safe or in the gray zone. If it's less than 1.10, the company is in financial distress and has a high potential of bankruptcy or in distress zone. This is the methodology. I use the decree of the Ministry of State-Owned Enterprise, which is the guidance to measure the financial performance and health condition of Indonesia state-owned enterprises. The red circle is the non-infra, which is where these object companies are belong, which is non-infrastructure, because it's construction service companies. This is the formula and the table of how to convert the score into the decree of Ministry of SOE. Because the time of presentation is limited, I will move fast through this slide. This is the formula for the activity ratios. This is the formula for the solvency ratio. And this is the formula to calculate each variable in the Altman-Z scores. In short, X1 measure the liquidity, X2 measure the effectivity, X3 the productivity, and X4 is the net worth of each company. This is my research design, starting from the business issue, defining the research objectives, collecting data, and then analysis, going through the solution and implementation plan, conclusion, and recommendation. The study will complete previous research with a different approach and focus that can give a more accurate view regarding the impact of COVID-19 on the construction industry in Indonesia. The study also fills the gap that hasn't been fulfilled by previous research by combining several methods, adding more companies, and extending the time period of the analysis. The next agenda is findings and discussion, which divided into three parts, which is financial ratio analysis, validation testing, and financial distress prediction. For the financial ratio analysis and validation testing of the first company, which is ADI. In short, after making the graph and calculating all the financial ratios and then calculating the health rank of each company, I've come to the conclusion that ADI's financial performance decreased in 2020 but improved in 2021. We can see that from the total weight score in 2019, which is the high score before the pandemic, around 53%, and then decreased very significantly in 2020 to 29%, but improved slightly in 2021 to 32%. Similarly, with the second company, which is PTPP, decreased in 2020 but improved in 2021. In 2019, the total weight was around 53% and then decreased to 39%, but improved again slightly to 41% in 2021. The third company also performed similarly in 2019, which is before the pandemic, 47%. In 2020, dropped to 18%, and then increased in 2021 to 35%. Also to the last company, which is Wika, the financial performance decreased in 2020, but improved in 2021. 71% in 2019, 37% in 2020, and increased slightly in 2021 to 38%. And then the last analysis in financial distress prediction with the Altman Z-score method, I've come to the conclusion that all companies experienced decreasing Altman Z-score from 2019 to 2021. All 4 companies, ADI, PTPP, and Wika, except for WSKT, because the company did right issue, increasing the number of shares outstanding to the market in 2021, which significantly improved the liquidity. We can see that WSKT has Altman Z-score 0.9 in 2019, and then negative Altman Z-score in 2020, but in 2021 increased very significantly to 1.2, even above the record for the pandemic. The conclusion and recommendations. The first conclusion, based on the financial ratio analysis and validation testing results, all companies experienced a decline in their financial performance during the first year of pandemic in Indonesia, which was also reflected in the worsen of the company's financial health rank level in 2020. But the performance has improved in 2021. Based on the Altman Z-score result, all companies experienced an increase in the risk of experiencing bankruptcy and financial distress during the COVID-19 pandemic years in Indonesia, except for WSKT, which had the lowest score in 2020 and the highest score in 2021, even better than the 2019 record. Recommendations. First is to improve the financial health. The company may consider to conduct operational efficiency, develop a better collection strategy, and manage the cash flow more carefully. Second is to reduce the risk of going bankrupt. The company can cut unnecessary costs and spending, issue new securities, assets divestment, financial restructuring, and negotiate with banks or creditors. Last is from external recommendation for the government. The government might give credit relaxation policy and give financial incentives, and give fiscal support by starting to allocate more budget for the development of infrastructures in Indonesia, so that all these construction service company can start making new contractual infrastructure projects. Thank you. That is all from me. Thank you for kind attention. Thank you for hearing my presentation.
Thank you, Mr. Mohammed, for your presentation. Dear colleagues, is there any question for this presentation? Do you have any questions? We can take its part. I think there is no question, and from the time schedule, limited time, we can't get any question right now, and the session completed, I think. Dear Kerim.
Yes, dear Ebru Kasnak, we have finished the previous session. Let me close the session.
Okay.
As I see, all the papers are presented in the session 19. Thank you for your presentations, and also Professor Dr. Vivek Mardavia Daryanto. Thank you very much for your great presentation, moderation. Sorry for my pronunciation. I couldn't learn the right pronunciation yet, but I will.
No problem. No worry.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm opening the new session then, session 20. Moderator of this session is Professor Dr. Ahmet Şengönül from Turkey, and Assistant Professor Dr. Esengül Salihoğlu is also moderator. I think Professor Dr. Ahmet Şengönül is here. Welcome, sir.
Yes.
You are welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much. Hello, everybody. Dear colleagues and participants and audience, thank you for the Congress representatives and owners, first of all, in order to, they gave us the opportunity to present our papers or studies. I would like to open the new session and give the first presentation will be Dr. Ebru Kasnak, entitled Organizational Culture Role on the Digital Transformation of Companies. You can proceed, Dr. Kasnak, please.
Okay. Is it seen right now, I think?
Yes.
Can you see the presentation? Okay. In this part, I don't slideshow with showing like this. Let's start. Hello, dear colleagues. My name is Dr. Ebru Kasnak. I'm joining from Turkey, Afyonkarahisar Health Sciences University. And my study subject today is organizational culture on the digital transformation of companies. And let's start. This is the agenda of my study. Start with introduction parts. Today, the acceleration of digital technologies completely changed the competitive conditions of companies. In this environment of change and digital transformation, it's becoming increasingly important for companies to integrate digitalization into their process in order to survive and continue their activities. Digital transformation forces companies to re-evaluate the potential and the value of the data they obtain within the framework of their business process. In general, it requires a fundamental change in the basic mentality and structure of the organization in order to re-engineer the functioning of the organization. However, there are some difficulties in implementing and integrating digital transformation efforts into the business. One of these challenges is the organization's resistance to change. It's extremely important to develop an organizational culture that is compatible with the digital processes in order to prevent resistance to change and successfully implement digital transformation through the organization. And therefore, this study underlines the role of organizational culture in the digitalization process. And within the scope of the study, the existing literature is examined and the relationship between the digitalization efforts of the enterprises and the creation of an appropriate organizational culture is evaluated. And the literature review part. Digital transformation can be defined as the redesign of the business process, business models, and market offerings with the use of innovative digital technologies and the resulting change in all these structures. Digital transformation studies in organizations interact with the two basic organizational premises, managerial and organizational characteristics. Organizational characteristics include the organization's resource, values, process, culture, organizational strategy, and heritage. Managerial characteristics include top management, awareness of digital transformation, and attitude towards change and the technology in initiating digital transformation process. Culture is an important strategic asset in supporting the use of digital technologies and digital transformation, and cultural changes essential to success of digital transformation to cope with the disruptive transformations brought about the digital technologies. Strong and positive organizational culture is critical to sharing skills, knowledge, and resources, and promoting development and learning. Organizational culture is an important factor in encouraging the organization to adopt new practices. Organizational culture is a factor that can ultimately affect the effectiveness of organization to implement digital transformations process. For example, an organization that adopts a more flexible organizational culture may be more likely to succeed in using digital technology than an inflexible one. Organizational culture doesn't directly lead to organizational effectiveness. Instead, it exerts its influence by shaping the behavior of people in the organization. Digital culture, this digital organization culture, it means compatible with the digitalization culture. Also, it is defined as the sharing of knowledge and experience among stakeholders in the organization in order to create a common mind that supports value creation for the company. It's a term used to express the changing relationship between the creation and consumption of culture and the impact of innovative technologies on this relationship. And look, findings and discussion. When studies in the literature were examined, these following results were obtained. And Piccinini et al.'s study, which examining the effects of digital transformation on the organizational structure of companies in automotive sector, it was determined that organizational culture plays an important role in overcoming the managerial challenges caused by digital transformation. The results of Hartel and Hess's study suggest a flexible organizational culture in supporting digital transformation, and flexibility and agility have been determined as factors that should be in the organizational culture in order to be successful, and applications that require continuous adaptation to more unstable environments. In addition, factors such as acceptance of change and openness to change also contribute positively with development, digital skills and leadership, implementation, promotion of the change process. And the study of Martinez-Caro et al. Shows that an organizational culture which compatible with the digitalization supports both business digitalization and the value creation of the digital technologies. However, the development of value creating activities with digital technologies can only occur if companies adopt an organizational culture compatible with digitalization. Therefore, it can be stated that organizational culture is a precondition for digitalization process. In the study of Gürkan and Çiftçi, the typical features of a culture, digital culture, given below, it encourages an external rather than internal orientation. Authorization is given through control, prefers courage over prudence, emphasizes more action and less planning. Collaboration is more valuable than individual efforts. And the conclusion and recommendations of the study. As a result of the literature review, it's understood that developing an organizational culture, digital culture, is critical for a factor in the success of digital transformation process. In this context, it can be stated that organizational culture structuring, which includes organization-wide knowledge and experience sharing, cooperation, acceptance of change, openness to change, flexibility, agility, supports the digital transformation process. However, there's a need for more applied experimental studies examining organizational culture relations within the digital transformation studies of companies in the literature. Thank you for your kind attention and listening to me.
Okay, thank you very much, Ebru, for your valuable research. And have a good luck for your next researches also. And if you have any questions from audience and participants, any comments, or they are welcome. If they don't have any question, I would like to give the order for the next presenters, Dr. Rizki or Amalia. I'm sorry for the pronunciation. For the presentation titled The Effect of Hedonic and Utilitarian Shopping Value to Impulsive Buying Behavior to Airline Passenger, moderated by Digital Airport Experience at Soekarno-Hatta International Airport, Jakarta.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Is my voice clear?
Yes, you're clearly.
Okay.
I can hear you.
So, can you see my screen?
Yes, we can see you.
Okay, thank you, Prof. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Very good morning, very good noon, afternoon, evening, night. So, my name is Rizky Prandani. I'm an MBA student at IPMI International Business School, Indonesia. So I will present about my research. The title is The Effect of Hedonic and Utilitarian Shopping Value on Impulsive Buying Behavior of Airline Passengers, moderated by Airport Digital Experience at Soekarno-Hatta International Airport. So this is my agenda. So I will start with the introduction. As we know that in the past 2 years, it's been a hard condition for the aviation industry, especially the airport. In this picture at the left graphic, you can see how the COVID-19 impacted the net income of CJK Airport, especially PT Angkasa Pura II as the airport operator company of CJK. So they've been facing loss, and after these conditions, all of the airport company actually, especially CJK, realized that they couldn't rely on their aeronautical business. So they have to be focused on develop their non-aeronautical business to help them recover from these conditions, or maybe in the future, if they face this condition again, they will be stronger than this. So they wanted to focus on, or they also want to rely on their non-aeronautical business, this is the business that related to the provide the facility, the experience for the passengers. But you know that non-aeronautical business important factor is the passenger spending behavior. But actually in CJK itself, the passenger spending behavior performance is not really good. It's underperformed if we compare to the peers, or we compare to the Asia Pacific on average. It's still far below the average. So they need to improve or to motivate the passenger to spend their money more on the airport. So the key point in here is understanding passenger behavior. It is important if they want to build some kind of strategy to improve the passenger buying behavior. Several research suggest that in understanding passenger behavior in the airport, hedonic and utilitarian shopping value is repression to fundamental motivations. So in order to understand, CJK have to deeper understand about their hedonic shopping value and utilitarian shopping value that felt by the passenger in the airport. So that's why this research to investigate how hedonic and utilitarian shopping value affected the intention of passenger to buy impulsively, actually, because the airport is a unique retail condition. It's different if we compare to the shopping center like mall or etc. the intention of passengers come to the airport, of course, to the travel, not to buy something. It is different if we compare to the mall. They have intention to buy something. So impulsive is explained that this is the buying behavior in the airport. So and then this is the problem statement. CGK need insight about the impulse buying behavior of passengers. However, according to the several existing studies, there are three major gaps. The first is it is relatively little research has dealt with this vital topic. As a whole, some research only limited to the intention of buying. And the second is hedonic and utilitarian value related to passenger buying behavior have been rarely examined, especially in Indonesia. And the last is in the context of digitalization in the passenger airport experience, very rarely researched. So the previous research recommend the further research to also consider about the situational factors, and digitalizations also become the situational factors that become hype right now, because every company in the world, actually not just airport, has the main focus development, and one of them is digitalization. So therefore, in this current study, we intend to fill these gaps in the extant literature with the aim of providing deeper insight and in accordance with the conditions of CGK Airport, which will use hedonic and utilitarian shopping value as a factor to understand the impulsive purchase intention of passenger, and also use the digital experience to understand whether it will moderately affect the passenger impulse buying. So from all the explanation, this is our objectives. The first is to analyze the effect of hedonic value on passenger buying intentions, and then to analyze the effect of utilitarian value on passenger buying intention, to analyze the effect of passenger buying intention on passenger impulsive buying, and the last is to assess the moderating effect of airport digital experience between passenger buying intention and passenger impulsive buying. So we move to the literature review. The first is the hedonic shopping value. Many research talking about this variable, but we define this hedonic shopping value as the degree of which an individual believes that shopping activities in the airport give them experience of pleasure, enjoyment, entertainment, and at the same time, the feeling of self-respect. And for the utilitarian shopping value, we define as the degree of which an individual believes that shopping activities in the airport still give them value of efficient, functional, and supportive to the need of passenger in their travel process. And at the same time, the product provided has a value that it is proportional to the money that they spend. So actually, we could relate that hedonic shopping value is a non-product related value, and the utilitarian shopping value is product related value. And then the passenger buying intentions simply defined that how hard persons are willing to try and how much determination they are planning to use toward performing behavior. So we define that the extent of which a traveler's likelihood to revisit shops at a particular airport and recommend shopping at the airport shop. And then the airport digital experience. This is as a situational factor that we use to become a moderating variable. We define it as net impressions or a feeling of the passengers about digital facilities that they experience in their journey, in their airport journey experience, as judged by a passenger's individual standard expectation and perceptions.
Dear Rizky, sorry for interruption. Can you conclude your paper? Because you already finished your time.
Oh, sorry. So this is the framework. And then this is our methodology. We use quantitative research. And then the populations is about 150 passengers, and the tools that we use is using SPSS and Smart PLS structural equation modeling. So this is the finding. We got some demographic of respondents. We cross-bet analyze with the transaction activities. It's a rare for the all of demographic to showing that the passenger always buying. They are sometimes usually buying something in the airport. And this is for the Merritt-Sherman model evaluations. All model is confirmed. It's reliable and valid for the research. And this is the testing result. It is showing that three hypotheses, the first three hypotheses is supported, but the last is for the moderating effect of airport digital experience is not supported. It's aligned with some previous research that actually it is unique in the airport. Even they feel satisfied in the journey of experience in the airport, it doesn't mean that they will buy something, especially for digital experience. And this is all the contributions. So CJK need to improve their hedonic shopping value. Like they could benchmark with the other airport like Changi International Airport that could give a lower price product compared to the downtown. It's also one of the hedonic value. And then from the demographic, they could also learn something that the passengers is, most of passengers like to buy food and beverages. So it would be maybe the main development from them for the future. And also locations, passengers always, most of passengers buy something in the boarding area or after the security check. And this is the limitations. We talk about the number of respondents. We talk about the objective. They need to research also about the other airport as a destinations. And then they need, the further research need to describe more about the hedonic, because in this research it is too general. They could focus on something like maybe the price, or maybe the experience, or maybe the environment. Okay. And then the last is for the non-supported hypothesis. We didn't do further qualitative research. So the further research maybe should do that. So I think that's all of my presentations. Thank you for your attention. I'm sorry for the time. Thank you.
Okay, thank you, Rizky, for your presentation. Any comments, questions, contributions to his presentation? If you don't have any, I would like to kindly ask you to keep your time, because we have already started maybe 25 minutes later than the scheduled time. And we have just 20 minutes, maybe 15 minutes. I would like to ask all participants just present their presentations as soon as possible. So for the next presenters, I would like to give Fatur Bhakti Nugraha for the presentation.
Yes, Prof. Thank you for the time. I will set the screen.
Thank you.
Can you see it, Prof?
Yes, we can see it. We can proceed.
Okay. Thank you. Assalamualaikum. Good afternoon, Prof. and my colleagues. My name is Fatur from IPMI International Business School with Ibu Amelia as my medicine via an electronic health platform using TPB theory with the doctor's platform. This is my agenda. for the introduction, for the General Dukcapil has just released data for the second semester of 2021 on December 30. It is known that the total population of Indonesia is 273 million people. The trend of the total is from in 2019.
I think we have lost connection.
I'm sorry, Prof. My connection was lost.
Yes.
I will continue.
Yeah, would you please present as soon as possible, please?
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you, Prof. Okay. Next is for the global outbreak of coronavirus pandemic has forced many industries to switch to remote work to prevent the spread of the infectious disease. Consumer purchasing behavior has rapidly shifted to online media. Thus, the pandemic helped accelerate the development of digital infrastructure in many industries. Next, for the problem statement, the health sector is no exception. In the digital age, many hospitals and care providers have actively sought innovation in contactless service and operational processes to improve productivity and organizational agility. Allo Doctor is one of the digital transformation of medical and health service. This study used Allo Doctor, which is one of the digital health initiative platform in Indonesia with several users reaching 5 million people. Base research conducted by Agilor and Al-Haddad state that product knowledge can significantly increase consumer attitude toward pharmaceutical drugs and consumer behavior toward the pharmaceutical drug. But then the problem is the level of community product knowledge, which is still low, and product knowledge regarding drugs, which is still quite difficult to understand and find. So that according to Interactive and Roth, large numbers of people are not very confident in their knowledge and the safety of prescription medication, and this often leads to non-adherence. Next, for the scope and limitation, this study analyzed the effect between variable product knowledge, personal attitude, perceived social pressure, perceived autonomy, and purchase intention. And the limitation of this study doesn't examine and compare intention before the COVID-19 situation. Next, for research benefit for pharmaceutical company, with this research knowing the information to increase demand for the product will affect the profit. For a health platform, will know how to increase traffic and engagement with the consumer. For the public, there will be more information about products, especially in medicine, which is still very rare to find the information. Next, for the literature review. The study will use a theory plan of behavior according to Axen, and with product knowledge as the moderator. Next, for previous research, there are some of the previous studies which discuss more about acceptance of e-health platform, perceived risk, changes in consumer purchase intention, and factor influencing the intention to buy over-the-counter medicines. Next is for the methodology. First, the hypothesis development. My first hypothesis is personal attitude positively affect consumer purchase intention, and the second hypothesis, perceived social pressure positively affect consumer purchase intention. The third hypothesis is perceived autonomy positively affect consumer purchase intention, and the last, product knowledge moderates the relationship between personal attitude, perceived social pressure, perceived autonomy, and purchase intention. Then for the finding and discussion, This is the conceptual model from the author, and this is the advance of conceptual model by previous research elaboration. Personal attitude is measured by perception and individual belief. Perceived social pressure is measured by family and college. Perceived autonomy is measured by awareness and self-efficacy. Product knowledge is measured by familiarity and expertise. And the intention is measured by interest and determination. Next is for the research finding about the previous studies. Based on the result of a study conducted by FEBITA regarding the factor that influence online purchase intention in general context, it can be concluded that the main factor affect online purchase are the level of security, risk, convenience, and accuracy of delivery. However, the case is quite special in purchasing medicine via online. The decision to buy drugs is not only based on the several factors mentioned earlier. Research found that purchase intention can be influenced by attitude toward online shopping. Therefore, continuous improvement is needed in the reliability and convenience of the platform to form the best experience to increase intention to buy drugs online. And then for from Bonera and Clems have conduct research and state that there is a positive relationship between perceived social pressure and purchase intention. Therefore, it is necessary for pharmaceutical companies to carry out marketing that is more influencing, so that there is an increase in intention to buy the product offered. Based on research conducted by Lau Hapensang, perceived autonomy has a significant impact on increasing purchase intention. Therefore, for e-health, it is also necessary to continue to review the convenience and comfort in the consumer experience in buying drugs online. And the last is from Gatautis, find an impact of both product price and product knowledge on online purchase intention. As I mentioned earlier, the decision to buy medicine is not based on a number of factors in general online shopping. Even in the decision to purchase drug offline, knowledge about drugs is still taboo for the majority of people. The lack of education about medicine makes some people tend to let their illness heal on their own. Therefore, the product knowledge factor offered by pharmaceutical companies and the Halo Dokter platform or other health platform is very important to significantly moderate the intention to buy non-prescription drugs online. And last, for conclusion and recommendation, the conclusion, according to several previous studies, product knowledge will be significant can impact the intention to buy non-prescription medicine directly from e-health platform. Even this study need more empirical data to be proven. For the limitation, the conceptual model create only refers to previous research or literature analysis. And for the recommendation, pharmaceutical companies and e-health platform must further facilitate the public in obtain an understanding of non-prescription drug, ease of use of e-health platform, and convenience of experience in shopping via online. This conceptual research, furthermore, need the empirical data study to be proven, validate, and connect to the variable. Okay, that's all from me. Thank you for attention. Thank you, Prof. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you for your presentation, Doctor. If any questions or comments from the audiences? So I would like to give the order of the presentation to the Adrian Shanyoka, sorry for the pronunciation, or Roy Samber or Melinda Malao for their presentation.
Thank you. I will share now. First of all, Prof, I would like to deeply apologize that my flight got delayed, so I haven't reached the hotel social in the airport. But promise this is the quietest corner that I could get. Hope that it is not reducing. Okay.
Yes, thank you. I would like to just kindly ask you to present your as quickly as possible, please. Thank you.
Sure, we'll start the timing. Okay, the title is the impact of ore export ban and macroeconomic variable on stock return of nickel mining company. So the focus is basically about the ore export ban. And I was reported and advised by Prof. Roy and also senior teacher Dr. Melinda. Agenda is followed by the Congress. So start with the introduction. So Indonesia has a strong position in the world for nickel. We have more than 20% of nickel reserve in the country, and not many countries can compete with us. However, the contribution of nickel and other mining metal is still minimal. So because of this, the government issued regulation to ban the ore export ban or unprocessed nickel and other minerals so that can capture the value added in the country. At the same time, the performance of the stock share price is also influenced by macroeconomic variable, including the government policy, in this case, the ore export ban. These are the phenomena that I would like to share with all of the colleagues here. Is basically the blue color is the share price, the Jakarta Composite Index, and then the green and red color is the two mining company, Aneka Tambang and Inco, which is Vale now. So there are ore export ban policy implemented first in 2014 and stopped in 2017. The government gave some leeway for the producer to start building their processing in Indonesia. The government installed another ore export ban starting 2020 until now. But recently, WTO challenged this policy and is still ongoing. So the idea is like there is a limited study to see the ore export ban impact to the stock return of the nickel mining company. And there are also various results of the effect of fundamental factor or to the stock return in other industries. So because of this, I picked this research theme. On the literature review, some basic theory, it's like the major theory like efficient market hypothesis, random walk theory, capital asset pricing, and arbitrage. But I also zooming into several literature review, basically study done by other colleagues. These are the summary of all of the study that has been conducted on the effect of macroeconomic variable in various industry and countries and the impact to the stock return. I would like to draw your attention to the left column, the very left. It's basically some study, the impact of macroeconomic to the stock return. And then the second column is the combination between macroeconomic and financial factors. And then the third column is financial factors. On the mining company itself, it's on the fourth column. You can see basically there's very limited study on the nickel particularly, and specific on nickel, which is on the last column, on the fifth column, there's some study. So I conclude there's some research gap. So it gives the opportunity for me to see the impact of ore export ban in the nickel subsector towards the stock return. These are the hypotheses, the research framework is basically, there are 4 groups of research framework. First one is the impact, whether there is a difference in the stock performance of Aneka Tambang and the Vale, the Inco. The second group is the ore export ban, H2, the impact of ore export to the stock return. And on the macroeconomic variable, I choose 5 variables: GDP growth, exchange rate, nickel price, market return, represented by the Jakarta Composite Index, and gold price. One of the company is basically still producing gold. So the macroeconomic variable is going to be to be tested. There is a moderation after the ore export ban policy implemented. There is a binary binary model can be implemented. Once there is a policy implemented, we can denote by 1. When there is no policy implemented, it's 0. So from there, these are the research hypotheses. Again, there are 4 groups. First group is about the difference in stock performance between companies in nickel mining sector. Second group is second hypothesis, basically the export ban positively affect the stock return. This is the hypothesis that I get. And hypothesis 3 and 7 is basically the impact of macroeconomic variables. And the last is about the moderated effect analysis from the ore export ban. Methodology from this is the standard from preparation, literature review, data collection, and finally regression analysis conductor. These are the flow. So I'm using the panel data model estimation, and for that I use several tests to find the right model, and then also we'll do the classical assumption test. These are the independent and dependent variable. While on the independent variable and moderating variable is there is ore export ban, which is also the moderating variable. These are the model that I will run using the A-fields. Finding and discussion. Interestingly, maybe I just skip to the test result. It's basically out of the 5 macroeconomic variables, GDP, market return, IHSGR, and gold return has a positive and significant impact toward the stock return. The ore export ban policy is not has a significant effect, even though it is positive as following the hypothesis, but there is not. On the moderating effect is only seen on the GDP, so it didn't shown in the others macroeconomic variables. Conclusion recommendation. So there is no difference in stock return between companies in the nickel mining sector. So the performance of Aneka Tambang Vale Indonesia, it could be concluded seems to be the same by the investor. On the second hypothesis, the ore export ban does not affect the stock return. Some possibility because the policy is not consistent. It was implemented 2014 and withdraw 2017, again implemented again 2020. So there's also other possibility that the COVID-19 pandemic has affected the policy implementation. So and then on the macroeconomic variables, as the significant test resulted, the GDP growth, market return, and gold price affect the stock return, which is aligned with the theory. On the ore export ban, only moderate the effect of GDP growth. What is the recommendation? So I think this is also reflected some weakness in the study. So I strongly advise to other researchers or colleagues who want to also review this to cover the extended observation period. My observation period started from 2011 to 2021. So bear in mind that 2020 and 21 there is a COVID-19 pandemic, and also the ore export ban only implemented recently. So longer period probably could see a different result. And other recommendation is also interesting to see the other minerals company, the broader mining sectors. And perhaps last is about whether using other macroeconomic variable, interest rate and inflation rate to analyze the effect of stock return. Basically the monetary variable of macroeconomic. I think still got 1 minute, but this is my presentation, Prof. I'll give the stage to you. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Adrian Shah, for your presentation. Any questions, comments, and participation or comments? You are welcome. So for the next presentation, I would like to give the order Mr. Alvan Sukma Vijaya.
Dear Professor. dear
Yes.
Professor. Sorry for disturbing you, but as you know, the Congress proceeds through two channels. We had a time problem on this channel, channel 1. So we got Alwan on the second channel. He will present his presentation on the second channel. So we can skip him. He will present in the second channel to gain time for this channel.
Okay.
We can go
So
with
the last presenters, we will give the order. So then, right? So
Yes,
it is
sir.
actually the last presentation is our presentation with Assistant Professor Dr. Esengül Salihoğlu, Sivas Cumhuriyet University in Turkey. So the title is the analysis of the interaction between exchange rates and selected indicators with autoregressive distributed lag method in the case of Turkey. So, Dr. Salihoğlu, you can proceed. Thank you. Esengül Hanım, we can hear you. We can see your screen, but we cannot hear you.
Sorry, sir. Dear moderator and dear participants, welcome to all of us. Can you see my screen and
Yes,
my
yes.
presentation? Okay.
Yes, we can see. You can proceed.
Okay, I'm keep going. Okay. First of all, I would like to thank those who made it possible for us to participate in the CEO Social Science Congress. I work as a lecturer at Sivas Cumhuriyet University in Turkey. I will present the paper I prepared with Professor Dr. Ahmet Şengönül. The paper title is, as you show, analysis of the interaction between exchange rate and selected indicators with RDL method, the case of Turkey. My presentation plan, let's see. Right, I think this is better. My presentation plan presented on agenda, and let's have a quick literature review. Well, in the literature, some of the previous studies examining the relationship between exchange rate and macroeconomic indicators have reached similar result, but there is no consensus on these results. Among the, have we seen, I have to be quicker as you want. If you want, I will be quicker, or have I got time enough? Sir, Mr. Şengönül.
I have, we can ask the CEO Congress representative. It's 10 minutes. Yeah.
You can use your time. Don't worry. You can use time. We will take one more presentation from this channel to other channel for the next sessions. Don't worry.
Okay, thank you for your kindness. And sorry, some of studies in the literature that investigated exchange rate at the country groups level also analyzed countries through different groupings, such as their vulnerabilities and agreements they are involved in, and also their credit rating. And some others have evaluated the competitiveness of countries by comparatively analyzes the effect of real exchange rate on export volume of the bases in the of the industries of countries. Also in literature, some studies analyzing the Turkish economy samples are as follows. Some of them focusing on the optimum level of foreign exchange reserves, and some others focus on macroeconomic determinants. However, it's noteworthy that the number of studies analyze the relationship between reserves and exchange rates. Well, in our presentation, what is our variables? I have to show, I have to say this. Well, our time series of variable included analysis consists of 136 observations between June of 2010 and January 2022. Data sources Turkey Central Bank and also Banking Regulation and Supervision Board, Thomson Reuters, and Investing. Our dependent variable is CPI, Consumer Price Index based real effective exchange rate, and independent variables are reserves, dollarization, which explain Turkish banking sector, FX deposit volume, and logarithmic condition of change, Turkish liras deposit volume, money supply, and also FX position, export volume, import volume, and also crude oil are independent variables. First of all, in our methodology, it's essential to estimate the relation before approach. We have required to test the stationarity property of the series to either integration at the level and first integrated order or mixed order, but it is important not at their second difference level. We use Zivot-Andreev's. Zivot-Andreev's one break unit truth outcomes provide as follows. It explores the exchange rate and reserves are stationarity at their first difference level, and crude petroleum are stationarity at level, and all other variables are integrated at their first difference in both cases, intercept and trend. In this regard, Pesseran et al. 2001 suggested that the most preferable approach to estimate consistent and unbiased coefficients in IRDL for empirical analysis. In this analysis, we first look, is there any cointegration? It is essential to estimate the long-run association among variables. The cointegration relationship among variables must be tested. The bond test outcomes are expressed in table you see, which indicates that both upper and lower bond shows the rejection of H0. The absence of cointegration among series is rejected at level percentage 5 level, significance level. Bonds and bond tests, as you see, finally, its statistics indicate that a long run relationship exists among variables. The next we have to look long run as elasticity estimates. We further proceed our analysis to scrutinize the dynamic impact of reserve, dollarization, FX position, export-import oil, and money supply in Turkey. Result as shown in table, you see, explore that dollarization, open position, import oil and MH have a significantly impact on RARE. More specifically, this finding infer, for example, that a 1% influence in dollarization will reduce exchange rate by 1%, 1.004%. Further, the long-run Aredele findings indicate that positive impact on reserve and export to real exchange rate. Well, after that, sorry, my screen is quite right. Now we have to look short run elasticity estimates. To estimate the error correction model, the RADL model provides this facility with a long run estimation procedure. Due to the prevalence of different stationarity order, the series like 0 level and first level, the short run finding confirmed that reserve has a positive impact on real exchange rate in Turkey. In constant, when you look the table, the variable of dollarization has a significantly adverse effect on real effective exchange rate. It is estimated that 100% increase in the dollarization will reduce the real effective exchange rate by reduce real effect exchange rate. Well, moreover, error correction model coefficient value is observed to approve the theory with a negative sign and found to 21% convergence from short run to long run equilibrium annually, monthly for these concerned variables. In the model, in case of moving away from the long-term equilibrium from any reason, it is estimated that the equilibrium will be reached again after approximately 5 period. That's mean 5 months, because we use monthly data. Well, the next one, diagnostic test results supported that the model was significant. There is no serial correlation, heteroscedasticity. There is normal distribution according to Jacques-Bera test. Also, Kusum test results are significant. Well, sorry, for sum up, as a result of the analyzing using RRDL method, a long-run co-integration relationship was found between the variables. In the long run, central bank foreign exchange reserves and export volume positively affected real effective exchange rate. On the other hand, the change in a fixed deposit rate, foreign exchange position, import volume, and money supply, and also oil prices were estimated to have a negative effect on exchange rate. However, it is found that the independent variables have an effect of the real in the short run also. Well, according to finding of the analysis, it is concluded that the real effective exchange rate is affected by selected macroeconomic indicators, both in the short and long run. so on, it is important for policymakers and market practitioners to take into account the relationship between exchange rate and macroeconomic variables on their policies and also in applications. Thank you for your kind attention. That's all.
Thank you, Dr. Salihoğlu, for your presentation. Any questions, comments, and contributions are welcome.
Thank you, sir.
Okay, so this was the last presentation of the session. Thank you for all participants for their presentation, and again, CEO Congress representatives. Thank you for everything. I would like to close the session then.
Thank you very much, Professor Dr. Ahmet Şengönül. We have presented 5 papers in this session. One paper is presented in the channel 2. So all the papers are presented of session 20. Thank you for Ebru Kasnak, Rizki Piandiani, Amalia Naim, Fatur Bahakti Nugara, Andriash, Roy Sempel, Melinda Malao, Alvan, and of course, Professor Dr. Ahmet Şengönül, Assistant Professor Dr. Esengil Salihoğlu. Thank you for your presentations. Special thanks to Professor Dr. Ahmet Şengönül. It was a great moderation. Thank you very much, sir.
You're welcome. Thank you again. Have a good day and good luck for your Congress, continuing Congress.
Thank you. Thank you very much, sir. Now, we will start the next session, and because of we are having a time problem, as you know, the Congress proceeds through 2 channels. We had a time problem on this channel. Because of this reason, we got Ayşe Eliyeva and Assoc Prof. Dr. Murteza Hasanoğlu's presentation on the 2nd channel. We will present a chance for them to present their presentation on the 2nd channel. You can follow up from WhatsApp group too. They will present there. We will start with the 2nd paper, and I controlled who are here and who are not for the next session. As I see, Amalia Maulana is here, Tanya Mentari is here, Meli Primayanti is here, Mrs. Bidisha Alter is also here. Professor Dr. Mohammed Zia, I couldn't see your students in this session.
They are here. They are here.
Okay, then all the presenters are here. We will start with Amalia Maulana. Do you want to start, Amalia?
Yeah. Okay.
Okay, you can start. Also, you are co-moderator of the session.
So do you want me to be the moderator or you will take over? Sorry.
Yes, you are moderator and you are the presenter at the same time. Okay. So I will announce you for the first paper because your paper will be first. Then you can moderate the session. First of all, I want to close Esengül Hocam's presentation. Yes. Okay. You can share your screen. Yes. The first presentation will be in this session from Amalia Maulana's presentation. The title of the presentation is Evaluation of the Differentiation Value, Brand Meaning and Stopping Power of Indonesia Higher Education Institutions. Headlines as the Marketing Communication Brand Element. Floor is yours, dear Amalia.
Thank you so much, Professor. This research paper is conducted by me as the first author and also my co-author Ibu Indri Pradipta, both of us working at BINUS University, Jakarta, Indonesia. And I will start with the introduction. So branding in higher education institution, it's not the same as branding a product or, normal services. So this is relatively more complex services. So what we know that there is limited studies studying about the effectiveness of branding university, and the university has neglected much effort about design the branding strategy because they thought that their reputation that's already sell a lot. So here we will discuss our study, evaluate of the brand elements of the university. One of those are tagline. So that is the focus of the study. So brand elements in university communication, as we know, website is the main thing. And also currently we have social media, and basically some of us still use business card. Maybe millennials, maybe they don't use business card anymore, but apparently academicians still use business card in the meeting. And more, we can see that these communication materials carry the brand elements. So what is the effective of the communication from the brand elements? This should be attract attention and then understandable, and also explain the differentiation value better than others. As you see, there's many brand elements, not only tagline, but the focus of this study only for the university tagline. What is the tagline? Tagline is encapsulation of the higher education institution value promises in the delineate form. It's the shortest form of the communication. These are the studies that talking about the importance of tagline, and also about why tagline is also need to be addressed. Objective of this particular study as a research study, it's still rare to find studies of the effectiveness of the tagline, which is the most, the form, the small form of the value promises. So this study aims to open the eyes of the decision makers in the university to start studying their brand. The first one is, to what extent has the existing tagline followed the rules of the effective marketing communication? Secondly, does the tagline have stopping power or attractive to stop people and then want to know more? And also, has the tagline been understood? And moreover, does the tagline describe the differentiation compared to others? I'll start the literature review by telling about the theoretical foundation. We have a model attitudes toward advertising. This is from Dickowy, 1996. And also, as the characteristic of the high involvement service context, we know that there's many stakeholders, not only one as like customer, but we also have influencer and also other decision makers that the university need also to consider. And as the effectiveness of communication message, we know there's three important elements: catchy or stopping power, understandable, and differentiable. So as explained here, for the stopping power, because this tagline as the consumer entrance, we need some sort of stopping power. And also understandable, because when someone already looked into the tagline, so what does it mean? Does it mean something? Because there's many competition right now, so many offer. So therefore, in this particular moment, when people already want to see more, then does it tell something? And also differentiable, exactly because there's so many alternatives currently, so we can't rely on just understood and catchy, but also does it tell about the value promises better than others? This is the novelty of the study. It's about to combine those three, and then we want to evaluate, and especially because most studies are more talking about the brand communication in general, but not too much zoom into the brand elements. And in this case, we choose tagline. So previous studies, role of university brand has already been extensively studied. So here we can see, because of the time, I want to just show you, skim through these previous studies. But you can see that university brand influence student satisfaction and also influence the desire to recommend the university to others. And also there's a lot of university marketing communication, but there's still lack of consistency, accuracy, and also commitment from all stakeholders in the university. And also we can see that key person in the university as I think we, all the faculty members also represent the university brand. So most of us still busy with a lot of things, but probably not too much about building the thought leader, like co-branding with the university. That is also part of the university branding. So here, specifically on brand elements, there are studies, but these studies are more into the identity or the visual identity, not so much about the perception from the stakeholders. So that's the difference between this current study that we conducted and the previous studies. So we want to know more on the feedback from the stakeholders' point of view. Yeah, so this is also checking on, let's say, whether the brand identity is catchy enough, or also, there's a false identity by audience that they want to know more about the message. Okay, so from the stakeholders' perspective, so that is basically the focus of this study, different than the previous ones. In terms of methodology, so we start with collecting the tagline pool. So we select the tagline from there's a lot that we can see. There's many taglines that we can check from different sources. And after that, the data collection and then data analyze. And here we start with the collecting tagline pool. So we use the QS World University Ranking and Higher Education database owned by the Ministry of Education and also Culture of Republic of Indonesia. And there is also a lot of database that we can see. There is pool of taglines that we can start with and have existed in Indonesia for at least 10 years. So these taglines is all from Indonesian universities. Right, so from 100 universities we selected, then the researcher browsed the university's official website, official social medias, Wikipedia page, and so on. And here we found there are several universities that clearly displayed at least one tagline. And you can see a summary here. So then we asked the brand expert, the branding expert, to also reselect the tagline in order to find out what sort of tagline that need to be as the object of the study. So here we have 60 taglines coming from the pool selection. There's IPMI here as well. Right. To summary about the respondent, so we interviewed 6 branding experts, 30 prospective students, parents of prospective students and also school counselors. As I already mentioned earlier, that because this is a complex, high involvement services, so it's not only toward the students as the customer, but also from the influencer and decision makers. So interview with the branding expert, interview with the prospective student, interview with parents, and also school counselor. So findings and discussion, we found out from the discussion with the branding expert as well as, you know, the collection, during the collection, there's a long and short taglines. So here is the list of the long and short tagline. Also another categorization, it's about full sentences or keywords. So that's the difference between the way they express the tagline. Full sentences and keywords. Another thing is also from the way they present, program-oriented versus customer-oriented. So we know that program-oriented is more feature-oriented. For customer-oriented, it's more about the output or outcome-oriented. Another angle from the categorization is about the language use. So Indonesian language, English, and also other language. So we have a regional or local language, you know, the province language, or also they use the, you know, Latin or also Sanskrit. So that is from the language point of view. The language is implicit and also explicit. So we also see there's a difference between taglines here. So further about the analysis in the findings is about two aspects. First is catchy or attractiveness. Second is about whether that's understood or not. So categorized into 4 types of tagline, and we combine those 3 stakeholders' perspective. So here is the findings. 4 types. First type, not catchy and not understood. Type 2, catchy and but not understood. Type 3, not catchy but understood. And type 4, that's the best, catchy and understood. So for not catchy and not understood. Yeah, so that we can see there's a theme here because this is a qualitative study. Oh, I forgot to mention that this is purely a qualitative study, and because we use different perspective and also different way of looking, so that's already triangulate. So we are checking the validity from different perspective, and also we use many sources. So then the validity of these findings, it's already covered. So compared to other types, so this type is, we can see that this not attractive and also too complex. Yeah, so the example here, it's creating integrity, innovative, catalytic, and wise learners. Even this one is in Indonesian language, but because they use catalytic, that's in Indonesian, but direct translation, because it's direct translation, the word is not understood. So these are many quotes that we got from the studies. So we will present this in the full paper. So second is catchy but not understood. Interesting, isn't it? So catchy but not understood. Okay, so here, say, for example, here, advancing humanity. That is catchy. People said it is attractive, but they don't understand the meaning. Third one, not catchy, but they understand. So here, you know, it's straightforward, it's direct. So that's why. And for this, the short tagline, yeah, too obvious. So the meaning is easy to understand. Yeah, so best private university. So when best private university, the tagline is short, easy to understand. but that is not an interesting tagline, not enough stopping power. So catchy and understood. So we want to reach this as our goal. So this tagline is being able to summarize the vision, mission, goals in the higher education institution in short sentence. Example is leadership, entrepreneurship, ethics. So this using of keywords that is also clear and they understand the meaning. How about catchy and understood? But I think the next question is about differentiable or not. So we categorize catchy, understandable, but not differentiated, and the other one, and differentiated. So these are the tagline example, catchy, understandable, but not differentiated.
Sorry, Professor, sorry for disturbing you. You
I will
finished
make it
already
quick.
your time.
Yeah,
Please
thank you.
summarize in 2 minutes.
Yeah. So catchy, understandable, and differentiated. So the example is inspiring innovation with integrity and so on. So these keywords are catchy, but they also understand the meaning and also different than other alternative. Other issues, it's about using the corporate tagline or event tagline that is mixed up and also inconsistency. Conclusion and recommendation. So the findings that we confirm about using the model about catchy, understandable, and also differentiable, and this add to the contribution of knowledge about the brand element and high involvement service context, because that is also not many studies discuss specifically. As for the practical contribution, this study will be handsful and also helpful for the decision makers in the university. Then they can also check and evaluate whether their brand taglines already follow the guideline. And for the ones who are in the process of rebranding, they can see that they can do better than the others. Okay, I will stop the presentation here. Thank you so much. Any question? Because of the time, so I cannot further discuss about other things.
Thank you. I think so. Am I audible?
Yes, Dr. Zia.
Dr. Amelia, thank you very much. It was very nice. Let me just state only 2 sentences. Your presentation was catchy, understandable, differentiable, but little lengthy.
Okay, I'll keep in mind to do a lot of rehearsal next time. Thank you.
It was really very catchy, very understandable. And I think so some participants may have forgotten because it was lengthy. Anyways, great presentation. Thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. Dr. Kardal, I think so we should move to the next presenter.
Yes, yes.
Shall I take over? Or you
Yes,
want
please.
to
Yes,
continue?
Amalia.
No.
Yes, please.
Okay.
You are the moderator, please.
Okay, thank you. Right.
With the request to all other presenters to take 10 minutes, we should go.
Yeah. So how about the first presenter? So Associate Professor Dr. Murtaza Hasanoglu, are you here?
Actually, as I said, we took them to the channel 2 because of time limit.
Okay.
They presented at channel 2.
Okay, so then I will move on to presentation number 3 then. I will invite Ibu Tania Mentari Desriani to present the paper, and the title is The Impact of Corporate Ownership and Dividend Policy to Risk Disclosure Practice and Stock Market Performance of Indonesian Public Listed Companies during pandemic. So 10 minutes for the presentation, Ibu Tania, and 5 minutes for question. Right. Please, floor is yours.
Papa.
Thank you, Bu Amalia. Can you see my screen?
Not yet, but coming up, I think. Yeah. Yeah, we can see now.
Okay. Thank you, Dr. Amalia. Good evening, good afternoon, and good evening for all the participants. My name is Tania Mentari Desriani, and thank you for sparing your time to attend this session of conference. Today, I will present my ongoing study. The title is The Impact of Corporate Ownership and Dividend Policy to Risk Disclosure Practice and Stock Market Performance of Indonesian Public Listed Companies Before and During Pandemic COVID-19. The study was conducted by me and supervised by Professor Roy Sembel and Dr. Melinda Malau. This presentation will have three main parts. The first is introduction, followed by literature review, and last is methodology. And I will start with the introduction. The outbreak of coronavirus seriously affected every business sector. During COVID-19 situation, was caused widespread of negative sentiment and led to market turbulence, harming the interests of investors and aggravating the instability in capital market. But after the situation was getting better, some business sectors are still facing the struggles in bouncing back their performance, as we can see on the graph. As the pandemic increased the level of uncertainties in stock market, investors become more aware of any disclosure released by a company. They won't risk their investment for something that they aren't sure of, and the pandemic COVID-19 caused an increase in corporate risk, and companies need to improve their risk disclosure practice quality in order to give a certain information for investors. According to prior studies, risk disclosure practice is impacted by the corporate governance practice within the company. Corporate governance plays an important role in supporting companies in enhancing accountability, transparency, and clarity of risk disclosure. So the problem that identified as the background of this study is we are intrigued to analyze on how corporate governance could impact risk disclosure practice and how risk disclosure practice could affect the stock market performance during pandemic COVID-19. And this is the research question and research objective about this study. First is related to the effect of corporate ownership structure on risk disclosure practice. Second, related to the effect of dividend policy on risk disclosure quality. Third is the effect of risk disclosure quality on stock market performance. Next is related to the mediating effect of risk disclosure on the relationship between corporate ownership and stock market performance. Next is the mediating effect of risk disclosure quality and on the relationship between dividend policy and stock market performance. And last is to the moderating effect of pandemic COVID to the relationship between variables. And the scope of the study is this research will analyze the corporate ownership, dividend policy, risk disclosure quality, and stock market performance of public listed companies that belong to non-financial sector in Indonesia during 2018 until 2021. Meanwhile, the research contribution for this study are, the first one is theoretical contribution, will prove the relevance of agency theory during pandemic. Second, practical contribution will be to be the guide for companies to improve their risk disclosure practice, and for policy contribution will be to evaluate the current rules about risk disclosure practice in Indonesia. Next, we move on to the literature review. The underpinning theory of this paper is agency theory. Agency theory basically describes about the relationship between principal and agent in a company. Information asymmetric is one of the agency problem that could affect the trust between principal or shareholders and the agents or the company. Previous studies have been proven that risk disclosure practice can reduce information asymmetrics. According to Allegrini and Greco, agency theory has been used as a framework in explaining relationship between corporate governance and risk disclosure practice. Risk disclosure is the communication of information concerning the firm's strategies, characteristics, operation, and other external factors that have the potential to affect expected result. According to risk disclosure regulation, the mandatory risk disclosure category is financial risk with credit risk, exchange rate, market, interest rate as the indicators. Meanwhile, for the voluntary risk disclosure, there are 6 categories: operational risk, empowerment risk, information processing and technology risk, integrity risk, and strategic risk. In this study, we use corporate governance as the independent variable with 2 representatives. First is ownership structure, whether the company is state-owned or private-owned company. And second is dividend policy. The reason why we choose this variable is because dividend are one of the signaling tools for managers to convey information to the market. And next, we use risk disclosure as the dependent variable and mediating variable, including both mandatory and voluntary risk disclosure. And next is the stock market performance as the dependent variable, because due to prior research, high level of disclosure significantly improved the stock market performance through reduction in information asymmetrics. And last is pandemic COVID as the moderating variable. So here's the research framework. There are 6 hypotheses. First is there is a positive association between institutional or government ownership to the extent of risk disclosure.
Dear presenter, sorry
yes.
for disturbing you. You already finished your time. Please summarize in 2 or 3 minutes.
Okay. Yeah, so this is the hypothesis. And this is the research design. The sampling criteria will be the non-financial companies that publish the annual reports on 2018 until 2021. And it has complete data related to the risk information, its board ownership, and other data. And the sample size is 30 non-financial corporation that listed on Indonesia Stock Exchange. And this is the measurement of variable. The corporate ownership, the indicator is ownership if the state-owned enterprise is 1 and private is 0.
Miss Tanya, I think you can skip few slides. No, I think you can skip few slides to be able to share your findings. Okay.
In this presentation, only until methodology, Dr. Amelia.
Last 2 minutes. Skip some slides.
Yeah, it in this presentation, it haven't include the findings and discussion.
Oh,
so
this is
it
a conceptual only.
Yes.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Okay, just
so,
go on.
Yeah. For the dividend policy, we use the dividend payout ratio, and risk disclosure, we use the content analysis that will be conducted with the NVivo software. For the stock market performance, we'll use the market adjusted return. And this is the data analysis step, the descriptive analysis, and then panel data regression. And this is the empirical model. The first one is for the risk disclosure as the dependent variable, and the second one is for the stock market performance as dependent variables. And this is classical assumption test, and finally significant test to test the hypothesis. Yeah, I think that's all from me. Thank you for your kind attention. I'll give the mic back to the Dr. Amelia.
Thank you, Ms. Tanya. Thank you. And I would like to ask the participants to ask questions. Is there any question?
There are no questions
have 5
actually.
minutes.
No, there are no questions. Just thank you very much from my side. Just a small request from Dr. Media, because she is the moderator, and to all the participants, that I'll take just half a minute. It will save a lot of time. If time is short, then what we do is you come up with your title. Introduction is understood. Literature review is understood. You skip that. Methodology, no problem. If there are some questions, then we ask what method you use. Otherwise, we accept. Directly go to your analysis, your hypothesis, analysis, and results, and that's it. So it would save a lot of time from others. If one participant saves something like 2-3 minutes, then it would combine together 10-15 minutes would be saved. I thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Zia. Thank you for your advice. If we can continue with the next presentation, Dr. Zia, can we? Yeah.
Yes, let's
Right.
move to the next presenter.
Yeah.
Who is the next
Okay.
presenter? Let's see.
Yeah, the next presentation is the research paper from Miss Meti Primayanti, Pak Roy Semba, Haris Turino, and Miss Melinda Malau. So the presenter, Miss Meli Primayanti, are you here? The title is The Effect of Employee Engagement on Turnover Intention, the moderating and mediating role of person-organization fit at banks in Jakarta. Okay, floor is yours.
Okay.
10 minutes, yeah?
Thank you, Gwen. Okay, let me share my screen first.
Please share your screen. It's a very interesting topic. Just go to your, this is a very interesting topic like employee engagement on turnover intention. You're checking the impact. Go to your model. Tell us what were your hypotheses, what results you generated, what are the findings, and what you recommend. Please.
Okay. Good evening, everyone from Jakarta. It is an honor for me to be here, and the thanks to the wonderful moderator, Dr. Amalia. So I'm Meli Primayanti, supervise Prof. Roy Semba, Dr. Haris Turino, and Dr. Melinda Malau from I'm from Sekolah Tinggi Manajemen IPMI, Indonesia. I will present about the title, The Effect of Employee Engagement on Turnover Intention, the Moderating and Mediating Roles of Person Organization Fit at Banks in Jakarta. Yeah, this is for this presentation, I will cover about the introduction, literature review that will include the variables, theoretical frameworks, and hypothesis, and just methodology. Let's first start the chapter 1 introduction. Today, organization operate in a competitive global environment. Major expense for most organization is the cost labors. Any step that can be taken to reduce this cost would be very beneficial. For example, downsizing or layoff of employee maybe can be effective. But this approach has its own cost. Increasing productivity, reduce employee turnover is a better strategy. With one factor that has significant relationship is the degree of it between a person and the organization. Surveying in HR show that are two greatest concerns in HR, such as employee commitment and to the organization and identification of talent. Person organization fit make it possible to predict a candidate level of commitment and from the basis from the characteristic used to quality and employee as talent. Is generally described as the compatibility between employee and the organization. Person organization fit is also described as the compatibility of individual and organizational value, personality, and goals. Some of the important results in favor of the person organization fit, such as increased productivity, improved loyalty, organizational commitment, and decreased turnover. And companies need to understand how do the young people choose their workplace by considering several factors such as career path, job choice, work adjustment, organizational climate, attractiveness, the workplace, and of course, person-organization fit. Why this study research Gen Z as respondent? As we know, now moving to workforce is Gen Z. Gen Z different from other generation in the way they works. They were born 1997 to 2012, now age 10 to 25 years. Data by BPS show total population of Indonesia is 274 million people, dominated by Gen Z at 27.94%. Inhabited, and Gen Z and DKI Jakarta 2 point record then the number of 2.71 of the total 10.54 million inhabitants of the capital city. And then Indonesia currently experiences an demographic bonus up to 2045, which means that the majority of the population belongs to the productive age group. And according to Deloitte, 40% Gen Z would leave their job within 2 years, and 35% would leave even without another job. Average tenure young people was 3 times less than previous generation. Engagement is recognized as a valuable concept for development of a committed and productive workforce. When employers engage, extra time and resources are exerted without management asking. Data show Gallup research, only 21% employee worldwide engage with their organization, 90% actively disengaged. In Indonesia, employee working, 18% engaged and 15% actively disengaged. This is, and the banking industry is the primary preferred industry to start a career by business student. In here, men ranks first to choose to work in a bank, while women in second place. According to Comdata survey, banking and finance industry has 18.6% turnover rate, and according to Deloitte survey, the current turnover rate banking industry above 10%. This phenomenon becomes exceptionally crucial to further studies to avoid the first losing potential talent. On the other hand, numerous financial analysts and economists worry about high quantities of the most experienced worker leaving works because of retirement and mortality. The next few years, Gen Z shall be fill the holes in the working environment of baby boomers. This is a research question. The study would like to answer the following question. How is the effect of employee engagement on turnover intention? How is the effect of employee engagement on the person-organization fit? How is the effect person-organization fit on turnover intention? How is the mediating person-organization fit the relationship between employee engagement and turnover intention? And how is the mediating of person-organization fit the relationship between employee engagement and turnover intention? And the objective of this study are follow the analysis to employee engagement on turnover intention, to analyze the effect employee engagement on the person-organization fit, to analyze effect of person-organization fit on turnover intention, to analyze the moderating role of person-organization fit, the relationship between employee engagement and turnover intention, and the last to analyze the mediating role of person-organization fit, the relationship with employee engagement and turnover intention. This is previous research. Person-organization fit and turnover intention. Example, Aprianti et al. The effect of person-organization fit and workplace fund on intention to stay with work engagement variable. Person-organization fit and employee engagement. How Zaza does perceive organizational support and employee development influence organizational citizenship behavior. Person-organization fit as moderator, and employee engagement on and turnover intention. This is theoretical contribution. improve the body knowledge of the person-organization fit, stimulate great employee engagement, and reduce turnover in tension. Provide reference material on how to retain Gen Z employee in the organization, to further research in understanding person-organization fit to increase employee engagement and reduce turnover. To managerial contribution, give guidance to HR on how to enhance employee engagement for Gen Z employee, to develop their ability to create and maintain effective, innovative, and increase productivity at their workplace, to engagement management to reach a better performance of the company. As regard their engagement, driver factor and have a competitive advantage, and to reduce turnover, to person-organization fit as moderating and mediating. Yeah, this is literature review. The chapter of literature review will be elaborate the base theory variable and the relationship between construct and the theoretical framework. Social, this is social exchange theory from Sharp, Gen Z, person-organization fit, employee engagement, and turnover intention. Oh, I can look this slide.
Yes, sorry for interruption. With due apology from Dr. Kaudal. Can we skip this literature review and things like that? Directly go to the hypothesis, results, and then go ahead.
Yeah, this is research framework.
It will be better because you already finished your time.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. This is research framework and hypothesis. Hypothesis 1: employee engagement has a negative effect on turnover intention. Employee engagement has a positive effect on turnover intention. Hypothesis 3: person-organization fit has a negative effect on turnover intention. Hypothesis 4: person-organization fit moderate the relationship between employee engagement and turnover intention. And hypothesis 5: person-organization fit mediate the relationship between employee engagement and turnover intention. Yeah.
Okay. Do you still have more slides? Because I think time's up, Miss Melly.
Oh, okay.
Can you summarize?
Okay. This is the methodology. Yeah, I will using quantitative method to answer this.
Just forget that. Just forget methodology. Just give us the conclusion, the findings, please. Yeah. Because now you have just a minute. You have. I'm sorry with all moderator and Dr. Kaudal. You have just reached in the middle. Now you have reached to the methodology, and from here your research started. From here your research starts actually. So you just, if you start, it will take another 15-20 minutes. So with due apology, just give us your results of your hypothesis and findings.
No, I'm just the methodology from Dr.
No. Methodology is fine. No question. Your methodology is fine. All acceptable. Just go whether your hypothesis accepted or rejected. How many accepted? How many rejected?
I think she has just one more paper.
I'm still,
right?
Yeah. No, I'm still processing the data until now.
You can go.
Go ahead.
You can go.
Go ahead.
Yeah. Research. I'm using a Cohen table for identifying sample size to allow point and significant level, and I have a minimum sample size of 52. And then using G-Power, and the total size 89. I'm decided to use 200 sample for this research. Yeah, I'm using SPSS and Smart PLS with multi-group analysis. SPSS for identifying testing validity, reliability, descriptive analysis, and and the Smart PLS to measurement model evaluation and the structural model evaluation. Yeah, I think that's all my presentation. Thank you.
Okay. Okay, so this basically a research proposal, yeah, Mbak Melly.
Yes.
Melly?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
All right, so maybe you need to go around and do another conference, yeah, after this. Yeah, okay. Anyone, is there any question for Miss Melly?
Just appreciation comment. Thank you very much. It was all, a research proposal defense, and you succeeded in defending your proposal. And we appreciate you. As the moderator mentioned, you can complete this paper and publish as well or present it. We appreciate you, but just focus on either moderation or mediation. You're taking moderating, mediating, both analysis, and you're taking, you're saying smart PLS and you're saying SPSS. You cannot put all the analytical tools in, then it would be a mixture and it would be coming up something which you won't be able to explain to anybody. So pick up either moderation, and for the next you go for mediation. Pick up one, either SPSS or smart PLS, and then recommend. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Zia. I think that's a valuable feedback from Dr. Zia. Mameli, yeah, for
Okay.
next stage.
Yeah,
okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. And we will go on to the next presentation. I
Yes,
think,
please.
Ibu
Next.
Ribat, Miss Ribat Khan, you're here.
Yeah, Miss Riba, are you there?
Yeah, I think I can see her just now.
All right,
Yeah.
Miss Ribat Khan, now it's up to you. Dr. Amila, please. Okay.
Yes. The presentation title is How to Reduce Work-Family Conflict, a methodological approach of employing the formula of organizational support and performance incentives. So 10 minutes for presentation, Ms. Ribat, and also 5 minutes for question and answer. Floor is yours.
Thank you so much for providing me with this opportunity. I will take my due 10 minutes to present it. Good evening, everybody. So the title of my research is How to Reduce Work-Family Conflict, a methodological approach of employing the formula of organizational support and performance incentives. And I'm really thankful to my co-author, Dr. Muhammad Ziaur Rahman, as well. So I will proceed with my presentation. First of all, the agenda. This presentation will go from introduction, then literature review, then work, family conflict, organizational support, performance incentives, and then methodology will be presented, then findings and discussions, and in the end, conclusions and recommendations. So I will keep it short in order to complete it in due time. So as for introduction, one of the most important and critical issues nowadays in different organizations at both national level and international level is work-family conflicts. So many researchers worked on it and some solutions were also provided, but they were not fully successful in providing the solution for every organization. So every organization needs a different solution for the work-family conflict. One size does not fit all. So this study focuses on work-family conflict and comes up with the unique and different methodological approach of employing organizational support and performance incentives to reduce both work and family conflicts. So literature review, it was more about what is work-family conflict and what is the performance incentives and organizational support. So I think I would just keep it short and not describe all of the things. So I would just say work-family conflict was a type of inter-role conflict that occurred when the work and home domains had conflicting roles constraints. That was also called as double conflict in the beginning, but then it was called as the work-family conflict. So it is a type of inter-role conflict that developed due to the incompatible role pressures from work and family domains. According to one definition, which was presented in 1985. So the spillover theory was a central point of view that had generated attitudes and experience in one area were linked to their attitudes and experiences in other domain. For example, employment and their home tasks. So this is what work-family conflict is. In the literature, most researchers, such as the mentioned in the slide, discuss the phenomena of work-family role conflict within different perspectives. In 2009, Nadeem and Abbas explored the impact of work-life conflict on NADRA employees in Pakistan, because I'm working in Pakistan, I've been living in Pakistan. So they've seen the impact of work-life conflict on job satisfaction. And other researches have been taken too. So the research objectives of this study is to identify the magnitude of work-family conflict in the telecommunication industry of Pakistan, and to see whether organizational support helps in reducing it or not, and if the performance incentives can help reduce the work-family conflict or not. So the hypotheses were organizational support is significantly and negatively related to the work-family conflict. And hypothesis 2 said if the performance incentives increases, it would decrease the work-family conflict. So we collected the data and analyzed it and came to the conclusion. So we selected 5 major organizations from telecom sector of Pakistan and distributed questionnaires amongst them. There was total 750 of questionnaires which were distributed, but we could only collect back 560 of them. And we used SPSS version 2022 to analyze the data. Moving towards finding and discussion, it was found that both of the hypotheses were considered true and they were accepted. And it was seen that organizational support and performance incentives works better than other approaches employed by various researchers in the past to cater the conflict of work and family. So work-family role conflict unceasingly and destructively distress the employees, their job satisfaction and job performance. Other studies also said the same thing, and the similar results were presented by other studies. Talking about this study, basically it provides rich knowledge for decision makers and the company owners, and even for those who are interested to study about this phenomena or construct. By examining it, and its role in employees working in telecommunication firms of Pakistan specifically. So the conclusion, if we talk about conclusion, work and family roles were crucial matters for the employees working in telecom sector. The workers who experienced work-family role conflicts, they faced many issues like health pressure, they became less comfortable with their jobs and felt stress that led them towards quitting the job or switching it. Moreover, the person who participated in dual role, having multiple roles or doing multiple tasking, or he had experienced more work-family role conflict, and which impacted the job performance as well. These findings suggested a need to develop policies favoring employees to cope with the work-family role conflict, which directly help them enhance their job performance through organizational support and performance incentives. The findings also suggested a need to hire assistants for women employees to support them with their office work, to manage their work and family roles and boost their job performance, as female employees came out to be more prone towards work-family conflict due to their schedule and tough routines and more home tasks, home chores, etc. Thank you so much, Ribat Khan.
Excellent. So because you're with Dr. Zia, I believe, so you know how to manage for the 10 minutes presentation. Yeah, Dr. Zia?
So
excellent.
Thank you very much. Actually, she is responsible and it's totally from her side. She is very responsible.
Yes.
Thank you so much.
So, Dr. Ribat. Okay, then questions from the floor? Anyone? If not, so I have question.
Sure, please ask.
Comment maybe. The first one is about the comment about your literature review, because I believe if you later on want to publish this to the higher ranked journal, so make sure that you the old literatures like the previous studies, I think you need to revise it with the more current one, because I still see something from the 90s, the 20s. So then at least, the past 5 years, then it's probably better in terms of, the reviewer wants to have the fresh literature. So that's first. And secondly, is about the culture, because I believe about the work family conflict, it's more about the culture, right? So I don't see a lot of discussion about whether the literatures, it's in the Western culture and you move into the Eastern culture. I believe Pakistan probably the same as Indonesia, that, the burden of women working woman, it's more, right, than in the,
True.
The Western society. So I don't know in which way that you address the cultural issues there.
Thank you so much for your valuable questions. First of all, about the literature review you asked, I have incorporated the recent literature as well, but for this presentation, because I wanted people to understand the phenomena and stuff and the definitions you see, I use the old definitions. That's why I mentioned more of the previous literature. But in the research article, I've used the recent literature, for example, from 2020 onwards as well. And for your second question, the research was carried on the country level, and it was of the Asian culture, basically. So I have not taken the culture as a variable, but I have incorporated it into the literature review.
Very good, Ribat Khan. Let me a little bit add a little point. Dr. Amelia mentioned very rightly. And, the whole concept was based on the gap provided by the previous authors. And they worked on the country culture or the societal culture, as you very rightly mentioned, Indonesia, Malaysia, subcontinent, wherever this, Islamic or Muslim culture is prevailing or dominating. It has been, including all this area. So the culture is almost overlapping with little bit 19-20% differences. So you are very much right. And many studies have been carried out by taking the cultural variable in them. And they recommended that apart from culture, now new variable with the new environment should be studied. So that was the gap which Ms. Ribat Khan focused on.
Okay, good luck with the study.
Thank you.
Okay, all right, now it's the last presentation. It's from...
Yes, last presentation now. Let's give her a good hand. Ribat Khan, well done.
Yes, Miss Bidisha.
Yes, ma'am. Yes, ma'am.
You ready? And your title is
Book Burning.
Book Burning. Interesting. It's tracing the history of the modern information warfare. Well,
yes,
what about it? Okay, let's listen together.
Yes, ma'am. I'll just start by...
This is the first time I'm listening something different. Until now, I was only listening burnout. Now, second burn word is related to book burning. Let's see what is this. All right.
Okay, I'll start. First of all, I would like to thank all the panelists, honorable panelists, for giving me this opportunity to present this paper. I hope to shed light on something which is currently going on in the world. I'll just start by sharing the presentation. Okay, so this is like the buzzword of the century: propaganda warfare, war of the narratives, and all these things. Now, I have tried to look into the historical precedents, like where it all started exactly. So for that reason, I have decided to write this paper and to do some research for my own knowledge also, because I didn't know much about this, that it has a historical precedent. So in this paper, I would like to first start with the introduction, then some research objective, literature review, followed by methodology, and then I'll go on to explain the main what is the cause of the book burning, and how the nature of this information warfare has changed, and what is the impact this has on our society just as of now. So basically, what is an information warfare? Well, the NATO's, if we go by the NATO's definition, it is to gain an information advantage over the opponent. Like if you know more than your opponent, then obviously you will have an upper hand over your opponent. Similarly, if you destroy, if you dismantle their information, their knowledge system, then you can cripple your enemies. So it's all about mind. It's all about striking the mind of the enemy. So here from the information warfare started from this concept of mind control. So basically, in the ancient and medieval times, if we have ample examples of invaders going into different territories and striking the libraries, targeting the libraries, and burning books in masses, not one or two books, in masses. So completely destroying the knowledge system, the civilizational knowledge, the cultural knowledge. Now, if we think that we have gained 100% freedom of speech in this world, we haven't. Everybody still tries to suppress others' information. The method has changed, obviously. In previous years, in ancient and medieval timeline, we have book burning. We have seen a lot of dictators burning books of the so-called enemies or any ideas that they thought are threatening their own ideologies. In the modern time, we don't do that physically because of the reason that I will discuss later. But then we still have this limitation in freedom of speech. So now in this, yes, so in this paper, like I said, I would go behind the cause and then the nature, how the information warfare has changed, and obviously what is the impact, whether it is harmful to our society and whether it's harmful in the future. I will delve into that also. So for this, in the literature review, I have based my research on the work of...
Sorry to interrupt, Ms. Haldar. I would suggest you to change your slides also because your slides are not changing. So it will be better.
Okay, good. Okay, okay, sorry.
Thank you, Mr. Sofik.
Has it changed now? Has it changed now? Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. So in the literature review, I have based my work basically on Professor Rebecca Nuth and Hans J. Hillerbrand's lecture. They have already delved into this topic, and they have Rebecca Nuth, Professor Rebecca Nuth, she looked into the book, ample examples of book destruction in the 20th century, like in the Nazi Germany and in other across the world. And she has tried to explore the probable causes of this in the 20th century. Hans J. Hillerbrand, on the other hand, he went back in the timeline and he traced these instances to the medieval Europe, in the Western world, in the Christian world, in the pre-Christian world. And according to that, he also explained why this happened, why books are targeted. So next slide would be, okay, so next, is the slide changing? Has it changed? Okay, so as usual, I would also follow their footsteps and I will trace from the ancient, medieval and modern. For this, I have taken some sources of the contemporary authors, the travelogues, the travelers, who have noted down the instances of book destruction. Now, why books are targeted? So, this violence, this book burning is a kind of a physical violence. It's a kind of a censorship, which is done physically to suppress the ideas which are considered to be, opposing to your own ideas, and to delete them, like to destroy the knowledge system. Like we have seen, this is a famous picture of in the Nazi Germany, where in 1933 German Student Union, they're publicly burning the books that the Nazis have perceived as a threat to their ideologies. And here are some other examples of in the great destruction of the Great Library of Alexandria, where it is said that the destroyers took the books and then they used those books to fuel fire for heating up water in the bathhouse. In the ancient China also, we have book destructions, huge bonfire of books, okay, happened. And then we have in the medieval era, we have in Europe, the Western Roman Empire, they burned books for conflict, for what they called conflict management. Now, what is conflict management? They thought that if we let ideas, foreign ideas, or ideas which we considered heterodox to seep into the society, that would cause disorder in the society. So for that reason, due to that apprehension, they burned books. They ordered books to be burned. Even books of the Enlightenment authors like Rousseau were burned. And a lot of the Enlightenment authors were also punished for writing, expressing ideas which were considered to be threatening. In India, we have the Nalanda University destruction, where not only the books, the whole 3-storied libraries, there were 3 libraries, all multi-storied libraries, millions of ancient manuscripts are stored. They were also burned down. The scholars were killed, the massacres, teachers and everyone were, they were slaughtered. So this is how suppression of free mind happens. Freedom of speech is suppressed, and it was suppressed in the ancient and medieval world. This hasn't stopped until recently. Even in the 20th century, we have the Tibetan invasion, where books on Tibetan Buddhism, the ancient cultural knowledge, the books on Tibetan medicine were destroyed. Libraries, monasteries, printing presses were all destroyed, were burned down. During the Chinese Cultural Revolution, books regarding Confucian ideology were also publicly destroyed and burned. So these are the things. So why? Because books preserves ideas and achievements of a society and a culture, which empowers that society, which leads the society to progress. And not only that, it adds to the cultural pride of the society. Like, we feel powerful if we think that our ancestors has done great things. This is a threat to the tyrannical regimes or people who are absolutist in nature. They don't want any disagreements with their own ideology. They want to feel that we are superior to this other people. And that is why they want to create this psychological trauma. They want to destroy the books because it has effect. Number one is it will destroy their civilizational knowledge, that will detach them from their cultural roots, and that would create a knowledge vacuum. So then after that, after that generation, maybe in the next generation, the people will be like, they would be they will be trying to find their roots, and then this absolutist regime can impose their own ideologies on those people. So that is exactly why books are targeted. With the destruction of knowledge is very important to psychologically traumatize a civilization and to enslave them. Now this has obviously, like I explained, extremists don't like disagreement, so then they tend to curb down any perception that they feel will threaten them. Yes, sir. Yes, sir. So now the nature has changed because obviously this is a short one. The nature has changed of this because now books are not burnt anymore. It is not feasible. It is not useful. The reason is that digitization. Thanks to the internet, we have freedom of speech. We have millions of online copies, like the presentation that I'm doing, like the books, PDFs we have. Now, no amount of book burning on library can, limit the freedom of speech. Everybody has access to all kinds of information. So here the nature has changed. So now the narrative warfare comes in. The narrative warfare, what they do, they just tend to change the narratives. They try to, a lot of narratives are being, shared all over the internet. And we don't have, as a common people, we don't have much access to verify which is a true news and which is a fake news. This is why it is causing a cognitive bias and cognitive dissonance. Now, why cognitive bias? Because especially in politics, one political leader, maybe they're publishing a certain narrative, which is sounding convincing. So at that time, people are supporting that political leader. And then after, it will only take a few weeks, maybe after that, somebody comes up and debunks that that narrative. So this is why constantly narratives are changing. So people are facing this cognitive dissonance. Dissonance is like not the inconsistency in their attitudes and behavior. People are not inconsistent. People are inconsistent in their thoughts. They're in their decision. They cannot decide what to do and what not to do because so many narratives are flowing all over. At one time, people are thinking this is right. Then another time they say, no, this is fake. So like that, this is causing, and this brings me to the impact. Yeah, the impact that this will damage the fabric of our society in the long run, because people will absolutely lose most of it will lose their ability to distinguish between what to believe, what not to believe. And obviously, not only in politics or economics, this will also affect their personal life. They will become indecisive, impatient, because so many things are happening at a lightning speed. So this is a problem, and obviously to persist, to continue as a civilization, we need some history to be written. If so many fake news are there in flowing around, then we won't have the correct information for our future generations that we can write in history for them to learn. So this is a societal problem I think we should address, and that brings me to my conclusion that governments and even from our side as individuals, before consuming any piece of information, we will try, at least, not all the time it is possible, I know, but at least we will try to take everything with a pinch of salt and not to buy propagandas or anything just as it is, and we need to verify certain facts and figures before we can actually make a conclusion of our own. Thank you.
Okay, thank
Very
you.
good.
Okay, thank
Very
you,
good. Very good.
Miss Bidisha. And any questions from the floor? 5 minutes.
No question, but a comment actually. I'll just totally take 60 seconds only, just 60 seconds, 1 minute only. Bidisha, first of all, I really appreciate. This is an excellent piece you have worked upon, and I would love to even further collaborate with you. You can have contact with me. I appreciate. I don't know which country you belong or wherever you are, but you're doing excellent. Oh, great. You are doing excellent. Book burning, it reminds me, something like back de-Germanization, burning the Latin literature. I've been reading that, burning the great Germans, they saved their, books to survive their culture. Still now they're, basing their greatness and strength and knowledge on the basis of that, those books. Similarly, you said that book burning ended. No, I won't say it ended. No, look what's happening in Iraq. What was the biggest, the oldest, and very famous. I feel like this very good platform, Dr. Kardal, to share my voice here. I don't know what would be the impact, but this is what I want to share. Look at in Iraq, there was Quran library. It was burned down totally. Why? It was the huge library. It was burned down. That was actual book burning. Similarly, if you look at the Indo-Pak subcontinent history, I mean, not only the other books, but also specifically the religious books, any religion. And those people, they came and they burned, especially the Holy Quran. Thank God the people were having the Quran in their hearts, but they burned Quran after Quran. That was book burning. Similarly, if you talk about others, people have been burning books. Why? To decivilize the people, to let the minds be empty. Once your mind is empty, what happens? We call empty mind is a devil's workshop. then either you become a devil or it's a devil's workshop. Then all the foolish ideas would be there, and anything can be created and you can run behind. And I appreciate, Vidisha, that finally you concluded that the new generation should follow some authentic books, some authentic literature. Unfortunately, if we go and search for the authenticity, you find the fake, you find unauthentic books, and they look much more authentic than the authentic books. So we need to become role models. I thank you very much. This was an excellent research. I appreciate it. Thank you very much.
Yeah. Thank you, Dr. Zia, for the comment and also appreciation for Vidisha. Maybe I also want to add something about future research, because this is also interesting. But for the future research, if we can also link between this book burning with, in the digitalization era, because then probably it's a similar practice, but with a different format. As in a certain countries, maybe it's not physical book burning, but blocking of information. Maybe it's like in China, there's a difficulty to access, right? Like certain website was blocked and things like that. So then that is also another future direction, just to combine the, the history book, but currently it's also, there's a lot of information, but the government want to control, right? Okay, so that is just my comments for you.
Thank you, ma'am, for the yes, ma'am. I would like to add a little bit. I didn't say that the books burning has stopped, but I said it has become useless because of the digitization. Like we have so many online copies, but yes, that doesn't mean we have attained 100% freedom of speech. I believe personally, and I'm being pessimistic here, I think that would never be possible, because everybody tries to push down others' narratives, right? So like you said, censorship, obviously censorship is there, and a lot of other online information filters are applied that don't use this word. If you use this word, the content will automatically get blocked and all these things. So we are way behind to attain that freedom of speech, that absolute optimum age of freedom of speech. So yes, I hope we can have a good future where we will ensure freedom of speech. Yes.
Okay, thank you, Vidisha. And for all of you, I think this is
I have just one comment about this.
Please, Sophie.
Since she is my colleague and she before the Congress, she just asked my suggestion whether she can present this paper or not. So I was very fond of this thing. And the one thing I would just want to comment, which already Dr. Zia has already told, that this thing is already continuing. We cannot say that book burning has stopped or like that. But about the historical phenomenon, we have lots of example here in South Asia. For example, in during the Turkish invasion, I think there was lots of burning of the Buddhist monastery of Odantapuri and Nalanda. I find you have mentioned it in the one of the pictures, but you didn't describe it in a lot of details.
Actually,
Better
for the
in
time, sir. Yeah.
yeah, I know.
Because that
Better
destruction went on, it was very lengthy. It would have become very lengthy. It's a very heavy destruction happened there.
Yeah, I got it. I will suggest you that please include much more better analyzation in your paper what you will be submitting. You are describing more of details, I find, but for the analyzation part, I think you will be much a bit more analytical and try to relate the historical process of book burning with the present generation of blocking of digital information that already Professor Amelia has said. So this this comparison should be there in your paper that will be submitting.
Okay. Thank you, sir.
Yeah, especially for the implication of the study, because I think the purpose of the study also need the managerial aspect, right? It's not just only the academic contribution, but also the managerial. Thank you, Mr. Sofik, for the last comment for this track. And I would like to thank you so much for the attendance, and also especially for the presenter, Miss Tania, Miss Melly, Miss Ribat, and also Miss Bidisha, and also to me as well as the first presenter. Thank you so much, and see you next time. Have a good evening, everyone. And also, I'm an associate professor, Amalia Maulana, and for everyone who want to contact me for further research collaboration, I would love to. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thank you very much for all presenters, and especially Amelia Maulana, Associate Prof. Dr. Maulana, Professor Dr. Zia Ur Rahman. Thank you very much for the session. All presentations have been done. We are skipping the new session. The moderator of this session is Dr. Savik Dasgupta. I control the panel. All the presenters are here. Because of the time problem, we have took Indiana Naphan to the channel 2. So we will start with second paper and go on.
Okay. Okay. So let's start for this session number 22. I will invite Professor Dr. Camelia Isabel Lastrilas, if I have pronounced your name correctly. Her paper would be the role of knowledge moderating a farmer's intention to adopt black soldier by farming. Okay, before starting, I would just suggest you to first introduce yourself. You have 10 minutes for presentation and then 2 or 3 minutes for question answer round. Okay, so arrange your paper accordingly. Okay, over to you, Dr.
Thank you. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah. Yes, you are absolutely.
Okay, thank you. Good evening, everybody. Thank you for this opportunity. I am Camila Lastrilia, and my presentation today is about the role of knowledge moderating a farmer's intention to adopt black soldier fly farming, as seen in the evidence in the Luzon region of the Philippines. To start, I will be presenting all the way up to my conclusion and recommendations. So to introduce this topic, by the year 2050, the world population is expected to reach 9.8 billion people. This means that food production must increase by at least 70%. The demand for agricultural innovation is now at an all-time high. In my research, I present to you insect farming. Insect farming is an innovative technology capable of solving many problems in the agriculture industry today. Insects are comparable in nutrients. They require less space to produce and have a low environmental impact. And they are a natural part of the diet of fish, poultry, and pigs, which are some of the animal-based proteins that majority of the population consume around the world. What might affect a farmer's intention to adopt insect farming technology? To start, black soldier flies are a species natural to the shaded region in Figure 1. So the entire continent of Africa, majority of Southeast Asia and Asia, and as well as some part of the United States, Central America, and the northern part of South America. They encompass a huge part of the earth. So the black soldier fly is the little black fly that you see on the bottom left. And just to give you a brief introduction if you've never heard of this organism before, is that they have been very well researched, but only in the scientific lens. So black soldier flies actually are capable of turning organic waste into protein. So in this diagram, you see that from waste from factories, supermarkets, schools, and agricultural waste can be processed by black soldier flies. So these black soldier flies are fed these, and in the larval form are then processed into a high protein animal feed. And their waste is similar to that of vermicast. It's called fertilizer frass, and that is equivalent to the fertilizer that we use in agriculture nowadays. So that can be brought back into the economy through chicken farming, through fish farming, and through fertilizers and all agricultural applications. Oops. So just a brief background on the study. Majority of the studies that have been done are in Africa, such as this one in Kenya. Just for the time being, I will move a little bit faster. So the main goal of the study is to analyze the level of acceptance of insect farming, specifically black soldier fly rearing and farming practices for animal feed among farmers in the Philippines. So the conceptual framework is based on the main constructs of the theory of planned behavior. This study features simply an approach, as it is not yet widely adopted, and there's not that much research yet on the adoption of this technology. Thus, the theory was not studied all the way down to the adoption of this technology. For the novelty of this research, a moderating variable, knowledge of BSF farming technology, was incorporated into the study. Several research gaps were discovered in the economic performance, the environmental social performance in terms of supporting startups of black soldier fly larvae businesses moving forward. The significance of the study is it actually contributes to 8 of the 17 Sustainable Development Goals. It has massive cost-saving potential in waste management, protein additives, and animal feed, such as corn, soy, and fish meal, in effect lowering the cost of commercial animal feed, which makes up 60 to 70% of all costs of animal production systems. Okay, so to the literature review, I've modified the theory of planned behavior. Below is my modified research model. I've developed 7 hypotheses, each backed by 3 separate and distinct research. Just to move forward, here are my 7 hypotheses. So my first 3 are traditional to the model: attitude towards behavior, subjective norm, perceived behavioral control. And to add to the model, to extend it, the moderating effect of knowledge and another independent variable directly affecting intention. So the moderating variable, knowledge is the moderating variable in the study. So what is knowledge? It refers to the amount of accurate information stored in memory, as well as self-perceptions of product knowledge. So it can be defined as awareness, consciousness, or familiarity gained by experience or learning. Facts, feelings, or experiences known by a person or a group of people. So in this study, it is defined as the level of individual familiarity and experience of black soldier fly technology. So for my methodology, I've covered all of these 8 steps. For my research design, it features positivism with deduction techniques, mono method with a quantitative focus using surveys and action research, using also a cross-sectional data analysis. So the types and source of data that I used were questionnaires and secondary data such as websites, books, reports, etc. For my data, it's restricted to the farmer residing in the Luzon region of the Philippines. So my data collection method was through Google Forms. I sent these Google Forms to several Facebook groups, which are the most active in the Philippines. So Facebook groups that are targeted towards permaculture, towards composting, organic farming, innovative farming technology, cost-saving farming technology, all based and then all in the Luzon region or the northernmost region of the Philippines. So for my population and sample, I had 2 categories: the farmer and the farmer living in the Luzon region of the Philippines. So in this region, I chose Luzon because it contains 16.9% of concentrated of poultry production in the entire Philippines. So the total population of the poultry farmer is 2.9 million persons. So my minimum sample size would be 100. I ended up getting around 204 respondents. And for my data analysis, I used PLS-SEM. So for my empirical model, this is it. Moving forward, this is just a sample of my questionnaire. I had it available both in the Filipino language as well as the English language to help just to have easier communication with my respondents.
Yeah, sorry to interrupt. You have just 3 minutes, so better to come to
Yes,
your main body and analyzation.
Okay,
Yeah,
thank you
yeah,
so
that's
much. I'm almost there. Okay. So here is my research model based on my PLS-SEM result. And based on my results, the study successfully presents a concurrent model that is reliable, valid, and with proven discriminant validity. So it passed all of those tests. For my hypothesis, only 2 of them were accepted, but that's okay. My first hypothesis was accepted. So a higher farmer's attitude will influence a higher intention to adopt BSF farming technology. And my last hypothesis was accepted. A higher farmer's knowledge of BSF farming technology will influence a higher intention to adopt BSF farming technology. So these were accepted on the 3 conditions: that the path coefficient was close to 1, the p-value was below 0.05, and the t-value above 1.9. Above is the table that I want to present to you that I obtained from the PLS-SEM analysis. For the conclusion and recommendations, first of all, the outcomes of this study indicated that AdGen made the appropriate decision in restructuring the theory of recent action into the theory of planned behavior, which explains the weakness of subjective norm. In my study, subjective norm did not pass, it was not accepted in determining behavioral intention. For the second, this study validated Kim and Hunter's 1993 findings that there is a link between attitude, intention, and behavior, which was supported also by AdGen, finding that the more positive a customer's reaction to a product or technology, the higher the purpose of conducting an activity. And finally, according to the findings of knowledge of BSF farming technology as a moderator, it had no positive correlation. It is weak and insignificant in terms of influencing the relationship between attitude, subjective norms, perceived behavioral control, and intention. But if knowledge is not a moderator, instead of directly affecting, it has a positive effect on intention to adopt BSF farming technology. Additionally, there was no previous research that studied this effect, that studied the effect of knowledge on intention to adopt BSF farming technology using the theory of planned behavior theory. And my references, and thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Camelia, for this presentation, and I find it very elaborative and also very new informations about this black farming. So the platform is open for question answers. If anybody want to ask any questions, they are welcome.
Well, Ms. Camelia, thank you very much. It was nice presentation, a nice uniqueness coupled with the research orientation and analysis done through Smart PLS. That was nice. Just a short question, how many of you were having the exogenous variables and how many you were having the endogenous variables? Do you have an idea?
I have to be honest with you.
Forget about that. I don't want to, embarrass you. No problem. You are having only 1 exogenous and 3 endogenous. Anyways, no problem. All right. Yes, please. Thank you.
Okay, so any other questions? So we should move to the next presenter. Okay,
I think so. Sivik, yes, move to it.
Okay, so we have our third presenter. It is Ribat Khan, PhD scholar, and he is also associated with Professor Dr. Mohammad Ziaur Rahman. The paper name is Transformational Leadership and Employee Performance, empirical analysis of higher education institutions. Okay, so Ribat Khan, carry on with your presentation. You have 10 minutes and 2 minutes for question and answer session. Okay.
Okay, Ms. Ribat Khan, over to you. Transformational leadership, go ahead. You are audible and your screen is visible. Go ahead, your time starts now.
Greetings from Pakistan. Assalamu alaikum, everybody. I'm here to present the article named as Transformational Leadership and Employee Performance, the Empirical Analysis of Higher Education Institutions from Pakistan. I'm really thankful to my co-author, Dr. Muhammad Ziaur Rahman, who helped me throughout the project. So moving on, first of all, I would be going through the following agenda. First, introduction, then literature review, then methodology, findings and discussion, and conclusion and recommendations. So first of all, I would move towards the introduction that says leadership has been the center of focus on different scholars and deemed the prime subject matter in educational institutions. Leadership in academic institutions marked a process of managing teachers as well as the non-teaching employees fruitfully to approach goals related to education. I'm more focusing towards the non-teaching employees of the higher education institutions. So, higher education institutions have gradually shifted from traditional bureaucratic archetype operational system towards diversified and more sustainable designs in order to support the organization culture of those organizations. Within the organization culture, leadership at departmental level is required to create a more transformative environment with academic departments. So I would skip the next part because it's not that important. So I would tell you now from where did I concluded my research gap. So many papers have evaluated direct relationship between transformational leadership and employee performance, but this paper tend to prove that in the presence of training, transformational leadership affects employee performance more. So training is considered as an important part. So various characteristics of transformational leaders that are the dimension level. I'm not going towards the dimension level, so better skip that part, but in literature review, it is very helpful. So the research gap was extracted from the recent articles that you can see at the screen, 2022 by Sharma and Jain. So literature review, the literature review is all about what is transformational leadership, what is employee performance, the higher education institutions, and the impact of transformational leadership on employee performance in the higher educational institutions. So moving on forward, transformational leadership refers to an approach by which leaders motivate followers to identify
Ms. Ribat Khan, you are muted.
We cannot hear you.
Am I audible now?
Yes, now you're audible. Yes, go ahead.
Okay. So literature review is all about the definitions. Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear you. Keep it up.
Literature review is all about transformational leadership, employee performance, higher education institutions, and impact of transformational leadership and employee performance. So moving on forward, the research model, the transformational leadership was considered as the independent variable, and it was made up by 4 dimensions, which are idealized influence, intellectual simulation, inspirational motivation, and individualized consideration. And my dependent variable for the study was employee performance, and training was considered as the mediator of the study. So hypothesis number 1, transformational leadership has a direct and positive impact on employee performance. Number 2, transformational leadership is positively associated with training. Number 3, training has a direct and positive relationship with employee performance. And number 4, training perfectly mediates the relationship between transformational leadership and employee performance. So methodology of the study, I went for the non-probability convenience sampling. So total of 400 non-teaching faculty members were approached and 317 questionnaires were returned out of those. And I eliminated 4 of them due to incomplete information. And then we analyzed the collected questionnaires on SPSS version 2022. So moving towards finding and discussion, after analyzing the open-ended questions, we found that various managerial level staff members and mentioned that transformational leadership cannot work until and unless if training is provided to the leaders, managers, and directors of the higher education institutions. So training came out to be an important variable as a mediator. So transformational leadership creates positive attitudes in employees through training, which leads to better performance of employees. So as a result of the analysis of data, all of the hypotheses are supported. Our paper empirically proves that in the presence of training, transformational leadership affects employee performance more. So training is very important between both of them. So various characteristics of transformational leaders, they also took training for better performance of their employees. Moving toward conclusion and recommendations, this study is an insight into getting a more appropriate model relating to transformational leadership in higher education sector. So the role of training between transformational leadership and employee performance has been determined. In this article, it has been found that training acts as a mediator. It was mediating the relationship perfectly. So limitation of this study and future recommendations. This study represents a cross-sectional investigation as responses were gathered at one point of time. So I would suggest to use the other method. Collect the data at more than one point of time, maybe. Due to privacy involved, respondents might have been reluctant to share correct information due to their defensive attitudes. The element of subjectivity might have not been checked. This is also a limitation of the study. In future, a longitudinal study can be conducted. Comparative study between private and public sector education institutions can be undertaken. And furthermore, leadership effectiveness can be checked with teaching staff. And more outcomes can be taken into account other than performance. For example, cultural differences, the other leadership styles, and this would help in the better understanding of the concept. Thank you so much, everybody. Questions are welcome.
Yeah, thank you very much, Ms. Ribat Khan. So the platform is open for question and answer. Actually, I have one doubt. It's not directly question, but a query you can say might not be directly related to your paper. But since you are talking about the training in academic institutions, its impact and its importance. So what is the impact of the recent pandemic in this training session or in this training procedures? Because since I am also a tutor and also undergoing trainings at that time. So do you think this type of online mode is very beneficial for training educators or tutors, but in pandemic we cannot? So how's the impact in this particular training procedure of this pandemic?
Thank you for your valuable question. First of all, of course, something is better than nothing. The pandemic hit the whole globe, and to not have the training is not the solution. Rather, you should go for the online system and stuff. It is not as impactful as that of the offline trainings and on-the-spot trainings, but this is considered helpful as well.
That's good.
Thank you.
That's good. Thank you very much, Ribat Khan. Let me add just one comment that, when we talk about education, knowledge, and learning, three concepts, all these three concepts can be transferred, imparted from one person to other, from parents to children, or from teacher to student, or from the trainer to trainee through only two things. Either you teach or you train. So when you teach, it's at school level, college level, university level. When you go and become professional, then you get training or you impart training. And training is imparted related to your skills, your abilities, your competencies, your knowledge. Here, when we talk about leadership competencies and leadership skills, and we say transformational leadership skills and its impact on the employee performance, Ribat Khan, I've just gone through her paper focused on two very important variables of employee performance, the contextual performance and the task performance. So training enhances the contextual performance, means behavior, the environment, the teamwork, everything. And the task performance means the efficiency, the effectiveness, the productivity. So whether training is offline or on the job or off the job, online or offline, it is really helpful. Thank you very much. Over to Dr. Gardal. Now, I think so this was the final and the last presenter.
Are the other presenters of this session 22 absent? Means I find there are lots of other presenters also.
Yeah, there are many. There are 2-3 others. Let's see who are.
Should we move to the others? Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, the next one is Angelica Mandra, and her paper is the influence of NCT Dreams credibility. Is he present here?
Angelica, are you there?
Angelica Mandra.
Retno Dia Kusumastuti.
I'm sorry, Angelica Mandra is not available for now.
Okay,
so
you
I
can
will
present.
replace her, yeah.
Are you presenting
Yes, I am presenting on behalf of her. Yeah, my name is Erlangga Surya
You
Kusuma.
present. We are not saying that you are Angelica. Please go ahead.
Yeah, sorry.
You can.
I'm also from UPN Veteran Jakarta. Yeah, my name is Erlangga Surya Kusuma, one of the lecturers. Sorry, I don't have the presentation right now. I
No
only
problem.
have the
Go ahead.
papers. Yeah, sorry. I need to share screen first. Wait.
Okay.
Actually, Retna Dia Kusumastuti is also here.
Yeah, is my mother. Sorry.
Okay. I'm so sorry. Okay.
Okay, first introduce yourself and then
I'm
continue.
Erlangga Surya Kusuma. You can call me Angga. I'm also from UPN Veteran Jakarta. UPN, one of the state university in Indonesia. Okay, I will present the influence of NCT Dreams credibility as the. Can you see my share screen?
Yes, we can.
Oh yes. Okay. So I'm sorry. There is no PowerPoint right now. The influence of NCT Dreams credibility as the brand ambassador in consumptive behavior for Lemonilo, a survey toward Lemonilo Instagram. Yeah, I think I will go fast. Yeah, this research is tend to investigate about the effectiveness of brand ambassador. Yeah, especially in Indonesia and I think many parts of the world. Yeah, there is a Hallyu or a Korean wave around the world. Yeah, so yeah, many people are like South Korean K-pop group music groups such as Blackpink, BTS. So Lemonilo try to utilize this phenomenon by asking by utilizing NCT Dream as a brand ambassador. NCT Dream, this is maybe less obscure than BTS, but also quite influential and has a lot of fans in Indonesia and around the world. So Lemonilo decided to use this. There are 7 members: Mark, Renjun, Jeno, Haechan, Jaemin, Chandler, and Jisung. Yeah, I'm not fan of K-pop, so I don't really know much about them. This partnership, especially Lemonilo is not really in good condition because it's, as you can see in this chart, it's not really dominating the market. Still, the market is controlled by Indomie. From I think maybe many of you even in the other countries have heard Indomie before, and also Mie Sedap. It's essentially I think noodles. Instant noodles market in Indonesia is duopoly, dominated by Indofood and Wings Food. Indomie and Mie Sedap. Lemonilo try to have a little market share, but so far have a lot of difficulties due to the fact that their noodles is quite expensive compared to Indomie and Mie Sedap, and also some consider it quite inferior because it is made from cassava. It's not 100% made from flour. 70% cassava, 30% flour from a grain, if I'm not mistaken. So there's a lot of challenge here, and it is hoped that NCT Dream could help little bit the marketing. So there is this is brand ambassador. I'm not and source credibility, consultative behavior. There's a source credibility theory. This is also my field, marketing, marketing management. Yes, okay. In this research is basically quantitative research, so just use questionnaires, and there is 100 respondents here. If we check the validity and reliability test using what is it? This is okay, validity and reliability test is good. The Cronbach alpha especially. And then also the correlation test. In short, this is just statistics, In short, it is found that the hypothesis is accepted, that there's only one hypothesis, that the ability of NCT Dream as Lemonilo's brand ambassador has an effect on consumers' purchasing decisions. Therefore, it is actually a good policy by the company to use NCT Dream as the brand ambassador. There is if we see here, 84% respondent agreed with the statements such as knowledgeable idle, excellent skills, effective communicative information. So it's quite many of the respondents also found with the and have an attractiveness score of 85.2%. So many respondents like it. Okay, I think that's all for my explanation. So I'm very sorry to the lack of preparations. Yes,
Kindly,
because I'm just
I would interfere. Kindly, could you just make it in a gist about what you are about your conclusion? That will be better for us. Means I am going through your paper, but what I
the
can
short conclusion is that I'm sorry. I'm sorry. NCT Dream is have a very good effect towards Lemonilo brand, especially towards customer perceptions. With the NCT Dream as a brand ambassador, they have a better positive attitude towards the this Lemonilo brand, the instant noodle brand. That's my short conclusion. This paper conclusion. This is not my paper.
Okay. Thanks for your presentation. And the floor is open for any question and answer sessions. So if anyone has questions or doubts, they are welcome.
Yes, Mr. Surya, don't worry. You mixed the dream of the original presenter with your own dream, and you made up something new dream. Anyways, no problem. We lie. Actually, it was NCT Dream. I understand that this was this is when we talk about NCT Dream, it's the third subunit of that, and it works that. Anyways, you tried your best, what you could do. What else we can say? It was good, and try it better. No problem. Thank you.
I believe that he understands the subject, and he is basically, the paper is very good, but the problem is about the communication. If he just improve his communication a little bit, I think it will be more understandable and be more encouraged by the present.
Actually, psychologically, some people are presenters, others are representative of the presenters. The third category is where the presentation has been thrust upon them. So it was sudden. Am I right, Mr. Surya?
Yeah.
You see, he agrees.
Yes, Miss Angelica cannot, suddenly cannot present.
So it happens. It happens sometimes. Once in Shakespeare, they said that three types of people are great. One, the original people who are great. Second, the people who represent some greatness. And third, the greatness is thrust upon them.
Yes.
Just in a lighter mode, in a lighter mode. It was
Thank
good.
you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you very much.
Okay, so we should move on to the next participant or the next presenter. It is from Dr. Erwin Susanto, and the co-author is Dr. Endang Susilowati. If I pronounce your name correctly. Okay, so yes, so over to you, Dr. Endang Susilowati. Your paper is Transitional Energy is an opportunity for Indonesia in global competition in the G20. Okay, very good paper. Okay, so over to you. You have 10 minutes and then 2 minutes for question answer round. Please introduce yourself first and then go with the slides.
Yeah. Okay, thank you for the opportunity. I would like to present my paper. My name is Endang Susilowati. I'm a student of doctoral of University of Indonesia. I would like to present transitional energy is an opportunity for Indonesia in global competition in the G20, especially in the fields of biomass and energy storage. As we know that G20 make a commitment to have transitional energy and will support $20 billion for support it. Indonesia has a commitment to decarbonize with the developed renewable energy. Indonesia has abundance of renewable energy such as biomass, solar.
Just to interfere, sorry to interfere, I would just suggest to change your slides also as you are presenting or as you are describing.
Yeah, yeah, okay. So this is my agenda for today's presentation. That is introduction, literature review, methodology, finding and discussion, conclusion and discussion. Yeah. So as mentioned before, G20 provide $20 billion for energy transition. This is a good commitment, and Indonesia is the one country which deserves to get it because we have commitment to Kyoto Protocol and Paris Agreement to reduce fossil power plant and make renewable energy as the energy mix 20% in 2025 and 100% in 2060. In the meeting of Indonesian leaders of Chamber of Commerce last week, President of Indonesia Joko Widodo said Indonesia must be optimistic for energy transition because the economic condition is better than other countries. Indonesia inflation only 5.2% and the others more than that. Besides it, Indonesia has abundance of renewable energy such as geothermal, wind, solar, ocean, and so on. The problem of renewable energy is the electricity is intermittent. To solve this problem, we should have battery. Indonesia have raw material for battery industries. The technology for battery is the key for battery industries like in Korea and Japan. But in Indonesia, we have National Battery Institute with the technology nickel sulfate for the cathode. Professor Evi Kartini is the head of this institute, said Indonesia can compete with the well-known battery producer like LG from Korea and Japan industry. So the source of battery industry still in China, Japan, Korea, Canada. They don't have the material. They're only good in technology and knowledge of battery production. Demand for electric vehicle very huge. The EV producer like Volvo, Wuling, Hyundai, Mitsubishi, and so on, as we saw in G20 meeting in Bali 2022, they need the battery. And renewable energy like photovoltaic and need the battery. There are many new technology for battery. All the materials Indonesia have like nickel, mangan, copper, only lithium from Australia, but the owner of the fields is Indonesia conglomerate. Synthetic graphite, SOE, Pertamina can produce it. Population, development, and environment analysis in Indonesia support to produce battery industry in the future. The capacity building for training and development in Indonesia supported by National Battery Institute. So in this research, we use ISM and SIST. Professor Saxena read the ISM and SIST, and we use it for decision-making process to develop complex problem or regulation and strategic issue. The locus of study in Sumbawa. So what is our finding? Finding our Indonesia has very good potential in producing battery. With the G20 commitment, $20 billion, so financing is not an issue. The technology in Indonesia with the expert of Professor Evi Kartini in battery experts, so technology is not issue also. So the discussion in our research is Indonesia Research Center Body or BRIN should focus for the technology of battery because the technology of battery are very different and have the variety of technology. In this development of battery technology, we should choose between G2G or B2B. Sometimes business-to-business joint venture more effective than government to government. The question is if the technology from the third country like Indonesia, so could developed countries should support us. Public-private partnership is one alternative to develop battery industry. So what is our conclusion for this paper is we are very optimistic that Indonesia will develop the battery industries. Indonesia have the raw materials. Indonesia as host in G20 is good trust from G20 as good network. Public-private partnership and collaboration among middle and small companies are a good strategy. So what is our recommendation? Our recommendation in this paper, we state that the state-owned enterprise like Pertamina and LAN should support the battery industry in Indonesia. Proposal of Act for Renewable Energy should be finished as soon as possible. And we have the fit in Tariff President Decree 112 in 2022 should be followed by ministerial decree as the technical regulation, and National Battery Institute should be the partner in this industry. So thank you for the session.
Okay, thank you, Ms. Shushilwati for this presentation. So if anybody has any questions, they are welcome to address.
I have a question, but this is actually just a question out of the research, right? I wonder whether what I read in the news that the biggest producer of battery right now is China. Is that true? And it's actually the manufacturing is done in Indonesia. Hello.
Yes. It's not true. The LG is from the Korea. That the biggest producer.
Oh, okay. LG.
Yeah, that's right.
This is also battery for the EV, electronic vehicle and stuff like that.
Yeah, that's
right. Thank you. How about Indonesia? Can we be the biggest producer in the future?
We hope from Pertamina and LAN.
Yeah, we hope from the OE Pertamina and LAN.
All right.
To produce
Thank you
the
very
battery.
much.
Yeah, you're welcome.
Okay, yeah, thank you for Ms. Sulati for this presentation. So I think we should give a clap for her because of this wonderful presentation. And let's move on to the next participant because we don't have much time. And before moving, I will again want to elaborate that you have 10 minutes of time. Arrange your time very cautiously and economically After that, we have 2 minutes of question and answer session. So don't elaborate much on the literature review and on those methodology or like that. Just directly come to the topic or the body of your presentation. That would be better. So the next presentation is by Tuba Karaguile. Okay, if I pronounce your name correctly, I cannot pronounce names of Turkish. I'm sorry for that. Exploring the relationship between supply chain analytics, technology capability, and farm performance, the mediating role of supply chain resilience. Okay, so over to you, Ms. Tuba. And before starting your paper, please introduce yourself first and then continue. Okay.
Selamünaleyküm. This is Tuba from Istanbul, Turkey, Yıldız Technical University.
Aleykümselam.
I hope all is well, and it's great to be here to share my work with you. And there are great works here. I am really excited to share my work as well. I have 10 minutes. I will try to do my best. Let me share my screen first. Can you see it?
Yeah, your screen is visible. You can continue.
Okay. Okay. So thank you. Thanks for the opportunity. Firstly, my study is about supply chain analytics, mainly about big data oriented supply chain analytics, but and the relevance with the resilience, and we will talk about the firm performance, and that will be the organization, the information processing theory will be the theoretical lens of my work. And this study is a part of my PhD thesis. I will provide this is the conceptual work. I will propose the model to you. So starting from the strategy, actually, we need to actually this is the first that we need to keep always our mind. All the work, all the business should be aligned with the corporate strategy, and this activities should be aligned with the with that strategy. And when we talk about activities, supply chain activities, including the operations, which is manufacturing part, also is very crucial in this term. So the how we relate to our work here is from the top corporate strategy problem to be implemented in the activities, supply chain activities. And today's environment, we just witnessed and experienced that COVID-19 pandemic problem, which affected supply chains globally, and we all as citizens also, as well as the businesses, are impacted from that situation. So, we, in order to form the strategy and implement the strategy, the data, if we remember, the first step of strategy formation is the scan of environment, and data collection is the core and initial step. That's why. And we need to understand our current environment. And on the other hand, the digital era, we are in the digital era, Industry 4.0. The technologies are getting improved day by day, and the data flows are everywhere. So with the uncertainties that we are facing, we also need to manage that data flow. So we are now talking about data-driven supply chain management, and why is it so difficult? Namely, we are facing political wars, economical fluctuations, and we just have witnessed pandemic and increasing natural disasters lately. And it is anticipated that might be our case, unfortunately, in the future. So the businesses need to be ready for this. And when we think about the supply chain as systems, inputs and outputs, it's the flow of material, information, namely data, and the cash flow. So that systems management should be management by managing those uncertainties. Why is it also so difficult? We also have the global. We are in the era of global operations. There is timeless.
Sorry to interpret, Ms. Tugba, your screens are not changing, so it's better that you change your slides also.
Not changing? Oh
no.
How can I resolve it? Because in my
down.
screen, I have no problem with it. Second, please.
Means we can see only the title page here.
Okay. I will just stop it and share it again. Okay. Maybe that helps. Inshallah.
Mm-hmm.
Is it fine now?
Yes, yes. Now it is visible.
Okay. Okay, so and that increased the complexity of the systems, and that increased also the need for visibility when we are talking about global supply chains. So, and also it's so difficult because there are many entities throughout the journey. The massive data flows are facing, we just mentioned. And how can we use data analytics within our supply chain strategy is actually a core problem currently. When we say the data analytics, actually it's also the traditional technology and tools that we have been using so far. And also it's the big data analytics, which actually mainly our core focus here, because it needs another and huge investment in terms of technology. So the supply chain strategy is a set of decision made, but like we said, end-to-end activities and variable inputs can be only derived by advanced technologies and techniques throughout the process. And, what we call here is smart decision making. It's our goal to use that technology. Actually, it's a kind of investment, but our perspective here is that to change technology idea to the capability environment. Actually, when we call it capability, it's the organizational capability, of course, but here our focus is how technology can be the capability of the organization. It's not just the money invested and then see what happens. It's not working like that. And each of the process from sourcing to the logistics, that technology should be used smartly, actually. So in order to understand and find a solution to this situation, we had done a literature review, and supply chain and technology capability actually deriving from big data analytics within the context of supply chains. And actually, this is only one component of the big data analytics versus supply chain analytics capability, and it is mainly the tangible resources of this construct, and it's IT infrastructure, processes, including machine learning, data management, and information systems to improve quality, connectivity, information sharing, and data sources and integration and privacy, etc. So there are many technologies, and it's not enough to have them. Actually, it's employ them, and necessarily it's crucial. And actually, namely, it refers to the ability to adapt big data analytics platform. Those are the technical knowledge, but especially the high level of actually managers in the companies needs to manage it all with all details, and it is very crucial for companies to gather information from a wide variety of sources. Even us as citizens are watched by the data, so it can be easily understand that businesses need to manage with very actually focusing very important
You have 2 more minutes to wrap up. Better to wrap up. You have 2 more minutes. Okay.
Oh, that's fast. Okay. So actually, because of those unprecedented and unexpected events, the organizations needs to be actually their supply chains needs to be resilient, and literature provides evidence for that. And actually, it's in order to anticipate the unforeseen occurrences and react to disruptions, data collection and managing it's very crucial. Even it's more important today. And in order to understand this model, we used organizational information processing. We believe it is helpful because it possesses the design of organizations, including their structures, which means supply chain structures, designs, its logistics systems, and data flows throughout the system can be should be managed with the light of OIPT, and in order to have good decision-making, smart decision-making processes, OIPT actually suggests that the firms that gather, interpret, and synthesize to address uncertainty. So we find it very crucial. This is actually how there is an overlap between the theory and the supply chain technology, the data from the data and the management, insights, decision making. So my proposal is depending of the literature. Actually, we say that supply chain technology has a positive effect on firm performance and has a positive effect on supply chain resilience, and as well as supply chain resilience has also a positive effect on firm performance depending on the previous work. And further development of all proposals that's mentioned, we come to the proposal that supply chain resistance has a mediating role on the relationship between analytics technology capability and firm performance. So this is the proposed model. After all, those research and literature research and analysis. And so the conclusion will be about from this work is this. Actually, there is very limited number of work focusing on the technology capability of supply chains analytics issue, and this study successfully provides better understanding of this construct within the big data literature as well. And the test will be the supply chain resilience, mediating role of resilience will be also an important contribution, we believe. And actually, it's also important for the supply chain analytics literature and business literature that big data analytics, which is an emerging literature as well, adoption, use, and impact at the firm and supply chain levels. However, since this model has not been validated yet, and quantitative studies are required to improve it, and this is the next step will be on my agenda actually. Thanks for listening, and happy to hear your comments and questions as well. Thank you.
Okay, thanks, Ms. Tugba, for this presentation. So the floor is open for any questions or doubts regarding this. I don't think there is any question. Okay, all fine, all are fine. So thanks, big clap for your presentations. Thank you. From next one, try to conclude it within a time. Although the presentation is very quiet, very nice. I'm listening to it. I cannot comment because I am not from this subject. So for this, thank you again. So let's move on to the next presentation of the last presenter of our session. That is Halima Ali Ahmeda. Halima Ali Ahmeda, you are present here?
Yes, yes.
Okay, so carry on with your presentation. You have 10 minutes. Don't pass by that, pass by the time limit. And please introduce yourself first and then carry out your presentation.
Okay, thank you so much for giving me this second time opportunity to present my paper. My name is Halima Ali Ahmeda from lovely professional university. I'm a research scholar. My paper today is about factor affecting Pemba adolescent psychological well-being. And this is a agenda. It will be have introduction, literature review, methodology, data presentation, finding and discussion, and lastly, it will be in conclusion and recommendation. As we know, adolescents are the age group of after childhood when psychological problems are most common. Psychological health of adolescents depend on a number of factors, including socioeconomic circumstances, environmental in which person is born, and the interpersonal relationship with the family. Social competence and good coping skills help adolescents to be more positive in adulthood. In generally, we can say that psychological well-being decline as young people move through adolescence. This is a short introduction about my study. The objective of the study, the main objective is to examine factors affecting adolescent psychological well-being in Pemba, and primarily first to recognize the sign of psychological issue affecting adolescents in Pemba, to assess factors affecting adolescent psychological health in Pemba, to evaluate adolescents' ways of coping with psychological problem in Pemba, and lastly, to find out protective factor for adolescent psychological health in Pemba. For literature review, I just will go faster. I use two theories. One of the theories is psychological well-being theory, which is developed by Carol Reif, which he describes 6 factors, which is self-acceptance, personal growth, purpose in life, positive relation with the other, and environmental mastery, and the last one is autonomy. And this use this questionnaire, well-being questionnaire, for this kind of Carol Reif. And the other theory is about psychopathology of personality, which is developed by Sigmund Freud, which he talk about ED, ego, and superego. When it comes, let us move on for methodology. When it comes to data presentation, here is the data from the field. This is some of the data from the field. This is talk about symptoms of psychological well-being. It seems that adolescents in Pemba present or experience psychological symptoms that indicate them they have psychological problem. And this is also the data that show the factors that affect adolescent psychological well-being in Pemba. And it shows that 19% of the adolescents in Pemba experience psychological problem in their lives, which is a huge percent. And this is the data also regarding on ways of coping. It seems that they use both a positive way of coping and negative way of coping, but mainly adolescents in Pemba use negative coping to cope with the stress, and that them to be psychological unhealthy. And here again is the data for protective factors, and showing that most of the adolescents, when they have some psychological issue, they don't find some help to anyone. So it seems that 44% of the adolescents they don't find any help for psychological health, which is a big problem in Pemba. That's information that I have already explained, showing the percent of the findings. 19% of adolescents are psychological ill, and all factors play important roles in making adolescents to be psychological unhealthy. And most of the adolescents use negative coping than positive coping by 71%. And majority of adolescents, which is 44%, are not finding any help from anyone. They are more vulnerable to be affected with psychological problems. And for discussion, most of the studies show that adolescents experience psychological problem, and more studies are related to this research of mine, that is health person, and explain that healthy person normally use different defenses mechanism through life, which is ego defense mechanism became psychological or unhealthy. Healthy person normally use different differences through life, whereby ego defense mechanism become pathological or unhealthy only when it is persistency to a maladaptive behavior. This study is in line on Child Act 2011 that explained on the protection of the child, not to protect a child by any means. Also, it was supported by WHO report 2012, which enhances social skills and problem-solving skills will help adolescents to be protective from psychological unhealthy. For those, the conclusion was support and psychological intervention is urgently needed, and it will help adolescents to improve their psychological well-being. In recommendation, government through Ministry of Education, Zanzibar, and other stakeholders should take a special priority for providing adolescents care. Hence, rehabilitation center is very important. Further study as a gap, further study should be done with a big sample to address psychological health or psychological well-being need of adolescents at large. This is the end of my presentation. Thank you for your attention. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Dr. Halima Ali Ahmeda, for this presentation, and also to be very economic with within her time limit.
Yes,
so the platform is open for question answer session. So any participant or any academics, if have any doubts, they can address it.
Okay, thank you.
Anyone having a doubt? I don't think anyone have any questions. So it's very good, nice presentation to you, Halima, for your a clap for your presentation, Halima. So over to Dr. Karim Karadal. I think we have done with the last presenter of this session. So this session has ended. Okay.
We have listened 7 presentation in this session. Thank you very much for all presenters and also moderators, Dr. Souvik Dasgupta. Thank you very much for your moderation. We
You are
have
most
finished
welcome,
this.
Mr. Karim.
Thank you. We have finished this session. Let's skip to the other session. I was controlling who was here, who is here, and who is not here. But the first presenter, Rahmat Tahir Uno,
yes, I'm here.
Is here. Sir, we can start with your presentation. While you are presenting, I will look the other presenters, so we will gain time.
Okay, let me share my screen.
You can share your screen and start your presentation. Floor is yours. The title of Rahmat Uno's is The Effect of Influencer Marketing on Consumers' Brand Trust and Purchase Intention.
Yes.
Floor is yours, sir.
Can anybody see my screen now?
Yes, it is audible and
it is
we
visible.
see your presentation.
Okay, so I can start, yeah. Thank you very much. Okay, thank you very much for the forum. My name is Rahmat Tahir Uno. My research title is The Effect of Influencer Marketing on Consumer Brand Trust and Purchase Intention. This is a case study in electronic company focused on consumer electronic cooking appliances product. Let's start with the agenda of today. First is introduction, second is the literature review, and third is the methodology. So first of all, let me bring you to the introduction. The traditional consumer journey has evolved dramatically over the years, with e-commerce fundamentally changing the way consumer purchase product. With brand competing to win larger customer shares, consumer can make choice from thousands of brands for similar product. In the world of e-commerce, the consumer journey includes all the digital touch points that a brand has with a customer. This could take place across website, social media, online marketplaces, search engines, application, or other channels as shopper use. With the internet being widely accessible, consumers increasingly begin to research products before purchasing them. Nowadays, shoppers research the product on search engines, then compare the prices and look at the review and read the online recommendation. And the purchase itself can be through different channels, including in-store, from marketplaces, or from the online shop. Modern day consumer even want various options when it comes to delivery to the product. In Indonesia itself, numbers of internet users and the use of social media is one of the biggest growth of internet users in the world. According to a study conducted by Indonesian Internet Service Provider Association, the internet users reached 196 billion people with a penetration of 55% of the total population. Indonesia is also one of the countries with the largest number of social media users in the world. According to the data from the total number of social media users amounted to 130 million with a penetration of half of the population. But comparing the number of internet users with social media users, it is evident that about 97% of the internet user of the social networks is using, that it is evident that the internet user also use the social network. Therefore, the ever-changing internet has resulted in significant change in how marketers work and employ marketing tactics. According to previous research, traditional marketing such as TV, magazine, and radio, where the company attempts to push out the product, is now viewed as unstable and outdated because the internet has changed the market and it has lost the effectiveness. One of the latest marketing tactics that marketers use are the influencer marketing. Influencer marketing is a relatively new trend, and it has gained traction in recent years. Using social media to sell products and services is a way to build community around the brand and fuel trust. Influencers are a new type of opinion leader, somewhere between celebrities and friends. An influencer can be anyone from a fashion blogger to Instagram or to a wedding photography on Pinterest. Nowadays, consumers prefer to seek the opinions of other consumers and influencers in order to make an informed decision. However, choosing between appealing celebrity influencer and expert influencer is proving to be a challenge for marketers. Few studies have attempted to assess the effectiveness of the two endorsers, making this research an essential addition to the literature. Even though influencer marketing might seem easy based on findings of Killian et al., however, there are numerous factors that must be considered in order to create a successful marketing collaboration between an influencer and a business. As the effectiveness of endorsers type varies with the product they endorse, choosing an appropriate influencer assumes a greater challenge. Therefore, the research question is, how does influencer marketing influence the purchase decision? How does influencer marketing affect consumer attitudes toward the brand? How influencer marketing attributes will lead to positive brand trust? Which endorser type celebrity influencer or expert influencer will give the most effective impact to purchase intention? And the research objective is to analyze how the influencer marketing influence on purchase decision on product, to analyze the reason that affect consumer attitudes toward influencer marketing, to analyze the attributes in the marketing influencer, and to analyze which endorser type celebrity influencer or expert influencer will give the most effective impact to purchase intention. Now, the second agenda is the literature review. The grand theory of this research is using the theory of planned behavior by Isaac Hudson. This theory holds the individual's intention to perform or not to perform a particular behavior is prerequisite to any action. Individual behavior is driven by behavior intention, where behavior intention are a function of three determinants. Number one is individual attitude toward behavior. Second is subjective norm. And last, perceived behavioral control. This is a proxy measure for behavior. In order to construct a recommended model that reflected the research aim, the theory of planned behavior will combine with source model and brand appreciation because it will clarify the connection between attitude and behavior. to see the connection if brand attitudes are established as result of the stimulus of endorsement by a celebrity influencer or an authority influencer. Attractiveness and expertise, the two traits of influencers, are also we research using the theory. So basically, this is the literature review that I will use for the research. And now come to the methodology. This is the research framework. The research intended to observe the comparative effect of celebrity influencer versus expert influencer on consumer brand attitude from the perspective of consumer electronics product. Hence, the following hypotheses are proposed. Expert influences exhibit a significant and positive effect on brand attitude. Attractive celebrity influencer exhibit a significant and positive influence on brand attitude. And later intended to observe the impact of brand trust on purchase intention. The study is conducted by using the qualitative method, creating an online structure questionnaire and administer it to the responder using social media platform like Facebook and Instagram. This research focused on cooking appliance and consumer electronic products such as rice cooker, blender, and air fryer. Respondent was restricted in the age group of 24 to 38. This cohort constitutes as a significant online population and also conform to the definition of millennials. They are living in Jakarta and had purchased at least one electronics cooking appliances product through an e-commerce platform after exposure to influencer content promoted by the marketer. Basically, this is the resume. And this would be the last of my presentation. Thank you very much. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Yes.
Are there any questions to Mr. Rahmat about his topic, his presentation? I think everything is clear, dear Rahman. Thank you very much for your great presentation. We will skip the next presentation.
Thank you.
Asistan Profesör Doktor Büşra Özdemir, Yasemin Karabulut, Burcu Tosun, Şule Tuzlukaya. Is there anyone? Okay.
Yes, I'm here, Büşra Özdemir.
The title is The Effect of Cost Cap Supports and Additional Finance Options on the Success of the Startup. Research Assistant Büşra Özdemir. Floor is yours.
I think now I can share my screen.
Yes, you can.
Wait a minute.
Meanwhile, Lenovo, you want to ask something, I think. You raise your hand. Okay, I understand. You wrote me. Okay. We will listen to Büşra Özdemir right now.
So sorry now. I think now you can see my screen. Yes?
Yes, it's visible. You're audible. You can start.
Yes. Firstly, I want to thank to all Congress committee for giving us that incredible work, and also I want to thank all the previous participants to the Congress. Our work is the effect of cost cap supports and additional finance options on the success of the entrepreneurship. As we all know that there are so many small and medium-sized enterprises today, and they face so much problems when they reach the sources. The aim of this study is to examine the additional financing options applied by entrepreneurs benefiting from cost cap supports and to determine whether the preferred financing option has an effect of the success of the venture. Small and medium-sized enterprises development and support administration, we call in Turkish KOSGEB, supports many startups every year. However, increasing costs and extra spendings to increase their business ideas in a panel data set to be created in order to reduce the effect of systematic factors in the study, the end of year earnings before interest and tax margins of 60 enterprises and the Garch method will be used in order to analyze the effects. We will lately talking about the we will then talking about all the effects of that credits and something else. Let us talk about the agenda of our work. Firstly, we will talk about the research questions of our work and the aim of the research. Then we will talk about the theoretical background of our study. Then we will talk about methodology and findings and discussion. And it's not be forgotten that this work is an outgoing working, so we only wait some endings about it. Let us talk about the research questions. The aim of the study is to examine the additional financing options applied by entrepreneurs benefiting from KOSGEB supports and to determine whether the preferred financing options has an effect of the success of the venture. So the main question is, does the capital structure of entrepreneurship affect the success of the entrepreneurship? Capital structure means that in that work is KOSGEB credits plus bank credits plus equity. So success measure is in this work is first 5-year earnings before interest and depreciation and amortization of entrepreneurship. So if a company ran 5 years or more years, because most of the small and medium-sized enterprises in Turkey, according to the literature, cannot live more than 3 years or less. So small and medium-sized enterprises development and support administration KOSGEB supports many startups every year. However, increasing costs and extra spendings to increase the competitiveness often cause the payments to not fully finance a startup project. So therefore, most entrepreneurs need different additional financing options in addition to KOSGEB supports in order to realize their businesses. In here, when we look about theoretical background and some terms about our study is venture capital. Venture capital, in a simple definition, is money invested to finance a new firm. So obviously, it can be linked to the entrepreneurship as it's an alternative financing method to start a business. KOSGEB is a public institution established to increase the share and the efficiency of small and medium-sized organizations. Although KOSGEB does not involve in the venture capital system directly, it contributes to the development of the venture capital in Turkey via various channels. These channels can be summarized like that: Credit Guarantee Fund Operations Research Incorporation, Kobi Venture Capital and Investment Trust Incorporation, Istanbul Venture Capital Initiative, and Development Enterprises Market Initiative. KOSGEB also plays an active role in creating venture capital demand with the support programs it organizes for the development of the entrepreneurships and innovations. In here, you can see the main formula of the capital budgeting and the cost of capital. We reached that formula from the Ercan and Ben's book, which is about the financial management. They have so many books like that, but the main formula came from that. We can see the weighted average cost of capital formula in here, and the main point in here is the 1 minus T formula, which is about the tax shield of the company. There are two types of financing for the entrepreneur. These are financing by foreign source, it means debt, and or financing by equity. Debt financing is done by instruments that require interest and principal payments. The loan received is repaid from the profit generated by the venture through sales. Debt financing is often referred to as asset-based financing and requires certain fixed assets such as buildings, machinery, land to be pledged as collateral. On the other hand, financing through equity does not require any collateral in return, but equity refers to the money invested by the owner or partners of the businesses, and the criterion is also used in determining the rights held on the business to be established. The key factors in determining or choosing financing through debt or equity are the nature of the assets the enterprise will own. distributed and the level of the interest rates. However, with the theory, it should not be forgotten that entrepreneurships, like all other newborn firms, cannot benefit from debt financing sufficiently. Because in the first 3 years, as I mentioned before, according to the literature, most of the companies seem so risky. So in here, we can see the main literature about the topic, but the beginning source of this work is according to two main works. One of them is the effect of capital structure decision on the firm performance, evidence from Turkey. This work's aim of this work is to investigate the effects of capital structure decisions on firms' profitability in manufacturing sector. In Turkey, the data used in this research corresponds to the financial statements of the manufacturing companies collected between 2012 and 2021. The regression analysis was employed in that study. So as a result, the capital structures components which have influence on the firm performance have been determined and general assessment has been made. The other one is the capital structure and firm performance during the global financial crisis. This work made in 2017, and this also looked the capital structure's effect on the firm performance on the crisis area. But the most important issue of our study is none of these works looked at the small and medium-sized enterprises according to their capital structure. In that work, our methodology is firstly beginning with creating a panel data. In that panel data set to be created in order to reduce the effects of the systematic factors, end of the year's earnings and before interest things, margins of 6 enterprises, and the amount of support they provided from cost gap at the beginning are used. The most important issue in here is using earning and before interest and tax ratio. Because if we use earnings and before interest and tax after depreciation amortization data, we cannot eliminate the tax shield issue, as we all know from the capital structures sources. Additional financing options will be separated into 0% to 25% additional financing band, and the other band is 25% to 50% additional financing band, and we will use Garch method is also used in order to analyze the effects. And we are planning to reduce the heteroscedasticity problem. We want to also make the GMM method in order to strengthen our results. In here also you can see the mathematical version of our formula. In here you can see that in order to see the effects of the bands, we are using the demi variables, and also as we said before, we will use the data after the 5 years of the 5-year-old companies. Also, about the preliminary findings, as I said before, it's an ongoing work. So we expect that they will declare excess profits in the first years due to the tax shields. This should be eliminated, and it's also probable that there will be a high correlation between profit margin and capital structure in the same line with the literature. About the conclusion, recommendations, and the limitations, as I said before, we will expect to see the heteroscedasticity problem because of the methodology and the data set. And also in Turkish field, we think that there are so many ineffective use of credits, and also for further research we are planning to use also the qualitative methods like interviews, and we will search for the reasons for the failure. That's all for our presentation. Thank you for your kind attention, and also if you have any questions and or any recommendations, you can reach us from that communication channels.
Thank you very much.
Pleasure.
Are there any questions to Assistant Professor Dr. Büşra Özdemir? I think there's no question. The topic is interesting and actually very important for Turkey, because COSGAP is giving money to new entrepreneurs, but they are not thinking about why they are losing this money, dropping their jobs. And I think COSGAP looks and learn. COSGAP has to learn about this, and I think you can share with them too.
Thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your great presentation.
Okay.
And then we can go through, hang on. Prachi Prapa Gautam, are you here?
I don't think she is here because I didn't find his name here. She hasn't joined, I think.
Okay. Okay. Then I can announce you, Mr. Souvik Dasgupta. Dr. Souvik Dasgupta will present about green tourism in India, the development of a spatial sustainable way of forest management with particular reference to Assam. Floor is yours, Mr. Souvik Dasgupta.
Okay, thank you, Dr. Karim Kardal, for inviting me to this session and giving me this platform. Okay, let's present my screen first, then I will start. 1 minute. Just don't give me 1 minute. Can you see my screen? Is my screen visible?
We see your presentation and you are audible. You can start.
Okay. Hello, everybody. Good evening. My name is Souvik Dasgupta, PhD research scholar, and also the guest faculty in IIT Guwahati and Presidency University, Calcutta, India. My topic is green tourism in India, the historical development of a spatial sustainable way of forest management with particular reference to Assam. That is my basically area of specialization. The agenda would be the introduction, the literature review, the methodology, the research questions, tourism and forestry, a brief introduction basically for the tourism theme, and the colonial period and the post-independent period. That's a very vital thing of our research. And last would be the conclusion. So introduction, in introduction, I will basically say that the human civilization is incomplete without the interaction with nature. In India, basically, there are two particular aspects. One is the colonial and the non-colonial or the post-independent aspect. The colonial regime brought about an unprecedented exploitation of forestry, both in eastern and in central and northern India. And not only cutting down timbers for railways and shipbuilding industries, but also large stretches of forest in the Brahmaputra valleys and the Barak valleys are being cleared off for their commercial agriculture. So most of the forests have been decapitated during the colonial regime. But after the independence in 1947, a new approach to forest management came into light. And we are going through a sustainable way of developing the forestry along with developing the tourism. But does it brought about a holistic development of the environment, or does this also have its own limitation? So let's discuss this with a particular reference to the forest of Assam. In the literature review section, most of the authors that I have mentioned have discussed with the East Indian forest. Among them, two of the authors that I like to mention is that Richard Grove and Ramchandra Guha. Richard Grove basically argued that Before the coming of forestry, there's no systematic forest management. Rather, colonial forestry brought about systematic management of forest in India, saving the native forest from uncontrolled destruction. That they have brought about the forest laws, and that's why the colonial regime, rather than to be a destructive, is basically a protective for the Indian forest. While Ramchandra Guha and Madhav Gadgil school basically denied it and said that rather colonialism brought about ecological watershed, there's an uncontrolled destruction of Indian forest. Okay, so these are the two major schools. We not negate both of them, but let us see whether they are right or wrong. So the other two, Rajiv Hardik and Ratnadeep Singh, both have developed their arguments about the ecotourism industry in East India. For the research work, is basically a qualitative analysis about the methodology. The research is basically a qualitative analysis of the chronological environmental policies in Assam. And for the colonial forest management policy, we have mostly came across or mostly studied the forest proceedings and governmental proceedings available in the archives, like the National Archive of India, the National Library of India, the Survey of India Library in Dehradun, and the Forest Research Institute also. For the post-independent forest management policies, interviews are mostly conducted for the relevant data among the experts. Mostly two categories of peoples are being interviewed. One is the forest officials who are there, mostly the forest officials of Halangapar and Kaziranga. I am greatly acknowledging is greatly owed to their contribution and their cooperation with me, and also the locals who are associated, the local tribals who are associated with the forest. This is the second category. How the new approach of forestry in independent India helped their lifestyle or helped to grow the symbiotic relationship between them and the forest. So the primary sources which are collected rather are later consulted with the secondary sources available to frame the main argument and conclusion. The research questions of my paper mainly deals with these four research questions. Is what changes did the colonial forest management policies brought about in the context of environment, particularly in Eastern India? How did the situation change after independence? And what opportunities did forest tourism offer in lieu of conservation of forests? Is there a relationship between forest tourism or the ecotourism with the conservation of forest or not? And in this context, the green tourism policy, how it ushered a new change, a sustainable way of managing the forest without hampering the natural environment. Does this relevant? Does this true or not, like that? So this is the basic area of our geographical area of study. This is Assam, and you can already see this how the forestry, the green region is already disappearing. It is only in 2012. This map is from 2012, and you can find that the greens regions are only limited within some of the parts of Assam, and that too is not that not all are protected forests. Some are only green tea plantations. Okay, so see how the forestry is declining in Assam. Now, tourism and forestry, these two categories share a symbiotic relationship between them. Now, the forest management or protecting forest requires monetary compulsion. From where this money or revenue will come? Obviously, from tourism. But we cannot let the forest to suffer from uncontrolled tourism. In fact, the recent tourism and tourism industry, the growing tourism industry in East India, particularly the toffee hunting, the jeep rides, and other throwing of litters are a menace in East Indian forest. Who is participating in activities is more likely to engage in detrimental to the ecosystem. So the Forest Conservation Act 1980 started encouraging a new policy, that is green tourism, to enjoy nature without disturbing it, to earn revenue from tourism without destructing the nature. Thus, it developed a new approach of travel and tourism in this forestry. Why we will taking a jeep ride to forest? Rather, we should take an elephant ride or elephant safari to forest. Why we not participate the tribals or locals in the forest industry rather than recruiting some outsiders in controlling the forest. They are more attached to the forests. So this green tourism is very important to understand forestry before we go on to the historical development. As per the colonial period, as we can see, that the colonial period is basically an ecological watershed for Indian forestry. The Western industrial ecosystem requires wood as a fuel to sustain their industries. But the European forests are very limited. And as we find by 17th century, most of the European greeneries are disappearing. The Bavarian forest or the Black Forest of Germany, we can see in the picture how they are disappearing and how the green portion are disappearing. But industries cannot be stopped. Industry will continue to flourish. But from where would the resources come? What would be the new alternative? So now they will turn towards the colonies. And here, India became one of the colonial center for earning natural resources or to drain out natural resources, particularly the forest resources. And thus it introduced an unprecedented forest destruction period in India during the colonial regime. Large trunks of timbers are basically drained out, as we can find, not only for fuel, but also for two industries, that is the shipbuilding industry and the railway industries. Large trunks of ships are being manufactured by Indian timbers, which are resistant to water and saline corrosions. Around 12.78 lakh tonnage of timbers are being drained out. While railway industry is another important source for the timbers, because at that time the sleepers of the railway lines would be constructed only from the timbers. Not only the sleepers, but somewhere in Punjab, for example, the fuel for the engines are also coming from the timbers of Himachal. So around 12 to 13 lakhs of timbers were drained out annually from East Himalayan valleys, from the Brahmaputra valleys, for example, or from the Barak valleys. So basically, a huge tonnage for Indian forest. But in the post-independent period, a new approach of forest management was taken out because they need to save the forest. A sort of sustainable development of forestry was being introduced. In this case, the Assamese forest reserve, particularly that of Hallang Par, was an interesting case study. Because of the indiscriminate hunting of the gibbons, which is basically an important primate and the only basically habitable place of this primate is Hallang Par. They are basically coming to an endangered species, and also the canopy covers are losing due to indiscriminate commercial farming. The Assam region started declining rapidly and became concentrated only to Jorhat. So in order to save these faunal species and also the forest of Assam from extinction, the government decided immediately conservation and specific forested region and declared it as a wildlife sanctuary by 1997. So by 1997, we find that all the wildlife sanctuaries are coming into place, be it Hallang Par, be it Kaziranga, be it Gorumara. All wildlife sanctuaries are being established by the government. But from where will the revenue come? From where will the government try to conserve it? And what would be the rights of the tribals? Would they be just washed away from the forest? They are since centuries. They are enjoying the forest. Their lifestyle has been developed symbiotically with the forest from centuries. How can in a night we can just throw away them from the forest? That's what the colonials do. Are we the same like the colonials? No. So the government decided to restrict the tribal movements within the sanctuary for harnessing forest resources. But as long as they maintain basic conservation laws, they will not restrict, but they should maintain the basic conservation laws for peace and harmony. And for this, the government interestingly came out some new management policies because the tribals are very important for forest conservation. So rather recruiting the outsiders to conserve forest, they started recruiting these tribals to preserve this forest as forest guards, as other professions like mahouts of the elephants. So they started promoting green tourism also. In fact, it is very important to mention, it is the East Indian portion, East Indian forest, who for the first time introduced this green tourism, that we should not allow jeep safari, rather we should allow elephant safari. We should not allow the tourists directly to go into the forest, but with protections. and we should minimize the use of non-degradable waste. In fact, in all the forests, all the use of degradable means non-degradable waste are being prohibited. Only biodegradable waste can be there. And in fact, this innovative forest management not only positively impacted the forest conservation, it also helped to generate the revenues for the government. In fact, from 1990s, all the revenues that are required for conserving this forest, for the three important forests, the Kaziranga, Gorumara, Holongpa, are directly coming only from the tourism industry. So Assam, in that respect, has already developed a symbiotic relation where he can both flourish the marketing sector, the tourism marketing. Also, he can also conserve the forest without disturbing the natural forms. And the revenues are also increasing. The pollution, the litters, the destruction is reducing, the revenue is increasing. So it's a very important relation or important case study that Assam has offered us. And that should be followed in every nook and corner of not only India, but also where the forests are in threat all over the world. So in conclusion, we can say that there exists a symbiotic relation between human and natural environment in the pre-colonial days, but it basically was disturbed during the colonial age. But with the coming of the post-independent era, a new approach has been taken. And in this approach, green tourism or the ecotourism, what we can say, offers a very important alternative by which we can conserve forest and also can generate revenue and maintain a symbiotic relationship without disturbing the natural world and disturbing the tribal reliance over the forest. So this is my conclusion. And I will try to stop sharing my screen.
Thank you very much.
And I will welcome any question, answers, or doubts or queries there for my topic. Is there any questions? Okay, I think there is no questions here. Doubts.
Thank you very much, Mr. Souvik.
I'll be happy if anybody asks me through email or through WhatsApp. I will be in touch with them. So over to you, Mr. Kerim Karadal. Sorry, Dr. Kerim Karadal.
Okay, thank you very much, Mr. Souvik. This is Yani Nurrahma Fitri. Are you here?
Yes, I am.
Okay, you can share your presentation. While you are sharing your presentation, I will announce your title. Analyzing the effect of risk-based bank ranking ratio on stock returns, a comparative study between Bank Buku 3 and Buku 4 in Indonesia.
Yes.
You can present your presentation. Floor is yours.
Can you see my screen?
Yes, we see your screen, but please don't forget you have 10 minutes to present. Because I have seen you have 20 pages in your paper.
Oh, yeah.
In your presentation. Okay.
Okay. Good evening, everyone. My name is Tisatyani, and I will be presenting my journal. This is my agenda for today. And so the banking sector has started to adopt information technology and big data together with highly specialized human capital. In 2018, Indonesia was amid booming e-commerce and e-payment, a digital move led by many local companies. Digital disruption allows fintech to improve efficiency, which led to a declining income of banks' customers' finance segment by 40%. However, the banking sector has to face yet another challenge. The economy of Indonesia began to drop in the first quarter of 2020 due to the COVID-19 pandemic. To survive, banks have to endure the rising ratio of non-performing loans because more and more people became unable to pay their loans. One of the lessons learned from these issues is that banks must stay agile and be responsive to face the challenges that come their way, especially when the coronavirus came along. In order to do that, banks should have a good level of health, which can reflect how well they can manage their client fund. On the subject of investment, banks with a good health level generally have a small investment risk, so it offers more value to the investors. They also tend to have higher stock prices, thus their investors may expect more returns. In 2012, Bank Indonesia issued Bank Indonesia regulation, which classifies banks into 4 different bank umum kelompok usaha or buku groups, with buku 4 contains banks with more than 30 trillion rupiah of core capital. Although it is logical to assume that buku 4 are the healthiest banks among other buku groups due to the size of their core capital, it needs to be statistically proven. Therefore, this study is conducted to examine the impacts of the banking health level using the RBBR factors on the stock returns of buku 3 and buku 4 banks, which are the 2 biggest buku groups in Indonesia, and compare both results from 2017 to 2021. The Indonesian government issued the updated approach to conduct bank soundness assessment using a risk approach called risk-based bank rating. Banks are obliged to conduct this assessment. Due to limited time, the researcher focuses only on 5 ratios of 3 RBBR factors, which are risk profile through NPL and LDR, earnings through ROA and NIM, and capital through CAR. And these are the RBBR ratio formulas that are used in this study. There are NPL, LDR, ROA, NIM, and CAR. This study uses independent control and dummy variables. There are 5 RBBR ratios that are used as independent variables, which are mentioned before. And since this study analyzed buku 3 and buku 4, which have different sizes in their core capital, the study uses bank size as a control variable, which is calculated by natural logarithm. And the dependent variable used in this study is stock returns. And this study takes a cross-section of the population of buku 3 and buku 4 banks and examine them at regular intervals over a period of time. And it uses multiple regression analysis because the researcher uses more than one independent variable to examine its relationship with dependent variable with the help of Microsoft Excel and if used well. By adopting a purposive sampling technique, the selected research samples are as seen on the slide. The researcher only uses 61.1% of the buku 3 population and 100 of the buku 4 population. 100% of the buku 4 population. And let's get on to the chapter 4. These tables show that the average health level of both buku 3 and buku 4 banks are healthy based on their average NPL ratios. And these tables show that the average health level of both buku 3 and buku 4 banks are quite healthy based on their average LDR ratios. And this table shows that the average health level of buku 3 is quite healthy and very healthy for buku 4 banks based on their average ROA ratios. This table shows that the average health level of both buku 3 and buku 4 banks are very healthy based on their average NIM ratios. And this table shows that the average health level of buku 3 and buku 4 banks are very healthy based on their average CAR ratios. For the descriptive statistics result, this table shows that the total observation of each variable is 380, which comes from 19 banks under buku 3 and buku 4 categories taken from the year of 2017 to 2021 that are calculated on quarterly basis. And to compare between buku 3 and buku 4 bank, the independent sample t-test results are applied. And this table shows that only the ROA, NIM, and bank size of both buku groups have a p-value of lower than 0.05, which are all 0. Therefore, there is a statistical difference only in the ROA, NIM, and bank size of buku 3 and buku 4. And this table indicates that the VIF, variance inflation factor, values of all independent and control variables are lower than 10, which means that there is no multicollinearity problem between the independent variables. It can be concluded that the multicollinearity test is passed. This table shows that only ROA and CAR ratios that have a p-value below 0.05, which means that both ratios had a partial effect on stock returns of both buku 3 and buku 4. The coefficient value of ROA also concludes that ROA negatively affects stock returns of buku 3 and buku 4 banks. It can be assumed that investors saw that these banks had poor performances during the observed period due to their inefficient and ineffective management. As a result, it decreased stock prices and therefore declined stock returns. Meanwhile, the coefficient values of CAR indicates that the ratio positively affects stock returns. It can be assumed that large CAR of both buku groups during the observed period gave a positive signal to investors that they had enough capital to run their business and increase their profits. As a result, investors become more interested to invest in their stocks, which eventually increase their stock returns. On the other hand, the interpretation of dummy variables are quite different. This table shows that buku 3 and buku 4 have a p-value higher than 0.05, which means that both buku groups are statistically insignificant. The regression coefficient of buku 3 shows that banks from this buku group earn 0.06 of stock return less than buku 4 during the observed period. Meanwhile, the regression coefficient of buku 4 shows that banks from this buku group earn 0.06 of stock returns more than those in buku 3 during the observed periods. The F-test result on this table shows that all the independent variables in this study had a simultaneous effect on the dependent variable, which is stock return. As for the adjusted R-squared result, the table shows that the independent variable can explain the dependent variable by 11.69%. And the remaining percentages are explained by other variables. In conclusion, buku 3 and buku 4 banks generally have similar health levels in the observed RBBR ratios, except for ROA. And there is a statistical difference, which only found in their ROA, NIM, and bank size. Among RBBR ratios, only ROA had a negative effect on stock returns, while CAR had a positive effect on stock returns. Other variables, including bank size, had no effect on stock returns. Meanwhile, buku 4 banks earn more stock returns than buku 3 banks. For future research, they should examine other buku groups and incorporate the good governance factor of RBBR to broaden the perspective on the banking industry in Indonesia. And for the investors, it is recommended that they take other financial ratios such as price to book value, because the Indonesian government heavily regulates the monitors the health of the Indonesian banking industry, which makes the banking investment decision based on the RBBR ratios is deemed unnecessary. Thank you.
So Tiani, first of all, thank you for your presentation. It was a well-organized and well-prepared presentation. Are there any questions to this Tiani about her paper? I think there is no question. Thank you very much.
Thank you, sir.
Junita Taskia Amin, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
Yes, you can share your presentation. While you are sharing, I will announce your title.
All right, thank you.
Junita Taskia Amin will present titled with Economic Feasibility Study of a chemical enhanced oil recovery project in Indonesia based on conventional DSF and real option valuation model case study at PT ABC. Floor is yours. Can you open your voice, Unita? I think you can speak now.
Okay, now can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you and your presentation is audible. You can start.
All right. Hello, everyone. First of all, I would like to say thank you for CEO Congress to give me the opportunity to present my paper, which is about economic feasibility study of chemical enhanced oil recovery project in Indonesia based on conventional discounted cash flow and real option valuation model case study at PT ABC. My name is Junita Taskia Amin. Again, I'm from School of Business and Management, Institut Teknologi Bandung, Indonesia. So here's the agenda today. First, in the introduction, and then followed by the literature review. And then the third is methodology. And next would be findings and discussion. And we'll end up with the conclusion and recommendation. All right, start with the introduction. According to the World Bank, Indonesia is well known of being a rich country in natural resources. And back then, Indonesia had become an oil exporter that was recognized by the world for many years and joined an organization called OPEC. It's the Organization of Petroleum Export Community, an organization that controls petroleum production, supplies, and prices in the global market. Indonesia joined the organization in 1962. However, oil production in Indonesia has been decreasing from year to year, while Indonesia population keep increasing from time to time. So in 2003, Indonesia had become a net oil importer. And then the increasing amount of petroleum that must be imported to meet domestic needs has caused some adverse impacts. The main one is the weakening of rupiah exchange rate against the dollar. Therefore, the government in Indonesia is trying to suppress the increase of crude oil imports to develop the Indonesian economy. And the government set a target, which is 1 million barrels of oil per day and 12 billion square cubic feet per day of gas. And how to do that? The government would like to boost EOR project or enhanced oil recovery projects, and the projects must be immediately planned and executed to achieve the target that already set. And the government assigned PT XYZ to do COR project at PT ABC's field. However, there is a problem, which is the very high investment cost due to the high chemical cost. And I here did a research to understand, to find out whether the project is economically feasible based on the two models. First, the conventional DCF, and the second one, the real option valuation model, and know what's the best strategic option to adopt to this project. And next, here's the literature review. There is chemical enhanced oil recovery project, capital budgeting technique, and then conventional discounted cash flow, and then real option valuation model. And then the last one is Monte Carlo simulation. According to Ragab and Mansour in 2020, one of the key EOR or enhanced oil recovery strategies is chemical enhanced oil recovery, which reduces residual oil saturation and boosts volumetric sweep efficiency by lowering water oil mobility. So basically, this project is not using new reservoir. Instead, this project only used the old reservoirs. So they try boost the oil that trapped in the stone underground, like in the picture that you can see. And the next, wait. About the capital budgeting technique. According to Gitman, capital budgeting is the process of evaluating and selecting long-term investment that are consistent with the firm's goal of maximizing owner's wealth. There are several economic parameters used here. First of all, net present value. This method discounts the firm's cash flow at the firm's cost of capital. If the NPV is greater than 0, so the company could accept the project. But if the NPV is less than 0, so the company needs to reject the project. And the second economic parameter is internal rate of return, or IRR. The discount rate that equates the NPV of an investment opportunity with 0. If the IRR is greater than cost of capital, then the company could accept the project. But if the IRR is less than cost of capital, the company do not need to reject to accept the project, or the company have to reject the project. And then next parameter would be profitability index. So when companies evaluate investment opportunities using the PI, decision rule they follow is to invest in a project when the index is greater than 1. And the last economic parameter is payback period, which shows the time it takes the firm to recover its initial investment in a project as calculated from cash inflows. So the higher or the longer the quicker payback period, so the better. And then next, this is one of the model to calculate NPV, which is conventional discounted cash flow. This model refers to a valuation method that estimates the value of investment using its expected future cash flow. DCF analysis attempts to determine the value of investment today based on the projection of how much money that investment will generate in the future. So this model actually not enough to calculate the NPV of the project that involves high uncertainties like oil and gas project. So we need more than that. We need real option valuation model, which are choices a company's management gives itself the option to make in order to expand, change, or settle projects based on changing economic, technological, or market conditions that are called here uncertainties. Factoring in real options affects the valuation of potential investments. Although commonly used valuation fail to account for potential benefit provided by real option. So using real option value analysis or ROV, managers can estimate the opportunity cost of continuing or abandoning a project and make better decisions accordingly. There are two famous models that we can use to calculate real option valuation. First, best cost model. It provides a numerical result based on inputs. And then second, binomial lattice. So this model or this method allows for the calculation of the asset and the option for multiple periods, along with the range of possible results for each period. So basically, this method employs a binomial tree to compute the various paths, the price of an underlying asset. Last, after we are using the models to calculate the NPV, we can run Monte Carlo simulation. Monte Carlo simulation is used to model the probability of different outcomes in a process that cannot easily be predicted due to the intervention of random variables. It is a technique used to understand the impact of risk and uncertainty. So we run Monte Carlo simulation on both models, which are conventional discounted cash flow and also the real option valuation model. Here's the methodology. Overall, the research, the method that I use here, quantitative research, starts with the problem identification, and then objective identification, and then the data collection. So in here, I collected the data through two methods, secondary research and primary research. Through secondary research, I used two sources from the internal and external. From the internal, I used financial statement of the project and the projected financial plan of the project. And then for the external source, I use public computer database. And then for the primary research, I did some interviews with 3 oil and gas experts that were working in the company. After I collected the data, I processed the data. So I process the data using two models that I have mentioned before, conventional DCF and ROV model. And after that, I run Monte Carlo simulation to know the probability of the output of each model. And then after that, I could analyze the data. And finally, I would provide the conclusion and the recommendation. And then moving on to the chapter 4, which is findings and discussion. Here we can see the revenue of the project. So as we can see here, the oil production quite fluctuated from time to time. Is it because there is a chemical injection that occurs every 3 years? And this fluctuative oil production is caused by the difference of outcome and peak production of each sand that can affect the injection needs for each sand. And then for the oil price, it is projected based on historical data from the company, price projection from global ICP, SKA Migas, and company internal calculation. Oil prices are projected to decline in 2023 and increase gradually. The decline is assumed because of the war between Russia and Ukraine. And then we can multiply the oil production and oil price, and we will get the revenue before split. And then we have to also calculate the gross split. There are 3 splits: first base split, variable split, and progressive split. For the contractors, the base split of oil is 43%. And then the variable split, the split is based on the status of the working area, field location, reservoir depth, reservoir condition, infrastructure availability, carbon dioxide, and etc. The split variable in this project for contractors is 46%. And finally, the progressive split, it is calculated based on changes on oil prices and cumulative oil production, which change every year. And finally, I would get the gross split of each year like this. And I could multiply the revenue before split by gross split, and I will get the revenue after split. And then next, I need to find out the capital expenditure of each year also. So the capital expenditure is divided into 2 capex, tangible capex and intangible capex. Tangible capex is capex which is where to buy intangible goods such as property and technology, which are depreciable. While intangible capex is capex which is for work carried out at the development stage to support production work later, and this intangible capex cannot be depreciated because it's not concrete, it's not tangible. And then for operating expenditure, it is divided into 3 things. First, operation and maintenance, and then property tax, and also ASR, abandonment and site restoration. And for the depreciation, It will only occur in tangible capital, like I have mentioned, and the rates actually used annually are 25%, 19%, 14%, 11%, and 30%. And it's already adjusted to the type of the project, which is COR project. And then finally, the net cash flow projection could be provided, could be obtained like this. And before determining the NPV, IRR, PB per run, and PI, we should also calculate the weighted average cost of capital as a discount rate. So first, we could calculate the cost of debt. Here, I use synthetic rating
Dear
method.
Junita,
Yes?
sorry for disturbing you. Your time already finished. Please, can you summarize in 2 minutes?
All right, I will present it quicker. Sorry. Okay, so finally, I got the cost of capital like this, 10.64%. And here's the result, the NPV not feasible, IR also not feasible, and PR not feasible. So based on the conventional DCF, this project is not feasible economically. However, we could also, we need a adopt real option valuation model here. We should define the uncertainty. And from the graph, we can see that the uncertainty that most affect the NPV project is oil price. And after that, we can, here's the manager flexibility incorporation, the option to invest, delay, and abandon. And after I did the modeling, here's the result. It was found that the project could be feasible economically by delaying the project to year 1 with a minimum oil price of $85.2 per barrel. Here's the Monte Carlo simulation. And here's the conclusion. So based on the DCF model, the project is not economically feasible as the NPV is below 0. However, when I do the model using ROV model, the project would be economically feasible if it is delayed for more than 1 period or 6 months. In conclusion, I would recommend the company to postpone the project to gain better valuation. Thank you. I think that's all from me. Is there any question?
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for your presentation. It was well organized and well prepared presentation. It was a bit long, but it was great. I think Professor Dr. Vivek Daryanto has a question for you.
Yeah, thank you very
much,
Dr. Karim. Okay, hello, Miss Junita. I like your presentation, but I follow that you purely use the quantitative research, purely quantitative research using capital budgeting model and also Monte Carlo simulation. In real life, do you think that we have to also combine with the non-monetary factors to make a decision? Yes, that's my question. Non-monetary factors that should be considered there. So you mix up between monetary and non-monetary factors, then you come up with the decision. That's my suggestion, or maybe you can put as your limitation.
Okay, thank you, Buik, for your suggestion. Really appreciate your suggestion, and I think it's a good insight there, Bu Vivek, to also add the non-monetary factor to finally get better decision. However, actually, the limitation of this paper only limited to the economic perspective, Bu Vivek.
Okay. Yeah. So you limit only the quantitative economic analysis. Okay.
Yep. Thank you, Bu Vivek.
You're welcome. I like your presentation.
Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Endang Meliani, are you here? Endang? Endang Meliani, are you here? Do you hear us? If you are here, please open your voice. As I see you are here, I am sending an invitation to open your voice. You can click the button.
Alexi Alamja.
Endang, do you hear us?
That's your co-writer, right?
Endang Meliani. Actually, you are here. Okay. We will skip to Eyasu. Eyasu, are you here?
Yes.
You're welcome. Okay. Can you open your presentation while I'm finding?
Okay. It's visible.
Hang on. Not yet. Not yet.
Okay.
You should use share screen at the bottom, yellow screen, green screen, green button. Yes,
It's visible
it's
now.
coming. It's coming. I will announce you first. Eyasu Kasabayo from Ethiopia will present us determinants and feminization of poverty in northwestern Ethiopia, the case of Dijen District, East Gojam zone of Amhara regional state. You can present right now. Floor is yours.
Yeah, thank you. First of all, thank you for your support in giving the chance to present my paper on the international conference on business communication and social science congress. So my paper, as you stated, it's the determinants of feminization of poverty in the northwestern Ethiopia in case of the Dijen district. So as you know, poverty is one of the core developmental challenge across the world. So it's not, it has no geographical boundaries that limit the problem of poverty in the world. Particularly the case of poverty is high in developing countries. Hence, the government, national and international development institutions are taking into consideration about the problems of poverty to address the issue of poverty. And poverty alleviation is a key policy debate in the recent development literatures. So the factors that influence poverty is so many, and it's multidimensional, since it is a contemporary problems currently even. And the factors, it depends on one place to another place based on the household capacity to meet their basic needs, particularly house, the shelters, the food, and other items. And it has a gender dimensions. Women are more likely poor than men, even in the Western nations. So the gender effect of poverty is high as compared to the other dimensions, as social, cultural, and economic dimensions of poverty. For instance, the feminization of poverty is high in developing countries as well in Africa, including Ethiopia. women's poverty is high in terms of depth and vulnerability. So according to UNIFEM data in 2000, 70% of the world are under poverty. Even the yardstick of poverty in Ethiopia is high. So my objective is intends to identify the prevalence of feminization of poverty and identify those factors that affecting poverty. There is a hypothesis here. There is hypothesis 1, the high poverty level of women in the district. And the second one is the demographic, socioeconomic, and infrastructural, institutional variables are not determining women's status. This one is the literature review that indicates the dependent and independent variables, that makes a relationship. Those demographic, socioeconomic, and institutional factors are affecting the poverty level. As it is stated in the title, this study is only conducted in Dejen district using a mixed approach, which consists of both qualitative and quantitative methods to identify the problems. So the questionnaire, FGD, and others, including interview, is observed in terms of data analysis. Here's the sampling technique and analysis. The study is only focused on this 267 by using unknown population formula and it is analyzing using descriptive statistics and binary logistic regression model to analyze the data. So Hosmer and Lemshaw test using the adequacy of the logis model so as to evaluate the goodness of fitness of the model and exactly really the model is applicable or not. So here is the finding. Analysis of feminization of poverty in the study area is the extent to which women's around 139 or 52% of the participant, that the women are below the minimum requirement, below 2,200 calories per day. That means when you convert into the currency, even it's less than $1, those women are getting $1, less than $1 per day. So 52% of the women are the absolute poverty, under the absolute poverty. When you see the incidence, the absolute head count index at 52%, that means the household, within the household level, women are under the absolute poverty line, which is 52% are obtained less than 2,200 kilocalories per day in terms of the expenditure in non-food items. So even the study of World Bank in 2008 indicates that those women, majority of women are under the absolute poverty, below the poverty lines. So this study is confirming under the world within the study of World Bank. When you come to the poverty gap index or alpha 1, it measures the aggregate consumptions of the shortfall relative to poverty line is 0.0882. This means that 8.8% of women of the sample population is under the aggregate consumption, where from the majority of the absolute poverty line. And the FGT or Foster-Greker model indicates that the alpha 2, 6.9% of females are below the absolute poverty. This indicates that the quality of the disparity of inequality between women and men in the household is high within this index. So the study of household index consumption expenditure in 2015, 2018 also indicates that the poverty of head count index below the poverty line in the NC severity. Look, in Ethiopia, it's estimated 23.5% are under the enemy. So it's to this one is the indicator in the poverty gap, poverty incidence, and poverty severity in the study areas. So this one is the head count in the index, which is the absolute poverty, and this one is the consumption of poverty in terms of the food. This one is the national poverty, and this one is the rural national poverty. And you come to here, you can see here, this slide, this indicates that the poverty gap in the absolute poverty of the women in the study areas. The status also this one. Let me go to the logic model analysis. This indicates that the factors that determine the feminization of poverty in the study area, particularly in the Dajjan district. So the age group within 31 up to 40 are the poverty is increased than by the old rate of 581.1 as compared to 20 up to 30. This means that the age group in 20 up to 30 are no poor as compared to age of 31 up to 40. This indicates that it has the positive relationship with feminization of poverty. And the other one is the status, the marital status. The marital status, it indicates that the divorced women are less poor than those unmarried. The unmarried are high probability of being poor than those divorced, because the divorced get assets from their husband in time. Even the education, those educated women are not poor as compared to the illiterate one. This indicates the odd ratio of 93.3, and the other one is indicates these items. So I can conclude that in Ethiopia, the feminization of poverty is very serious and understood in the development policy and contemporary social issues. And women are the poorest and the poorest of the poor in rural area of Ethiopia. So this indicates that it needs to have encouraged the females to in the production and the development policies, as well as the poverty alleviation programs to achieve the gender equality and sustainable development goals. Due to the time, I'm just running quickly. Thank you for your attention. If you have any doubt, you can ask.
Thank you very much, dear Ayayu.
Thank you.
It was a great presentation. Well organized.
Thank you.
Well designed.
Thank you.
Well presented. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Do you have any questions from the audience about the presentation to Mr. Ayayu? I think there is no question. Thank you, Mr. Ayayu.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
You can close your session, your presentation. Then we can skip to next presentation. Merle Almeida, are you here? Merle? Merle Almeida, are you here?
Hello.
Hello. You are
Good
welcome.
evening. Am I audible?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay.
You can open your presentation. While you are opening, I will announce you.
Yes, just give me a minute.
Okay. The paper has three authors, Gaurav Gomase, Dr. Chaurata Gabrashie, and
Yes.
Merle Almeida. Merle Almeida will present this topic, Indian culinary food tourism, past, present, and future.
Right.
The
A very
floor
good
is yours.
Yes, thank you, sir. And a very good evening to everyone. Okay. On behalf of my fellow colleagues, I would like to present, like sir has said, on behalf of Gaurav Gurmase, as well as Dr. Charu, I am presenting the session on Indian culinary tourism, past, present, and future. Okay. When we are talking, my screen is visible to everyone, right?
Yes, yes, it is.
Okay. Yes, the agenda today of our presentation would be the introduction to the Indian culinary cuisine, as well as I'll show you the review of literature and what are our findings. Because of the the method which we have used is a secondary research method where we have used a variety of papers, books, presentations, etc. to find out our literature. Okay, coming back to our the introduction of the cuisine. Okay, the food of Indian culture. Okay, dates back to the 14th century. Food and wine pairing is an opportunity for diversifying the tourism, okay, and promote also local economic development along with authentic, traditional, and also an innovatory culinary expression. Okay, hence countries like Australia, France, India, Italy, Japan are very famous for their cuisines. Okay, the culinary styles are basically dependent on the distinctive ingredients, the techniques, the dishes, the atmosphere around, wherein the food ingredients come from. Okay, like if you see the when I want to say like culinary tourism, it's simply traveling beyond the neighborhood and tasting different food and experience in which we learn to appreciate, consume, dare to experiment local cuisine, heritage, and also culture on the place. It is not necessarily, luxurious dining, but seeking adventure in getting new tourism and taste. Okay. Like many have already studied on this topic and they have their various views on it. But I would like to add that, when we are talking about tourism, it is about, and specifically Indian tourism, it has dated back to the Maharajas, wherein, they used to call people and give them to dine, and the taste of the food is being reflected. Okay, if we talk about dividing India into various parts, okay, the Indian food, okay, if we talk about the north, south, east, and west, in the north you will find more of wheat, which is being used, and ghee. When we talk about the east part of it, They use more of mustard oil, seafood, and rice is their staple food. In the south, rice again is the staple food, but here they use a lot of coconut oil, curry leaves, tamarind, etc. West side of India has more about the sunflower oil, black cumin, wheat, and rice. And though food is being consumed from region to region differs, their eating habits are relatively the same. Okay, Indians believe in eating with their hands because they find the food being more tasty. They are able to relish it better. They sit on the floor while eating food. They believe in a common bowl where everyone shares. And it will be, you will notice that Indian food, when in functions like weddings and religious ceremonies, they have it served from the plantain plates. Okay, so plantain leaves are used as plates. Okay, so culinary tourism in ancient India was all about the culture of the people, the place where they are, the local beverages. Okay, Ayurveda is something wherein the healing properties of herbs is being used. The richer people use more of fruits and nuts in their food, but yes, spices is used by everyone, and that is what adds flavor to our foods. Okay, presently in India, there is a variety of tourism which is going on. Like we have what is called as food tours, wherein the history of and traditions through food culture is demonstrated. When we talk about food walks, we talk about a local person who has the complete expert knowledge and understands food. He would go ahead and introduce it to the travelers or tourists who come to that particular place. You will notice that food shows are hosted by most of the celebrity chefs on television to make the local public who are unable to travel or have not tasted any other food. They give these authentic recipes. They cook in front through their houses or through a studio, etc., wherein they give the food type of food which could be cooked and made of a certain ingredients. Okay, and then we have food festivals which are there, wherein it's like an annual event which showcases food and central themes to integrate, value back for food systems and culture. And we also have like cooking sessions and classes, wherein not only celebrities do this, where they have workshops, etc., but even local people who are able to hold on to authentic recipes, they conduct food classes and sessions for beginners. Okay, there are food shows, seminars, gastronomic routes, the slow food movement, culinary vacations. This is all a type of tourism wherein they showcase a particular place. So there is they are taken. The travel industry takes them to a particular place and gets them to enhance their taste with this authentic food of that particular place. Okay, but what we see as the future of culinary tourism is that the lost recipes. Okay, many people are going back to finding out the grandma recipes of particular dishes. Okay, rural tourism is building up because there are many dishes which are unknown to the urban areas, and that is what is helping the rural tourism to benefit in India. Okay, there is a lot of hybrid food. So there are many people who are actually contacting the farmers and getting the farm fresh food, raw ingredients to the dabas. Okay, then there is high quality. There is restaurants which have a legacy of a particular cuisine. So they have what we call as a multi-cuisine restaurant. Authentic cuisine restaurants. Sorry, like if you will see all over the world, we have Indian restaurants which typically focus on our Indian cuisine. Okay, and also the same thing, we are looking at these things becoming more global, because if you see like Chef Vikas Khanna of India, he has already got Michelin stars, and he has his own academy also, and various celebrity chefs have their own academies wherein they guide people in terms of developing the taste for food, and through getting the right methods of cooking in order to get that authentic taste of food. Okay, so from what I see from the outcome of this research that we had done, we have a tourism product diversification. So not only do people travel to see a particular place, but also for seeing and visualizing the food being cooked and tasting the particular cuisine of that particular place. And obviously, because of that, the economic growth of that particular area would be increased. Keeping in mind that, yes, with rural tourism, we have something called as agro-tourism, which is also developing in order to increase sustainability. And yes, it has branded the tourism into a next level, which is known as culinary tourism. So in conclusion, I would say on the whole that the Indian government is taking in the initiatives in order to diversify tourism and get culinary tourism into a next level, so that people could come and experience this the taste and food of various cultures in different parts of India. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. First of all, thank you for your presentation. It was well organized and well prepared presentation. Do you have any questions from the audience about the presentations presenter? Questions and answers are open. I think there is no question. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
Okay, you can close your presentation, Merle.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Endlang Susi Lovati, are you here, Endlang? Endlang, are you here? I think not. Giovanni Alexander Panuncu, are you here?
Yes, I'm here.
You're welcome. Giovanni Alexander Panuncu and Amalia Naim Indraya will present a study on the intentions of early users of Metaverse as learning platforms using the technology acceptance model as seen from in the evidence from PT Mark Plus Institute. Floor is yours. You can present.
Yeah. Thank you, the committee, for the time. Today, I will present about the study of the intention of early user of Metaverse as learning platform using the technology acceptance model, as seen from the evidence of my company. I work in PT Mark Plus Institute, is the company who sell or who offer the training through webinar or offline. And me, Giovanni Alexander Panuncu, with my thesis partner and supervisor, Dr. Amalia Naim Indrajaya from IPMI Business School. Today we have 5 agendas, and why I choose Metaverse. Bill Gates says within the next 2 or 3 years, I predict most virtual meeting will move to the camera image screen to the Metaverse with the 3D space with digital avatar. So can you imagine you can learn not only meeting, but you can learn new, like you join to the university, you can sit and you can chit chat with your friend in the new virtual world, as we can call it as a Metaverse. So what is the metaverse? Metaverse is an immersive three-dimensional virtual and multi-user environment online, so you can chit chat with the other, allowing people to interact socially, economically with cryptocurrency, Bitcoin, and etc. or NFT in the future, regardless of their location, with the large of people using tools such as virtual reality and augmented reality. So when you join the metaverse, you need two tools. First is virtual reality, and the second is augmented reality. In US, you can find the Oculus, like the picture in the bottom. This Oculus you can use to join the metaverse. Why we need learn at metaverse? Because it can reduce the difficulty in lack of communication with the instructor or your lecturer or the other learner within 42% reduce difficulty in task performance, 37% than common distance learning. VR learners were 4 times faster to train in the classroom and 3.75 times more emotionally connected to the content than classroom learner. And the last is 4 times more focused than their e-learning peers. Because in metaverse, we use the VR, so it can be make more focus when learn in metaverse. So why we need study about the metaverse? Because our company launched the metaverse platform, and we already launched 3 webinars to socialize the platforms. First is metaverse. First webinar is the metaverse to target automotive business, and the second is for the retail or the common people, introduce metaverse at webinar getting into digital competition, and the last is virtual entertainment, creative way to engage with audience with the Weir Group is the one of the biggest VR company. And after event finish, Mark+ Institute, my company, didn't get good client feedback, such as like asking the metaverse proposal or inviting the future to further meeting. However, we have 5 required proposal for e-learning platform. So we think why metaverse, we don't have any feedback from the client, but e-learning, they still want use the e-learning platform. So in short, people don't have the interest or willingness to try metaverse for further learning platform or sales channel. And in the novelty or the literature gap, some literature show or maybe only a few literature review as far as we know was conducted to summarize the finding related to metaverse in education and provide further insight. And the other journals said because many studies recommended examining other factors influencing the intention to continue using first platform for students for various education settings. And last, further studies recommend including those with the more experience with the EduFirst technology in their target population. So the literature needs some more feedback or need more research to advance the metaverse research. So I use this metaverse as the novelty because I use the training object is the training company, usually is higher education or university. The second is the behavioral intention, and using behavioral intention to use metaverse, source of credibility as the external factor, facilitating condition as moderator factor. And this research will explore the behavior intention, desire, or interest to do specific behavior using metaverse as a learning platform, because metaverse in education need a lot of time development and design into a major learning method. Therefore, my company, Mark+ Institute, need to prepare a good strategy before investing in the metaverse. And I use the metaverse for the metaverse literature. I use TAM, Technology Acceptance Model by Davis, and the other literature I use is General Extended Technology Acceptance Model for e-learning by Humid et al. Why technology acceptance model? Because it's already used in the various conditions like student acceptance of online learning, course website, online student community, e-learning, and etc. So I choose TAM for the main model for this research. And this is the definition of the variable. I use source of credibility according to Wu and Wang. Source of credibility indicate how much the message received believe in the address, and it is an essential factor in decision making, particularly in ambiguous online environment, according to Mark et al. And the second is facilitating condition, defined as the degree to which an individual believes that an organization and the technical infrastructure exist to support the system. And third is perceived usefulness, defined as the level to which a user thinks that learning in metaverse would enhance learning effectiveness and give more benefit for the learner. And next is perceived ease of use. Davis, the founder of TAM, described the perceived ease of use as the intensity user think that they can run a specific setup effortless. And the last is behavior intention, is intention to use technology can be defined as the degree to which the user wants to use the technology in the future. So I have the 8 hypotheses in this research. I use source of credibility as independent, and use perceived usefulness and perceived ease of use as the mediating, and I use the moderating variable is the facilitating condition to the behavior intention. So this is the hypothesis. For the methodology, I use online questionnaire in the Greater Jakarta, maybe around 18 until 20 years old through Google Form, and I use the non-probability sampling, purposive sampling for the population criteria around 169,000 people. First, they must live in the Greater Jakarta, because when you using the metaverse, you need the good technology, you need the good internet. So I use only the capital city, Jakarta. And there are several recent companies they are in the metaverse because it enables company to engage with the customer in different ways to send out. So some companies target the metaverse to reach Gen Z and millennials. So I choose Gen Z and millennials. And the last, they must have been experienced distance or remote learning. And based on Cohen table and G-Power, I use sample size is 85 sample. And funding and discussion, to analyze this TAM model, I use SAMPLS because SAMPLS can predict the variable or intention. So I have 3 assessment. First, measurement model assessment with first I must check outer loading, construct reliability and validity, and third is discriminant validity using PLS algorithm. The second assessment, measure model fit. I check the SRMS, NFE, DULS, and DG using PLS algorithm and bootstrapping. And the last, structural model assessment using path of coefficient, indirect, and total effect using bootstrapping. And this is the demography. I collect 85 people. Mostly is female. Mostly is generation is Gen Z. Mostly they don't never play metaverse. Maybe you ever had like Roblox, it's the metaverse play. They don't ever play the Roblox. And knowledge about metaverse, maybe around 38% they only heard about metaverse, and 13% people looking for more information, and 44% they already study about metaverse, and the rest 6% they already use the metaverse. For the measurement, because loading factor values for all items is over than 0.7, so are accepted. and the other indicator is good because in SAM-PLS show is the color is green. So I think it's good, and when I check in theory is over than 0.7. And the second measurement, I must check the discriminant validity using STMT because it's more powerful and more sensitive than Fortner and Lecker. So it's under 0.9, so it's are good in discriminant validity in model fit. Like SMMR is 0.094 is under than 0.1, so it's good. The other indicator is good, like NFE is close with 1 because 1 is perfect, so I think it's model is quite good. In the structural model, first I analyze direct effect, source of credibility to on the perceived usefulness. They're not supported because the p-value over than 0.5, and the second source of credibility to perceived ease of use is supported. Perceived ease of use to perceived usefulness is supported. Perceived usefulness to behavior intention is not supported. Perceived ease of use to behavior intention is support. And I check the moderating variable is facilitating condition. Facilitating condition through perceived usefulness to behavior intention not supported, and the other variable like facilitating condition to perceived ease of use to behavior intention is not supported too. But when I check facilitating condition to behavior intention is supported. And when I check the R-square adjustment is 0.637. So when I check in theory, the result over 0.5 is moderate. So the behavior intention is, I think, is quite good, or have the moderate effect. In the conclusion or the moderate the recommendation, okay, only 4 variable they have accepted. First is H2, the higher or lower source of credibility will impact higher or lower of perceived ease of use using metaverse as learning platform. S3 is accepted, so the higher or lower perceived ease of use. POU will impact higher lower of perceived usefulness using metaverse as learning platform. H5, the higher or lower perceived ease of use. POU will impact higher or lower of behavior intention using metaverse as learning platform. And H8 also accepted. So a facilitating condition, FC, will strengthen or weaken the relationship of perceived ease of use towards behavior intention. And the last source of credibility will not impact perceived usefulness, and facilitating condition cannot be the mediating variable from perceived usefulness and perceived ease of use on behavior intention. So this is my recommendation. For the company, should highlight the short sort of credibility to increase behavior intention, such as a trust. You can use your brand expertise. You can show your teacher or facilitator, and reputation. You can use PR or advertising. And the second, the companies should emphasize the ease of use and the simplicity of metaverse platform to the student to increase perceived ease of use, POU, and the source of credibility and perceived ease of use can improve behavior intention also. Because usually the technology company create new terms like cryptocurrency, NFT, or e-wallet, or make a complicated system. So it's make people don't want to use the new technology. So this research tell us to make the term, the simple term or technology, the more simple technology to improve behavior intention of early metaverse users. because people did not focus on the function or the benefit, but focus on how to use the metaverse or the simplicity. And last, online technical support and technical resource availability can improve behavior intention. Therefore, we should wait until 2 or 3 years until metaverse equipment, VR or AR, is cheaper than today, so we can implement metaverse in education system. Okay, that's all for my presentation. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That was great presentation. Anyone has question to Mr. Giovanni Alexander? Giovanni, thank you very much. It was great presentation. I think everyone understood well, and we can skip to the other presenters. Thank you very much. Shalini Jadia, are you here? Dr.
Yes.
Swati, Miss.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. I'm here.
Okay, you are the last presenter of this session.
No,
You can share your screen. The topic of Dr. Swati Mishra is impact of social and ethical values of academia in behavioral economics.
Yes.
Floor is yours.
Thank you, sir. Thank you for giving this opportunity to us to present the presentation. My topic is impact of social and ethical value of academia in behavioral economics. The agendas are is my screen visible?
Yes, it's visible.
Yes. Okay. There's introduction, objectives, literature review, methodology, findings, and conclusions. It is a very small study on the behavior economics where the academics and the professionals are researching together on the higher education. Ethically appraising their behavior nowadays, contributing and anticipating how their behavior in future educators and the leaders, how the leaders work when the academia and economic will work together. At present, education was observed and perceived academic behavior in future, and they will make decision and act within a practical content. Okay, as a perception of the academia, there are two contacts, how they are working in present and how they will work in the future as a corporate people. So nowadays in Top Institute, there are so many activities which will run by the academicians and the professionals for the research, education research. We found that the consistency and the participation of the students in research is increasing day by day. And the higher education family backgrounds, most of the females are working on the social and ethical than those of their peers with you. There has been a lot of research done on academia and professional education, social and ethical values in 21st century. New schools integrated with the educations. However, research that shows the impact of social ethical values, academia and behavior economics is one of the research and education sector which is still unhighlighted. My literature review is, it is possible for the higher education institute to affect the ethical perception of academia to conduct, promote more social and ethical behavior at present within the potentials of education in future. As we know that the world is working on a social media like Facebook, Instagram, WhatsApp, YouTube, so many times. After Corona, everything is becoming online to capture all such things. in a way to serve the students in light of education. So the social and ethical perceptions of people is highlighting more and more, and the social websites are promoting today in behaviors. So the professional principles of ethical leaders are their self-awareness, integrities, accountabilities, openness, and so much. But the personal are trust, wisdom, kindness, justice, service, etc. Keeping the decision-making process open and transparent is one of the main principles to highlight the education nowadays. Prevent the interpretation behavior from enduring trust, accepting subordinate to behave ethically, make ethical participation in business practices, see ethics in the more regulations, celebrating ethical values, commit to the ethics in long and short terms. Social and ethical values using in a day-to-day life of an academia are safety, honesty, power, cooperation, accountability, humanities, and etc. The methodology I use is academics and professionals who are recruited in the pool of management position behavior economic world, which has been made and often used, subject to creative, innovative studies on the social and ethical view of the world. One can argue that some social and ethical practices can be pre-exempted through formal education and traditional education. The study is based on the survey amongst academicians and professionals who are working in the universities as well as in research center in a business and economic school of India. There is no likely highlighted hypothesis, but it is only a hypothesis that made by me is ethical behavior, how academics and professionals potentially translate their economic behavior through textbooks to the presentation of their contexts, as well as perception of the future context can be interpreted. The data collection approach and summary. I put it there are 382 records which I found, and I take only 100 and something, 200 and something records from them. And they are purely academicians and professionals who are working in the universities and research centers. The data collection period was 2nd November to 20th November. The method was used as a survey questionnaire. The survey was conducted online mode via Google Forms. The findings and decisions are academicians and professionals are embedded in academic life, and the youngsters, adults, make the social ethical judgments and decisions daily. Therefore, their attitudes and behavior toward academic, social, and ethical behavior are not merely saturated, but rather translated their judgment towards reality and actual behavior. Nowadays, we know that the considerations regarding ethical and social views outside academia, especially in the academia professionals world, are more saturated for those, and these relate to their future employment content, especially their growth and development of their country abroad. Right. So according to this study, how these impacts are affected to the other people and the social and ethical values applies to these concepts, economic decision is properly made by the peoples. Additionally and rationally thinking of the model, which helps the academia grow in the creative and innovative concept. As we know that the practice of the behavior economics helps to understand the social and ethical values, how people are actually connected to the social media nowadays, which will take the social gathering and the ethical gathering so much easier. The situation is taking to the taking a new path to the economic system as well as education system. There are three conclusions I found out. This study successfully presented for the conduction, the integration of academic and professionals about the social and ethical values, the major restriction model establishment according to the literature review. After that, the survey was taken because this model has been no qualitative studies, required content development. All the suggestion, all the conclusion is done by the observation format only. Thank you so much. Any questions?
Thank you very much, Shalini, Dr. Shalini.
Thank you.
Is there anyone who do you have any questions from audience about presentation to Dr. Shalini?
Sir, I am a research scholar right now. There is a little bit time to be done that.
I think there is no question. Thank you very much for your presentation.
Thank you, sir.
I think all the presentations are over. Is there anyone who hasn't made their presentation in this channel? If there is one who hasn't find chance to present his or her presentation, we can give chance right now to present. I think everyone presented. We will have closing session after 13 minutes because as you know, we have two separate rooms. The other room is going on. There are two presentations left. They are presenting. After 30 minutes, we will make closing session in this channel, in this room. What can we do? Professor Vivek or Dr. Zia, what do you suggest us? We can give a break or
Yeah,
like that?
yeah, I think so, Dr. Karim. Yes, I feel that around 10 to 15 minutes break would be good, so that the people get themselves, refresh something, maybe tea, coffee, or something like that. And after that, they would join closing ceremony. And secondly, when you start the closing ceremony, kindly freshly send the link to join, because some people may, vary.
Okay, you are right. Then we can give a break 15 minutes. After that, we can start the session.
Yeah, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Değerli hocalarım merhaba. Hello dear participants. We have finished 3-day Congress, International SEO Congress, 5th Congress. 3 günün sonunda hocalarım kongremizi bitirmiş durumdayız. Kongremizde 329 bildiri gönderildi. Kongremize 24 adedi çeşitli sebepleriyle kabul edilmedi. 305 bildiri kabul edildi. 287 bildiri ise sunuldu. Fifth International SEO Congress takes place with the participation and contribution of 429 academics from 34 countries, which are Azerbaijan, Belarus, Bosnia Hersek, Cuba, Indonesia, Ethiopia, Philippines, Ghana, South Korea, Georgia, India, Iraq, Italy, United Kingdom, Japan, Cameroon, Canada, Poland, Portugal, Romania, South Africa, Tanzania, Thailand, New Zealand, Zambia, and also Türkiye. Öncelikle kongreye katılımcı olmuş olan tüm akademisyen hocalarıma teşekkür ediyorum. Özellikle teşekkür etmek istediğim bazı isimler var. Bu isimler Siam El Kafafi, Carles Agusti Hernandez, Murteza Hasanoğlu, Hernangil Ferleo, Bahrullah Safi, Sergio Kolot, Farod Ahrorov, Profesör Doktor Şevki Özkener, Tamara İşevko, Professor Dr. Vivek Daryanto, Amelia Naim, and their rector also. Eğer unuttuğum isimler varsa özür diliyorum. I apologize if I forgot any names. I want to announce Dr. Zia firstly. He will announce Global Best Paper Awards. Dr. Zia, are you here?
Yes, I'm here. Can you hear me?
Yes, you are audible. You can start.
Okay. Thank you. Bismillahirrahmanirrahim. Thanks to Allah Almighty, who created us all. Thanks to him for the first revelation where he said in Quran, Iqra means read. It means study. It also means comprehend. And my dear participants and researchers and professors, it also means research. So thanks to Allah Almighty, and thank you to all the presenters, to all the professors, researchers, and students. Thanks to all, more than as Dr. Karim Kardal mentioned, more than 430 or more than that participants from more than 34 countries. And yes, now here, thanks to CEO for arranging and successfully conducting this great Congress. And special thanks to the man and his team, led by Dr. Karim Kardal, his each and every team member, whether from Turkey, from Indonesia, from Pakistan, from Bangladesh, from India, or from any country, and all the representatives from all the countries for gathering and collecting and putting us together as a galaxy and beautiful knowledge community. And let's have, let's give him and his team and the CEO a big applause. Thank you very much for gathering us. All right, so as I was handed over the best paper award, the list of the best paper, let's see, I was given these three best papers selected by the whole committee but under the CEO Congress. Now let's see the first paper. The title is Moderating Role of Financial Technology Towards the Effects of Financial Performance, GCG and Macroeconomic on Stock Returns of Indonesia, Category 4 Banks. The authors are Melita Arun, Roy Sambal, and Melinda Mello. So let's have a big applause for them. Very good. The second award, the Best Paper Award, goes to the title, Emotional Exhaustion and its Impact on Turnover Intention, the Role of Organizational Commitment. And the authors are Maria Zia, Dr. Ziaur Rahman, and Sayyid Muhammad Wafa Rahman. Let's have a big applause for them. And the third paper goes with the title, The Antecedents of Subscriber Intention of Indonesian Young Generations upon Spotify. The authors are Mr. Bhagwan Kagrunitya and Crisatio Soinardio. I'm sorry if I don't pronounce rightly. Professor M. Aman and Miss Lisa Augustina. A great applause for them, please. So all of the three papers are best papers, and the Best Paper Award goes to these three papers. I thank you very much. Over to Dr. Kareem Kardal.
Thank you very much, Dr. Zia. Is there anyone who got Best Paper Award to give a brief speech? We want to hear their emotions right now. Is there anyone who wants to talk?
Hello, I believe I heard my name.
Yes, please.
Okay.
I don't know who are you. Yes, Begawan, you are.
Okay. It's already almost 11 p.m. here in Jakarta. So good evening. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Distinguished participants from all around the world. I am so honored presenting my paper, and thank you to the CEO Congress for this wonderful event. Though it is online, I wish we could have done this offline, hopefully, inshallah. And oh good, I'm shocked, to be honest. I didn't expect this because I saw all the other topics and they were great topics, but I never thought in my entire life that I would win one of the best papers. If I'm correct, Dr. Zia?
You were best. You were one of the best presenter as well. Your paper was evaluated by the committee and we found it very good. You deserve it.
Oh my God. Thank you so much. I am honored. Thank you. Hopefully in the next CEO Congress, I am looking forward to more talented papers in the future. Thank you and stay safe, stay healthy. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Walaikum salam. Thank you for experiencing your feelings, Mr. Bhagawan. Anyone else want to talk from best paper holders? Then we will share best paper awards from for Turkey, local best papers in Turkish. So I am giving the Professor Dr. Şevki Özgener. He's most famous and well-known professor in Turkey. Şevki Hocam, Türkçe en iyi bildirileri, Türkiye'den en iyi bildirileri sunabilirsiniz hocam. Buyurun hocam. Şevki Hocam sesiniz açık değil.
Türkiye'deki en iyi bilgiyi okuyorum. Öğretim görevlisi Doktor Pınar Avcı, öğretim görevlisi Esra Yaşar, doçent doktor Sevgi Sürmeli Sarıgül, Türkiye'deki çevresel bozulma, finansal sektör gelişiminin, temiz enerji tüketiminin ve beşeri sermayenin rolü. Sevgi. Sevgi Hanım.
Hocam Sevgi Hocam galiba bir bağlantı problemi oldu. Ben diğer hocalarım adına da teşekkür edeyim. Çok sağ olun. Emeğe geçen herkese teşekkür ederiz bu organizasyonda.
Biz teşekkür ederiz. Kerimciğim başka bir tane bildiri göndermişsin sadece.
Biz evet hocam bir tane Sevgi Hocam'ın başka bir bildirisi daha vardı galiba.
Hocam bir bildiri de Mehmet Kaplan hocamız ve Berna Kaplan hocamızın var. 2 bildiri seçildi bu kongrede. 3 bildiri seçilmedi. CEO nasıl başladı? İletişim, ekonomi, organizasyon odaklı ilk kongrenin anatomisi. Doçent doktor Mehmet Kaplan hocamız. Burada mı
Evet.
Mehmet Kaplan hocamız?
Diğer ödül alan
Hocam
bildiri-
merhabalar.
Merhaba Mehmet Bey.
Sesim. Merhaba Şevki Hocam.
Tebrik ediyorum.
Bugün, sağ olun hocam. Berna Turak Kaplan hocamla birlikte hazırladığımız, kendisi de burada. İkimiz de şu an aynı bilgisayardan.
Teşekkür ediyoruz.
Tüm kongre başkanına, tüm kongre üyelerine, tüm organizasyona teşekkür ediyoruz. Şevki Hocam, saygı ve sevgilerimizi sunuyoruz sizin nezdinize, tüm katılımcılara.
Sağ olun. Teşekkür ederim.
Bir dahaki kongrede buluşmak dileğiyle.
İnşallah.
Berna Hocam, siz de.
Ben de tüm katılımcılara ve kongrede emeği geçen herkese çok teşekkürlerimi ve saygılarımı iletiyorum. Size de saygılarımı iletiyorum Şevki Hocam. Teşekkür ederiz tekrar.
Ano oldu ki ya?
I think you are so popular, Dr. Zia. Children are calling you after this congress. You are so popular.
That's the bigger award. Thank you. Teşekkür ederim.
Yani kongre ile ilgili görüş önerilerini bildirmek isteyen hocalarımız varsa onları alabiliriz. Sonra yabancılara da hak tanıyalım. Ardından her zamanki gibi el sallayıp kongreyi kapatırız. Türkiye'den hocalarımızdan öneri, şikayet olan hocalarımız varsa onlardan dinleyebiliriz.
Kerim ben konuşayım o zaman biraz.
Buyurun tabii ki hocam.
Öncelikle kapanış oturumuna geldiğiniz için çok teşekkür ederiz. Biliyorsunuz CEO Kongres'te 429 katılımcı olduğunu gördük. Bildirileriyle, başarılı bildirileriyle katkıda bulunan bütün katılımcılara teşekkür ediyoruz öncelikle. Yine Endonezyalı ortaklarımıza çok teşekkür ederiz. Bu açıdan gerçekten kongrenin başından sonuna kadar takip ettim. Özellikle birkaç isim saymak isterim yani. Başta kongrenin koordinatörü Kerim Karadağ olmak üzere Aman Vira Kartakusumah, yine kongrenin kongrenin başkanları, kongrenin koordinatörleri, keynote speakerlar, bunların hepsine teşekkür ediyoruz. Organizasyon komitesine de teşekkür ediyoruz. Gerçekten çok büyük bir katkı sağladılar. Bununla birlikte hemen her oturumda gözlemlediğim, şöyle kendi adıma ben de teşekkür edeyim. Amelya Naim, Azer Dançilev, Muhammed Ziya Urrahman, Suvik Dasgupta, Vivek Daryanto, Duygu Hıdıroğlu, İnci Erdoğan Tarakçı ve kongrede en çok katkısı olduğunu düşündüğüm Sabire Tuğçe Karadal'a ve bütün, burada ismini unuttuğum, bütün saygıdeğer katkıda bulunanlara teşekkür ediyoruz. Hiç şüphesiz bu kongrenin kurucularından Himmet Karadal da burada bir teşekkür hak ediyor. Ona da buradan teşekkür gönderiyoruz yine. Öncelikle tabii bu kongremizde amaçladığımız şey şu. Bir kere insanlığın refahına katkıda bulunmayı, kendi ülkelerimizdeki bilimin gelişimine katkıda bulunmayı amaçladığımız için sizlerle böyle bir organizasyonda bulunduğumuzdan çok mutluyum ben de. Bu kongrede dikkatimi çeken bir şey var. Kaliteli paper'ların sayısı artmış durumda. Yani kongrenin kalitesi beni heyecanlandırdı. Ayrıca kongredeki networkler, başarılı bildiriler bu kongreye olan desteğimi daha fazla artırdı. Normalde sıradan kongrelere pek bildiri göndermem. Ama bu kongreye bildiri gönderdiğime göre bir gelişim fark etmiş bulunuyorum ben de. Tavsiye ederim ki bu tür kongrelerde, böyle kongreler çok fazla. Bu tür kongrelerde özellikle en iyi bildiri ödüllerini sınırlı tutmakta fayda var. Birkaç kişiye verilir ki bu bildirilerin kalitesi artsın, bilimin kalitesi artsın. Bir diğer husus da şu, bizi şu anda bir arada tutan şey kişisel görüşlerimiz ve ideolojilerimiz değil, bilime yaptığımız katkıdır. Bilime yaptığımız katkıdır ve bu nedenle büyük bir memnuniyet duydum. Bununla birlikte özellikle kaliteli çalışmaların, yararlı işbirliklerinin ve ortaklaşa rekabetin böyle bir kongrede vuku bulması beni gerçekten memnun etti. Beni çok memnun etti. Ama sizler de biliyorsunuz her kongrenin aksayan tarafları olabilir. Gerçekten büyük katkı sağlamakla beraber, büyük bir özveriyle çalışmakla beraber bizden kaynaklanan herhangi bir aksaklık ve problemden dolayı şimdiden hepinizden özür diliyoruz. Yani sunumlarla ilgili olsun, kongre organizasyonuyla ilgili olsun, herhangi bir eksiklikle karşılaştıysanız biz bunu peşinen kabul ediyoruz. Dolayısıyla bu kongrenin iyileşmesi için ya da süreçlerin iyileştirilmesi için önerilerinizi bekliyoruz. Bununla birlikte gerçekten kongrenin şöyle bir içeriğindeki bildirilere baktığımda hemen her alandan, yani bizim sosyal bilimlerle ilgili olarak işletmeyle ilgili her alanda bir şeyler öğrendim. Bu yaşta bir şeyler ben öğreniyorsam eminim ki gençler sizin bilimsel katkılarınızla, sizin jestlerinizle, sizin mimiklerinizle, sizin neşeli konuşmalarınızla eminim birçok şey öğrenmişlerdir. Dolayısıyla böyle bir oturumda ben de sizlerle beraber olduğum için çok mutluyum. Çok teşekkür ediyorum. Nevşehir Üniversitesi'den, yani Kapadokya'dan hepinize saygılarımı, selamlarımı sunuyorum. Hoşça kalın diyorum.
Hocam izin verirseniz ben bir iki bir şey söylemek istiyorum. Biraz evvel bir sorun yaşadım. Mikrofona ulaşamadım.
Söyle Sevgiciğim.
Ben de hem şahsınıza kongreye katılımlarınızdan ve katkılarınızdan dolayı teşekkür ediyorum. Kerim Karadal'a, eşi Tuğçe Karadal'a ve diğer düzenleme kurulundaki tüm hocalarımıza teşekkür ediyoruz. Çok güzel bir kongreydi. Hepinizin katkılarından dolayı çok teşekkürler.
Sevgicim, sen kaliteli eserler yaptıkça sana teşekkür ederim. Başka türlü etmeyeceğim, haberin olsun.
Tamam hocam. Teşekkür ederim.
Anne, baban sonra iş yapamaz. Anne,
Benim ufaklık geldi.
anne.
Selam göndersin bize.
Sağ olun hocam.
Kerimciğim, var mı bir isteğin?
Teşekkür ederim hocam. Ağzınıza sağlık. Çok teşekkür ederim. Ben unuttum bazı isimleri, siz tamamladınız. Onun için de ayrıca teşekkür ederim. Bir de İlhan Alyay ve Mehmet Metehan Çetintaş hocalarıma da teşekkür ediyorum teknik ekipten. Onun dışında for foreign participants, if we have professors who have opinions, suggestions or complaints for the fifth Congress, we would like to hear them gladly. We care about this for the development of this Congress.
Kerim, sözü direkt Daryante'ye verebilir miyiz? Belki onun söyleyecek bir şey vardır.
Tabii ki hocam. Profesör Doktor Vivek Daryanto, Mr. Şevki Özgener wants to give you a speech, permission to speech. Can you speak a bit about this Congress or collaboration opportunities? Anything?
Yeah. Thank you very much. Assalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh. Okay. First of all, we would like to thanks to the Almighty God that eventually we have done very smoothly the 5th CEO Congress for 3 days from the 9th to 11th of December this year. Thank you very much for the collaboration among us. We planned this CEO Congress since last August. And I'm thanks God also that this is, I think, the biggest number of papers we receive, and also the biggest amount of countries, 34 countries with 430 academicians or researchers. And thank you so much for everyone, for the honorable professors that I cannot mention one by one, yeah. And also we are glad, we are proud that almost 100 of the Indonesian, or mostly also my students in IPMI International School in Jakarta, and also School of Business and Management, ITB. Once again, thank you very much, and apologize that maybe one or small thing that I cannot fulfill the requirements. Once again, thank you very much, Dr. Kerim Karadal and Dr. Zia for moderating all the sessions during this Congress. Thank you very much, and also congratulations to the best paper, the best papers, to the holders of the best paper recipients. Thank you. Wassalamualaikum warahmatullahi wabarakatuh.
Thank you very much.
I think Ariela Oktafi wants to speak.
And Dr. Kerim, Melita, the recipients of the Best Paper Award is coming here to say something. Is it allowed?
Yes, of course. Melita,
Okay.
do you want to say something about your feelings?
Okay. Thank you so much, Dr. and Professor Wiwi. So, hello everyone. I'm Melita Arwan. It's a very honorable and mixed feeling actually today. Thank you so much for the opportunity. First to Almighty God, Jesus Christ, who blessed me so I can have this opportunity, and also second to all my supervisor, Professor Roy Sambel and Dr. Melinda Malau, and of course my other professor as a chairman, Professor Wiwi M. Daryanto, who always give the advice and support and also a knowledgeable lesson for my research and study. So it's a very, very mixed feeling and surprise actually for me. So thank you also for the CEO Congress for having us here to become much, so we can be growing in terms of how we do the research and study. That's all. I give back the time to the doctor. Thank you so much.
Thank you for expressing your feelings. Türkiye tarafından Türkçe konuşmak isteyen hocalarımız varsa buyursunlar. Var mı başka söz almak isteyen Türkçe olarak? İlhan Bey, siz söz almak ister misiniz? İlhan Hocam. Teknik ekipte birinci kongreden beri birlikte.
Hello, can you hear me well?
Yes, you are audible.
Okay, okay. I am proud of this CEO Congress team. I'm very happy to be a member of a team. It was a great Congress, and it is day by day, as Rector Şevki, Professor Şevki hocamız said, it becomes better and more quality, with also the international, very international. I hope I believe this organization is going to day by day very important and very effective for everybody. Thanks for.
Thank you İlhan.
Thanks for everything. Yes, Şevki hocam. Çok sağ olun. Eksik olmayın ya. Çok güzelsiniz. Çok sağ olun.
Teşekkürler İlhan Bey, İlhan Hocam. Thank you very much, İlhan Hocam. From Turkish side, we are all okay. Is there anyone to talk in English from any countries? Dr. Ziya, I will give you the last sentences. Anyone else wants to talk? Maybe Amelia, are you here? I don't know. Maybe Professor Dr. Muhammed Ali Tarar, who is editor of the book, the Congress book. Anyone else? Okay. Dr. Ziya, you can make a closing speech, and after that, we want to take a photograph with waving hands because it's our tradition.
Okay.
Doktor Ziya hocamız konuşmasını yaptıktan sonra el sallayarak kongremizi kapatacağız hocalarım. Dr. Ziya, floor is yours. We can close session.
All right. Thank you very much. Thank you very much to Dr. Karim Kardal for giving us all. I can see this screen full of the people, full of the stars, actually, the knowledge stars, and they are together here. God knows from which country from where? Some people are from Malaysia, from Indonesia, from India, from Bangladesh, from different zones. So we are together here. That is one of the greatest blessings of this knowledge center, of this CEO Congress. So as I mentioned earlier, while announcing the Best Paper Awards, I thank to Karim Kardal and for his efforts. And as we know that this world has become, it is not becoming, it has become a global village. And now this is the best example of global village. And let me tell you, my dear professors, the researchers and the students, and even the scientists, social scientists, regardless where we live, regardless what culture we follow, regardless what religion we follow, regardless how we look like, regardless what color we are possessing. So we are together. Why? Because we are so-called knowledge people. To some extent, we are serving the community, we are serving the humanity, we are serving the society, and we are going ahead of what is our objective or what is our basic, need. Most of the times, if we look in the world around the globe, you are all witnessed, you are all experiencing that most of the people, huge percentage is living below the poverty line, and they are running for the food, water, and things like that. Alhamdulillah, summa alhamdulillah, we are those blessed people who have something to eat, something to feed. And now we are using our brain and we are thinking to resolve the world, the society, the community problems through knowledge. Some people try to resolve the issues of the world through power. Some people have resources. Some people have government. Some people have many other resources. But the biggest resource, the greatest resource on earth or in this whole universe is knowledge. And we are all so-called to some extent, even 0.00001% knowledge we are possessing, that is huge, humongous, as compared to any other resource, whether that is financial resource, technological resource, material resource, capital, whatever. So knowledge, as let me quote, because regardless of anything, people say the good thing, the good quotation, the wisdom quote, wherever and whatever you get it. People say, if you learn one word, share it. In our religion, in the global religion, that is Islam, they say, if you are learning one word, teach it to other. What we are doing here, we are doing the same. Regardless of any religion, we learn, we explore, we share. So that is one of the best example of knowledge generalization. As I was, moderating a lot of sessions, and, sometimes I felt that maybe the session is going little bored, so I added little, what we say, spices, deliberately. So that added up. You know why? I was saying, if some study is conducted in Turkey, that should be replicated in Malaysia. If some study is conducted in Pakistan, that should be replicated here in Indonesia. If some study is resolving some issue, whether that is financial issue, technological issue, or society issue, or even family issue, we studied, if we look at the whole knowledge points of more than 430 papers presented in these 3 days in different sessions, you can see people have talked about emotional intelligence. People have talked about financial resources. People have talked, you talked about technological advancement. You talked about artificial intelligence. You talked about organizational development. You talked about human development. You talked about teaching. You talked about learning, so on and so forth. So it is a galaxy of knowledge. I say it's just like a galaxy of knowledge people. You gathered here, we gathered here, and we are here to serve the society borderless, regardless of the country, regardless of anything. So that is what we call knowledge flow across the borders, knowledge flow across the line of control or the borders or the whatever the lines, geological boundaries we have made. Knowledge does not recognize those boundaries. So I'm so happy, I'm so proud of all of you actually. I'm one of you, one of the humble researcher, rather a student of research and learning. I tell you one thing, by Allah, I learned a lot from each one of you. I learned from the students. I learned from the papers presented over here. And I was surprised that like there was a term like social sustainability. I was surprised why, wow, this can be worked on further. Sometimes I stopped some of the presenters and said, please, let's collaborate. So through this forum, through this platform, I would also, and through Dr. Karim Kardal, I would request that this forum should continue and this community should further build up. Today it is 430 or more than around 500. It should reach to 5,000, 500,000. Why not? And it should progress not only to 34 countries, it can progress to 180 or 190 countries or 200 countries. Why not? There is no problem because we don't have any boundary problem. We have no vested interest. We are not going behind, earning some, there was a study on how to turn black money into white money, something like that, money laundering. So we are not doing anything. Yes, what we are doing, we are knowledge launderers, no problem. We are sharing knowledge. We are breaking the boundaries and we are sharing knowledge free of cost. And we are letting the problems be resolved through knowledge solutions. And that's what we did here. We have no vested interest, whether the professors over here, the ladies, very senior professors over here from Indonesia, from other countries, or the people who are just students. The one purpose, knowledge creation, knowledge sharing, and using the knowledge for solving the problems to bring happiness and success in this world. I thank you very much.
Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ziya. Finally, we can close the session by waving hands, which is the tradition of our CEO Congress. Son olarak kongremizin geneli el sallama yaparak oturumu kapatacağız hocalarım. We can do it together, all of. Please open your cameras.
Like this.
Take care all.
Thank you.
See you on next Congress.
Thank you so much.
See you. Bye.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Thank you very much.
Wassalamualaikum.
Thank you.
Bye-bye.
Thank you, everyone.
Fi amanillah.
Bye.
Thank you, everyone. That's a great event.
Thank you, everyone.
Really enjoyed that.
Thank you.
Şevki Hocam,
Ben de durayım.
Önce
Herkes biraz
Hocam
seninle
ağzınıza
gurur duydum
sağlık.
gerçekten.
Teşekkür ederim hocam. Sayenizde hocam.
Güzel oldu.
Evet hocam.
Ama aslında sen konuşmaya başlayınca artık ben bıraktım. Ben normalde İngilizce konuşma da hazırlamıştım dünden beri. Onu artık sen konuşunca ben dedim ki ama
Teşekkürler hocam.
ayrıca
Estağfurullah. Kusura bakmayın.
çocuklar da bak kongreye katkı sağlıyorlar. Dikkat ettin mi?
Bastım düğmeye.
Evet hocam. O da yordu
Vallahi.
bizi bugün ama 3 gündür.
Olsun. Hancım bu arada senin ismini unuttum ama
açıkmamış.
senin varlığın gönlümdeydi Hancı.
O zaman girelim.
Hocam lafı bile
Girelim,
olmaz
girelim.
Şevki hocam. Estağfurullah hocam.
Girdim,
Ne demek? Sağ olun, eksik
Evet,
olmayın. Var
harika,
olun.
gerçekten güzel emek vermişsiniz. Ben takip ettim kongrenizi.
Sağ olun. Kerim Bey, Kerim maşallah Şevki hocam. Motivasyonu çok yüksek. Hepimizi de beraberinde taşıyor. Sağ olsun. Tebrik ediyorum kendisini.
Her başarılı insanın arkasında biri vardır.
Tuğçe Hanım olabilir. Tuğçe Hanım bravo size de. Siz de bu işlerdesiniz. Çok güzel. Görmek size çok güzel.
Ben
Teşekkürler İlhan Bey.
Şey zannettim yani herhangi bir üniversitede asistan diye zannettim. Sonra baktım ki bizim Tuğçe. Yani gerçekten
Evet,
tebrik
hocam.
ediyorum onu da tebrik ediyorum.
Evet,
Yani böyle
evet, çok
şey gibi
Sağ olun
durdu yani.
hocam.
Sanki ev işiymiş gibi durdu orada gerçekten.
Dinleser gibi başını
konuşmacı bekledi
bırakmadın.
gerçekten. Saatlerce konuşmacı bekledi. Evet, sonunda 2 tane geldi gerçekten. Dedim ki
Evet.
demek ki kendi bildiği vardır yani.
Son bir tanesi
Tebrik ediyorum.
geldi.
Var mı
Evet.
isteğin?
Hocam ellerinizden öperim.
Sağ olun,
Çok sağ
saygılar.
olun.
Ben de hepinizin gözlerini yapıyorum. Katkılarınız gerçekten çok büyük. Kerim sadece bir şey söylemek istiyorum.
Buyurun hocam.
Hani böyle kongrenin kalitesi yükselince böyle
Hocam
heyecanlanınca
canlı yayınlanmaya devam ediyor bu arada.
Anladım. Bu özellikle sunum yapmayan paper'ları mümkün olunca yayınlamayalım.
Tabii hocam.
Onlar yayınlamasın. Kalitesi artar yani. Böylece herkes ilgi duyar yani.
Doğru hocam, doğru. Daha önceki kongrelere göre hem sayı arttı hem de sunum oranı arttı hocam.
Ve kaliteli bildiriler var. Dikkat ettim ben. Özellikle Endonezyalılar gerçekten iyi sundular.
Hocam orada birkaç üniversiteden katılımcı oldu. 4-5 üniversiteden katılımcı oldu. Onların içinde İPMİ Üniversitesi çok iyi. İPMİ Üniversitesi gerçekten çok kaliteli üniversite. Onların hem bildirileri kaliteliydi hem de hepsi gelip sundular. Sunmayan sadece bir kişi oldu İPMİ'den. O da Covid olmuş. O yüzden sunmadı. Kalan hepsi sundular.
Gayet iyiydi, evet. Çok beğendim hatta. Bazıları gerçekten böyle bu faktör analizini çok iyi biliyorlar. Demek ki yani doğuda bir gelişme var yani çok iyi bir gelişme var.
Evet hocam. Yani İPMİ gerçekten çok kaliteli. Garakarya var, birkaç üniversite daha var ama İPMİ anladığım kadarıyla orada işletme alanında en iyi olan herhalde İPMİ.
Evet ya baktım zaten gayet iyi yani. İnsanlar hem yönteme hakim hem de yani bilimsel metodu biliyorlar. Yani bilimsel metot biliyorsun yöntem esasdan önce gelir diyorlar ya, o açıdan önemli. Evet, siz yorulmuşsunuzdur. Görüşmek üzere, kendinize iyi bakın.
Görüşmek üzere hocam. Ellerinizden öperiz.
Bay bay. Bir de buradan bay bay yapayım.
Tamam,
Bir de
yaptım.
buradan bay bay yapayım.
Yapalım.
Ya. Bir de burada gitmemiş. Bay bay yapayım. Bay. Ben görünüyor mu?
Beraber bir fotoğraf çekelim. Bak.
Ben de geliyorum.
Enok biz.
Erdem iyi akşamlar Erdem. Erdem.
İlhan amcayı duyuyor musun?
Erdem iyi akşamlar.
How are you? How are you?
How are you diyorlar. Konuş.
Ben bilmiyorum. Ben İngilizce bilmiyorum. Ben
Can you
nereden
talk to
bileyim?
hear you?
He says he doesn't know English. Mr. Enok.
Oh, sorry. I can use it in Turkey.
Ben gideyim annem gitse.
Take care, Enok. Take care.
Thank you so much.
Bye-bye.
Thank you so much. It was well organized.
Bye-bye.
Just to say was one of the successful event.
Yes, yes. With your, with you and with the others. Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Thank you. Good boy.
Annem de kapat. Ay kapamamışsın, kamerayı kapamışsın.
Kapattım.
Kamerayı
Sesi de kapatmamışsın. Konuşuyor.